Episode 261, Hands Like Knives. Andy and Tim hid behind Rufus. They were deeply frightened, and they felt lucky to be alive. Rufus hadn't noticed that there were steel wires hidden inside the silk. Seeing that both Andy and Tim had been beaten back, he began to feel a little anxious. He turned to Paul. "Please deal with Mr. Marvel." Paul looked at Charles and then over at Alex. He knew who he really wanted to fight. A contest with Alex would prove once and for all who is the better fighter. "What's your name?" he asked. Paul respected skilled martial artists, and he prided himself on knowing everyone who was worth knowing. But he didn't recognize Alex. "My name is Alex," Alex responded with a stern look on his face. All he could think of was how Paul had ruined his wedding, and now he was going after his father-in-law as well. Paul was surprised. Of all the young fighters he could think of who had notable skill, he could not remember anyone called Alex. Then again, he had been training heavily for the past 12 years. He hadn't had time to keep tabs on every up-and-comer. "Rufus?" Reginald suddenly exclaimed. "This boy's full name is Alex Ambrose." Given the influence of the Cliftons, Reginald figured that Rufus must know about the Ambrose family. Alex's lineage might prompt Rufus to back away. Otherwise, he might not only have Charles killed, but Reginald as well. So he's an Ambrose, Rufus thought and looked Alex over. Yeah, he must be. He carries himself like a rich kid. But it doesn't matter. Whoever he is, he's not going to stop me from killing Charles. This is a private matter, and the Ambrose family has no right to interfere. "That's not my name," Alex blurted out. His family had hung him out to dry. He wanted nothing to do with them now. Rufus didn't know what Alex was talking about, but he could tell from his face that he was telling the truth. But it didn't matter. Whether Alex was a true Ambrose or not, Charles Marvel had to die. "Mr. Novak, you have your orders," he said. Paul nodded in agreement and turned to Alex with a smile on his face. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You see, I've been tinkering with my own style of martial arts for the last few years. It's a kind of mix of everything I've learned in my life. I've been waiting for a real opponent to test it on." For the first 2 of the 12 years that Paul had worked for Jessup Clifton, he had felt stifled in his martial arts technique. But then he had started thinking about mixing all the styles he had been taught into something new. He had spent the following years perfecting his unique creation. But even though he was the Cliftons' first choice in matters of violence, his technique had not yet been tested against a worthy adversary. Until now, he thought, Alex will be my first real opponent. Paul's eyes moved leisurely away from Alex and fixed on Charles. He stretched out his hand toward him, and it seemed to transform into the shape of a knife. At the same time, he stood up straighter and moved to strike at Charles' head. Neither Charles, Lindsay, nor Debbie had any time to react to this move. But just as Paul was about to strike Charles with a fatal blow to the head, somebody took hold of his wrist and turned the blow away. Paul looked beside him and saw that it was Alex who had hindered him. He stared at him in disbelief for a moment, and then twisted out of his grip. His other hand came flying toward Alex with even greater power and speed. But before it could find its target, Alex stepped away and avoided the blow. He was amazed at Paul's abilities. It dawned on him that one mistake in this confrontation could be fatal. He had to focus. He took a deep breath, felt his internal force flow into his arms, and struck at the center of his opponent's body. Their palms crashed into each other like two slabs of concrete, and both of them were stunned. Alex hadn't expected Paul's defenses to be so strong. For a moment, he stood in shock at the fact that his hand was still attached to his arm. Paul was equally surprised. His initial blows were a technique he had perfected over years of practice. It was perfect. No matter what angle, strength, speed, or rhythm he used it at, it was impossible to guard against. And yet, Alex had done so. After the initial shock, Alex collected himself and rushed toward Paul. He hit him in the chest with his right elbow, just below the throat, and Paul gasped for air and almost vomited. He looked as if he was about to fall over. Alex chose not to follow up on this debilitating strike. Instead, he stood and gazed quietly at Paul. Paul shook his head and composed himself. He was extremely angry and disappointed. He had studied to perfect his skills for years. He had been sure that his technique would become a staple of martial arts training all over the world. It was his legacy. But it had failed him in its first real test. He refused to believe it. When he turned to look at Alex, his eyes shone with anger and a strong thirst for vengeance. Paul took a deep breath. Once again, he molded his hands into the shape of a knife, preparing to strike. This time, he sprang up and came at Alex with such speed that his arms seemed like the blades of a propeller. Alex stood back and assessed Paul's new technique. It was as if he had harnessed the power of a tornado. His blade-like arms spun and rotated so rapidly that there seemed to be a dozen of them. If one strike landed, it would be impossible to avoid the following barrage. Alex knew that he couldn't afford to make a mistake. He took a few steps back and focused. When he saw his opportunity, he struck in between Paul's whirring arms and hit him right in the face. Just when Alex's punch found its target, one of Paul's hands cut him across the belly. Somehow it ripped his clothes and left a shallow cut in the skin, as if his flesh and blood hands were really knives. If Paul had managed to reach a little farther, he might have opened Alex's gut. Paul stopped his attack and stepped back a few steps. His face was now red and swollen. It looked as if it hurt badly, but he didn't seem to care. It was his pride that had taken the worst beating. Suddenly, Paul cried out and came at Alex with 4 new attacks in quick succession. Each of these were different, but Alex was able to parry them with ease. They exchanged blows for a few minutes, moving up and down the hall and smashing furniture. Finally, Alex landed a decisive blow. Paul flew backwards onto the ground, slid across the floor, and lay lifeless a few meters away from Alex. Everyone was stunned, especially Rufus. He never thought that Paul would be defeated. Paul raised himself very slowly. His face was covered with blood and dust. His clothes were in tatters, and he moved as if his body was about to fall to pieces. Finally, he managed to stand up. "I lost," he admitted. "It seems I am no match for you." He nodded deferentially to Alex, as if to say he now understood how arrogant he had been. Alex ignored him. Winning or losing didn't matter to him. What he cared about were the lives of Debbie and Charles. "Mr. Clifton, please, take your people away now," he said and looked at Rufus. Rufus's heart was racing. He was truly afraid of what Alex might do to him. But he would not give up. Killing Charles might be impossible, but he still had to bring Debbie back with him. He wouldn't allow her to repeat Cynthia's mistakes. "Debbie, come back with me," he said. "I'm your uncle." Debbie looked at him with fear and disgust. David, Reginald, and the 4 Moon Girls were stunned with surprise. "No, Rufus," Charles said, and stood in front of Debbie. He thought that the Cliftons would kill her if she went back to them. "Please, spare her life." "What are you talking about?" Rufus asked. "Debbie is part of our family. Do you think we'd hurt her?" "What kind of question is that?" Charles couldn't believe what he was hearing. Cynthia had died because the Cliftons wanted Debbie dead. If she fell into their hands now, it was obvious that she wouldn't survive. Rufus snarled. If Alex hadn't been there, he would have attacked Charles without a second thought. "You heard me? Are you calling me a liar?" Episode 262, A Questionable Proposal. Charles and Debbie looked at each other. Neither of them trusted Rufus. "Debbie, come back with me. Your grandfather misses you very much." Rufus approached Debbie as he spoke. Alex stepped in front of her. He didn't know what Rufus might do. Rufus was displeased, but he was so afraid of Alex that he didn't dare to protest. He just looked at Debbie anxiously. "Debbie," he said, "don't you want to see your real home? Where your mother lived? Your grandfather hasn't seen you in 20 years. He misses you very much. Yesterday, I showed him your picture. I've never seen him cry like that." At the mention of her mother, Debbie was reminded what Charles had told her about Cynthia's death. Her anger erupted as she stared at Rufus. "You killed my mother! I hate you!" After this outburst, her eyes turned red and watery. She lowered her head and started crying. "What kind of people are you?" she whispered as she sobbed. "You were her family. Why would you kill her?" In Debbie's mind, her mother's death might be understandable if a stranger had been responsible. But it had been her own father, Debbie's grandfather. "What am I supposed to do?" she asked herself. "Kill my own grandfather to avenge my mother?" "Debbie, there were reasons why those things happened," Rufus answered. "As you said yourself, We're family. We would never hurt you. Your mother was my sister, and I loved her." What does he mean by that? Debbie thought. There must be some secret, something he's not telling me. "Will you come home with me?" Rufus asked again, in a voice that sounded truly caring. "You've been away for 20 years. If you go back and see your grandfather, he'll be very happy." "Fine," Debbie answered calmly. "I'll go back with you." She had made up her mind. She had to meet Jessup Clifton face to face and ask him what this was all about. "That's great," Rufus exclaimed happily. "We'll go back then." "But you won't send anyone after my father again," Debbie continued. "If you do, I'll never forgive you, and I'll avenge both him and my mother." She didn't trust Rufus. If she went with him, he might still send someone to kill her father, so that she would have nowhere to go. "I promise," Rufus said solemnly after thinking for a moment. The only reason he had wanted Charles dead was to make it easier to take Debbie home. If she came willingly, there was no reason to go after Charles. "Debbie, I'll go with you," Alex said. The 4 Moon Girls agreed. "We'll go where Mr. Alex goes," Celeste insisted. Despite his fear of him, Rufus was very happy to have Alex come along. He would be quite useful if he could be made part of the family. However, when Alex reached out and held Debbie's hand, his worries returned. "Alex, I'd appreciate it if you gave us some space." "Alex, I'd appreciate it if you gave us some space." Alex was a little puzzled, but then he understood that Rufus felt threatened by his closeness with Debbie. He let go of her hand. "Mr. Clifton, please understand. Today is our wedding day, and you're part of the family. I'd be honored if you'd witness our marriage." "Yes," said Reginald, who saw an opportunity to relieve some of the tension. "Alex, you should exchange rings and kiss each other again, and then you'll be officially married." "No," Rufus protested. "The Cliftons are a proud family, and we do things our own way. None of us can get married without the family's consent. Right now, that's impossible for you. I hope you understand." He turned to Debbie. "Debbie, you can't marry him today. When we go back to Baltimore, I'll take you to see your grandfather and we'll see what he says." "All right then," said Alex. "Debbie, we'll go to Baltimore and talk with your grandfather." Debbie seemed to have been swayed by Rufus's argument, so there was no use arguing. She nodded in agreement. Rufus breathed a long sigh of relief, and then looked over at the other wedding guests. "I'll remember everyone who was here tonight. If I hear gossip spreading about what happened here, or the things we talked about, it will be very bad for all of you. Understood?" "Yes," Reginald answered. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Rufus turned back to Debbie. "Debbie, you go and rest. I'll meet you here in the morning, and we'll go back to Baltimore together." Then he signaled to Paul, Tim, and Andy, and the 4 of them left. Once Rufus had gone, Reginald, David, Charles, and Lindsay walked over to Alex and thanked him. David was particularly grateful that Alex had saved his life. "Thank you, Alex," he said. If you hadn't been here, my father and I might have been killed." His eyes were filled with admiration. "Don't mention it," Alex said with a smile. Reginald was starting to feel as if his presence was unwanted, and that the Marvels must have a lot to talk about. He said goodbye to them, turned around, and left with David. "Debbie, do you really want to go back with the Cliftons?" Charles asked when they were alone. There was sadness in his eyes. "Maybe you should just run away from here." Debbie shook her head slowly and smiled. "Dad, they found me here. If I tried to run, where could I go? I just want to go to the place where my mother lived. Don't worry about me. I don't believe that Jessup would harm his own grandchild." Charles nodded his head in silence, but he and Lindsay both thought that what Debbie and Alex were doing was very dangerous. However, he realized that it was their decision to make, and he decided to give them some time alone to discuss it. He suggested that everyone else should go back to their rooms. Everyone went to get some rest. A room in the house had been arranged for the Moon Girls, and though they were reluctant to leave Alex, they also said goodnight and went to get some sleep. Alex and Debbie were finally alone. "So, we're going to see your grandfather tomorrow," Alex said and took Debbie's hand. "Are you nervous?" He saw that she was frowning, and he worried about her. "I don't know what I'll say to him," Debbie answered. She didn't know how to feel. "My mother died because of him. I hate him so much." "It's okay. I'll support you whatever you want to do." Alex gently pulled Debbie's hand toward him, and she rested her head against his chest. Her earrings scratched him, and he winced slightly. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yes, I'm fine." He looked down at their clothes and smiled. "So, we've had half a wedding. I'm starting to think it's just not going to happen. Are we the worst couple in the world?" Debbie blushed. "No one's stopping you now. We can do whatever we want." Alex smiled at her and took out his ring. She also took out hers, and they placed them on each other's fingers. He stared into her eyes. They twinkled like stars. She had never been more beautiful to him. He slowly put his face close to hers and kissed her cherry red lips. It was the sweetest kiss either of them had ever had. It was like drinking the finest honey, and Alex felt as if he was soaring among the clouds. He slowly released her and looked into her face. He was blushing so hard that his entire face was scarlet. In her eyes, he glimpsed the possibility of endless joy and contentedness with life. Then, he suddenly felt an intense sense of pride that she was his. "Debbie, you're my wife," he blurted out. "Yes," she whispered and lowered her head. The whole idea made her feel a little shy. "And what am I?" he asked. She wanted to call him husband, but she hesitated. They were not yet married, and there was still her family to deal with. "You're Alex," she answered. "No," he said and smiled. "When I call you my wife, you can't just call me by my name." He knew why she was hesitating, but he felt he had to encourage her. In his mind, they were already married. His prodding worked. "You're my husband," she whispered. Alex happily agreed. He grabbed Debbie and lifted her up off the floor. "What are you doing?" she asked. She was startled. "Let me down." "This is what husbands do." Debbie laughed and cried for him to put her down. "Look at you all scared," Alex said and put her down. "Are you in a better mood now? It's getting a little late. Let me show you to your room and then I'll go to the guest room." Alex accompanied Debbie back to her room and said goodnight. She lay down on the bed, thinking about how happy she felt when Alex spun her in his arms. She couldn't help but smile. When she turned over and looked at the other side of the bed, she fantasized that he was lying there. "Yes, we're already husband and wife," she murmured. She smiled and imagined she was talking to him. When she thought that they still had their wedding night to look forward to, she felt so embarrassed that she closed her eyes and tried to go to sleep right then and there. The next day, Rufus picked them up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Apparently, he had managed to replenish his security since the day before. Charles and Lindsay saw them off at the main gate. After they had said their goodbyes, Alex and Debbie got in the back of Rufus's car, while the Moon Girls got into another. They drove to the airport. Rufus had already made the arrangements. The flight left around lunchtime and arrived in Baltimore at 2 in the afternoon. When they got out of the airport, there were cars waiting for them. They were all set to go straight to the Clifton family mansion, while Paul was sent to stay somewhere else. Paul hadn't slept for the entire night, and he wouldn't stop shaking his head. His defeat by Alex had been a great blow to him. They drove for a long time through heavy traffic before they passed onto a relatively quiet street with trees planted on both sides of the road. The houses looked like they were all hundreds of years old. They were all black or red brick houses, and their worn-down facades bore silent witness to their long and fascinating histories. The car stopped in front of a tall, bright red door. On its surface was placed a large golden plaque that said, Clifton Manor. Episode 263, The Family Home. Debbie and Alex stepped out of the car and looked at the house in front of them. Debbie was struck by the realization that this was the place where her mother grew up, and that she would soon come face to face with the man who had caused her death. The thought of her grandfather Jessup made her agitated, and she couldn't calm herself. "Let's go inside," Rufus said. He walked up the steps to the door, opened it, and stepped across the threshold into the Clifton family mansion. Alex and Debbie followed him. Once they had gone through the first hallway of the house, they found themselves walking through a long corridor. It twisted and turned between the rooms of the house. After a little while, they came upon an inner courtyard. Its pathways ran in between decorative stonework and greenery. All around them were beautiful flowers, bushes, and small trees. Rufus ordered one of the men to take the Moon Girls to a room adjacent to the courtyard, where they could rest and freshen up. A middle-aged woman was planting flowers in the garden. When she saw Rufus, she immediately stopped what she was doing and came over to greet them. "Hello, Ruth," Rufus said casually. He gestured to Alex and Debbie. "These are new interns we've hired at the company. I've brought them here to discuss some things." The woman greeted them with a friendly nod. Rufus led them over to the other side of the courtyard, and they went further into the house. Alex could not help but feel that Rufus's behavior was strange. On the day before, he had no qualms about revealing Debbie's lineage in front of everyone. But now he was hiding it from his own employees. Of course, Alex remembered. Rufus also threatened the others into silence about what they had heard last night. I wonder how big this secret is. While Alex was trying to think things through, Rufus led them into a second courtyard. It was similar to the first in size and appearance, and the air was filled with the smell of freshly cooked food. They walked across the courtyard, and Rufus pushed open a red wooden door that led into a large living room. Alex and Debbie walked in after him. There was a table full of delicious food in the middle of the living room, and at the table sat an old man with white hair and a beard. His face was majestic, and his eyebrows were like sharpened swords. But he looked quite relaxed. When he saw Debbie come in, he gave her a stunned look, and his body quivered slightly. This man was Jessup Clifton, and when Debbie saw him, she froze. Despite her feelings about her grandfather, she felt strangely close to him. Rufus immediately closed the door and gestured toward Debbie and Alex. "Please, sit down." Debbie and Alex sat down at the table. Jessup was in a heightened emotional state. When he looked at Debbie, it was as if he was looking at the daughter he had lost. "Debbie," he said and stopped. He did not know what to say. After the strange connection she had felt when she had first laid eyes on him, Debbie's anger at her grandfather returned. "Why did you want my mother dead?" she asked, without really meaning to. "Debbie, things aren't what you think they are," Rufus interjected. "When that happened, your grandfather took it very hard. Do you really think he'd be so cruel as to arrange your mother's death? No one loved her more than he did." Jessup raised his hand and motioned to Rufus to be quiet. He looked at Debbie and said in a warm voice, "Debbie, come and look at these photos." As he said it, he picked up a stack of photos he had held under the table and handed them to Debbie. She took them from him. The first was a picture of a man holding a baby. The man looked like Jessup, but he was much younger. The timestamp in the corner of the photograph said, May 24th, 1974. Debbie flipped through the photos. They were all pictures of Jessup and his daughter. From the way she looked, Debbie could tell that it must be her mother, Cynthia. A picture from 1977 showed her sitting on her father's shoulders, smiling happily. The next one was from April 25th, 1982. Cynthia had become a little beauty dressed in green and pink. She was standing beside Jessup and comparing her height to his. In a photo from June 4th, 1990, Cynthia was as tall as Jessup's chin. She was wearing sportswear and standing in what looked like a middle school playground. In her hands was a trophy that said, School High Jump Champion, and beside her stood Jessup. He was glowing with obvious pride. The last photo was from July 9th, 1994. By that point, Cynthia had grown into a beautiful young woman. She was holding Jessup's arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Both of them were smiling sweetly. From these photos, Debbie understood that Cynthia had a good relationship with Jessup Clifton all throughout her childhood. Looking at them, Debbie couldn't help but burst into tears. She wiped them away and looked at Jessup. "If you and my mother were so close, why is she dead? It's your fault." "Some things are out of our control," Jessup answered. "I admit that I was wrong then, but please, believe that I loved your mother too much to wish her any harm. I didn't expect such a terrible thing to happen." He looked at her with pleading eyes. "Debbie, won't you please call me grandfather?" His voice trembled as he spoke. Debbie didn't know how to feel. She had no idea what could have caused Jessup to do the things he had done, but she was starting to believe that he really had loved Cynthia. The photos were all the evidence she needed. "All right," she said. "Grandfather." Jessup broke into tears, and he bowed his head and tried to wipe them away. "Forgive me, my dear," he said. "I've been waiting for you to call me that for the last 20 years, and my wish has finally come true." Then he suddenly perked up, as if he had remembered something. "Come now, eat. I know that you've suffered outside all these years, but you're a Clifton, and you must be hungry. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I had the chef prepare a table of all of Cynthia's favorite dishes. Let's see if you like them too." Debbie took some casserole from the nearest bowl and put it on her plate. When she put it in her mouth, the flavor overwhelmed her. It was absolutely delicious. Knowing that her mother had loved it made it taste even better. "Please, grandfather," she continued. She needed to find out why her mother had died. "Tell me what happened to my mother. What happened between you?" Jessup Clifton sighed, and his eyes moved from Debbie to Alex. This was the first time that the old man had seemed to notice him, and Alex immediately sat up straighter to introduce himself. "Hello, Mr. Clifton. My name is Alex." "You don't have to be so polite, son. I know your family very well. Your grandfather Lincoln is a great man, and I've heard about you as well. I've heard you defeated Cliff Munson and Paul Novak. And so young, too. You have a bright future ahead of you." Jessup knew more than he let on. Since the day before, he had learned from Rufus what had happened at the wedding, and he had also learned that Alex had been cut off by his family. "My family has disowned me," Alex said. "My future doesn't involve them at all." "I can't believe that Lincoln Ambrose would throw such a promising young talent out of his family," Jessup protested with feigned surprise. "In that case, what are your plans for the future?" Alex thought for a second. "Mr. Clifton, to be honest with you, I don't know. Me and Debbie were supposed to get married yesterday. But Rufus said that when a Clifton gets married, they need your consent. That's why I'm here. You should know that Debbie and I already consider ourselves husband and wife, but we would like your blessing." Jessup looked at them both with hesitation, while Rufus looked nervously at his father. "Grandfather, I really like Alex. Please, Give us your blessing, Debbie said. Debbie, you've finally returned to us, and I'm very happy, Jessup answered. I can see that this young man cares for you. But I can't judge his character in such a short time. What if he changes his mind? Then it's you who'll get hurt. Alex and Debbie looked at each other. They couldn't understand why Jessup was so hesitant. I think it would be best if I got to know you better first, Jessup continued. Let's give it 3 years. If I decide that he's worthy of being my son-in-law, I'll be happy to approve your marriage. Neither Alex nor Debbie thought they could have heard him correctly. 3 years seemed like an unreasonably long amount of time. Jessup could see the doubt written on their faces. We're a cautious family, and we have our own ways of doing things. We like to make these kinds of assessments over 3-year periods. If you're truly right for each other, it'll seem like nothing compared to the rest of your lives. Besides, you're still very young, Rufus added. You should finish school and get married once you're out of university. Alex and Debbie smiled at each other. This comment from Rufus made the whole thing seem like a more reasonable request. All right, I agree, said Alex, and Debbie nodded. You're a bright young man, Jessup said with a smile. I'm looking forward to having you for a son-in-law. Grandfather, you haven't answered my question, Debbie reminded him. I need to know why you pushed my mother so hard. Jessup's eyes darkened, and he shook his head. I can't tell you right now. I hope you can understand. No, Debbie protested. Tell me. Whatever the answer is, I'll accept it. She clenched her fist under the table. Debbie, Rufus cried. You don't understand. All your grandfather has ever done is to protect you. You need to stop asking these questions, or it could be very dangerous. Not only for you, but for the whole family. Rufus's words took Debbie and Alex by surprise, and their curiosity mingled with fear. Debbie's mind was filled with questions about these people who were now her family, but she did not ask any more. She nodded silently at Jessup. Thank you for understanding, Debbie, he said solemnly. He paused for a moment before continuing. I still have something I must ask of you. From now on, you must never reveal your true identity, not even in front of other members of the family. Episode 264, Student Transfer. Debbie looked at Jessup in bewilderment. He had welcomed her back into the family, and now he was saying that she had to remain apart from them. She began to wonder if it was some kind of joke. It has to be this way, Debbie, her grandfather said. For your own sake and for the rest of the family. He reached over and patted her gently on the arm. I will arrange for you to transfer to Johns Hopkins University so that you can complete your studies. You'll live as any other student, but I'll be watching over you. Nothing will ever hurt you again. Debbie was stunned. and Jessup seemed genuinely sorry for what he had asked of her. After a moment, he shifted back to Alex. Alex, I'm counting on you to stay with Debbie to watch over her. Naturally, I'll pay you for your trouble. $1.5 million a year should suffice. Just make sure to never reveal who she is to anyone. Alex agreed. Even if Jessup hadn't paid him a cent, he would have stayed with Debbie anyway. Good, Jessup said with a satisfied smile. Now, let's have our meal. Debbie, please have some more. Then he reached for the nearest plate and put several pieces of meat onto all their plates. As they ate, Debbie was eager to try every dish on the table, and afterwards she felt very lucky to be having such a good meal with her close relatives. But once they were finished, she felt that there was one last request she had to make. Grandfather, I would like to visit my mother's grave. Of course, Jessup answered. Rufus will take you this time, but you must promise not to go there by yourself after that. He turned to Rufus. Son, be careful on the way there. Keep an eye out. They all rose from the table, and Jessup went over and stood close to Alex. Alex, I must ask something more of you as well. Before you and Debbie are married, you must not overstep. Otherwise, you'll hurt Debbie and the family. I hope you'll remember that. Debbie and Alex were embarrassed at such an overt implication that they might sleep together. Don't worry, Mr. Clifton, Alex answered. I know the rules. Debbie, you still have your mother's jade pendant, I assume? Jessup asked, and Debbie nodded. Good, it's yours. But you must be careful never to show it to anyone. Yes, Grandfather, Debbie replied. I promise. From the look Jessup gave her, she understood how important the jade pendant must be to the family. On their way back to the cars, Alex fetched the Moon Girls and instructed them to find a hotel in the city. Then he and Debbie walked back out through the front door, and Rufus took them to the cemetery. When they found Cynthia's grave, it was unkempt and overgrown. Debbie wiped the overgrowth away and cleaned the tombstone as best she could. She regretted that she had never been able to visit. She began to cry as she stood over her mother's grave. Rufus was sympathetic, but he warned her quietly to try to contain her emotions until she was in private. If anyone was watching, an emotional scene might arouse suspicion. They stayed at the cemetery for half an hour, and then Rufus drove them over to see the hotel that the four girls had booked for them. On the way, Rufus told Debbie that she should go straight to the university on the following morning. Everything had been arranged for her. Of course, it had all been done with complete secrecy. Nobody at Johns Hopkins would know the connection between Debbie and the Cliftons. For Alex's part, Rufus told him to go to the university and apply for a position as a campus security guard. As Rufus explained, it would be the perfect position for him to be at the university and watch over Debbie. When they got to the hotel, they went straight up to their rooms. Debbie was very sad after the visit to her mother's grave, and she went straight to bed to rest. Alex didn't want to disturb her, so he let her rest until they went to have dinner at the hotel restaurant. Debbie didn't say a single word throughout the whole meal, but Alex wasn't particularly worried. With the day she had had, it was no wonder she was in a solemn mood. After dinner, Alex asked Celeste and Celine to help Debbie get ready for bed. Half an hour later, they knocked on his door. Luna and Callisto were already with him. "How is she?" he asked them as he opened the door. "Don't worry, Mr. Alex," Celeste answered. "We drew a bath for her and got her into bed. When we left, she had already fallen asleep." "Good." Alex was relieved. "Mr. Alex, you must also be very tired," Celeste continued. "You had that massive fight yesterday, and we never helped you relax your muscles. You should take a hot bath, and then we'll give you a massage." "Okay, I'll take a bath." Alex felt a little sleepy. He got up, went into the bathroom, took a hot bath, and then came out wearing his bathrobe. He lifted it off his back and lay down on the bed, and the girls rubbed and pressed on his body. He closed his eyes and felt extremely comfortable. He could barely remember how uncomfortable he had been with the massages in the beginning. It had become almost an addiction for him. "By the way," he raised his head and said to the girls, "Debbie and I will be staying at Johns Hopkins University after tomorrow. I think it would be best if you bought a house in the city to live in, and then you should try to find something to do. When I have time, I'll come and see you." "No," Celeste protested. "We're supposed to serve you, Mr. Alex. Wherever you go, we'll follow. We've already thought about it. We'll also get into the university, and then we can see you every day." Alex looked at them. When he saw the determination on their faces, he knew there was no use arguing. He was deeply moved. "It's not so simple to just get into a university. How will you do it?" "We'll spend a bunch of money to buy our way in," Celeste said with a smile. "It should be easy if we approach the right people." "Okay," said Alex. "But you must do it yourself. If I do it, it'll look suspicious. Tomorrow, I'll go to campus and get a job as a security guard, and I'll contact you when I'm in. Then it's your turn. Thanks for the massage, girls. Now, go back to bed." The Moon Girls stood up and covered him with a bedsheet, and then they left. His whole body felt completely relaxed. He closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately. The next day, Alex and Debbie took a taxi to the university. When they got there, Debbie's eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. She hadn't been sure what to expect, but the campus was teeming with activity, and the atmosphere gave her a burst of energy. "Are you excited?" Alex asked her with a smile. He was relieved to see that Debbie's sadness seemed to have gone away. "Actually, I'm nervous," Debbie answered. "With my grades, there's no way I could have gotten in on my own. It's only because of my grandfather that—" Alex quickly put his hand over her mouth to stop her from saying anything more. He looked around to see if anyone was watching them, but nobody had seemed to notice. He looked at Debbie and said in a low voice, "Remember what he said. No one can know about your relationship to your family. Be careful what you say." Alex had thought about it a lot. If Debbie's grandfather was so adamant that her identity be kept a secret, then there must be a very good reason. "All right," Debbie nodded. Alex stroked her cheek and noticed that she had put her wedding ring on her index finger. He smiled at her. "So, you're a bachelorette again, I see." Then he raised his own hand and showed her his ring. It was still on his ring finger. "Well, I'm never taking this off again." They went to the student's administration office. Rufus had told Debbie that she only needed to report her name to the staff. Everything else had been taken care of. When Debbie gave her name to the administrator, she checked her computer and found Debbie's information. When she looked it over, she turned back to her with a stunned expression on her face. "Oh, you've been recommended by Professor Chalmers at Richmond. And you've won first prize in a singing competition organized by the Washington, D.C. municipal government. Very impressive." Debbie and Alex didn't know what she was talking about. As far as they knew, there was no Professor Chalmers at Richmond. And Debbie certainly had never won a prize in any singing competition. Rufus must have made it up to cover up Debbie's real identity. The administrator asked Debbie to fill out a few forms, and then she handed her a couple of books. "Right, we're all done. But you'll hit the ground running. You've transferred right in the middle of a semester, so there's no time to lose. Just stay on schedule and you'll do fine. Take these materials and go to the music building. Ask for Jordan Greenfield. That's your music teacher. You'll be taken care of." The administrator handed Debbie a few more pieces of paper, and then she went back to her own business. Alex accompanied Debbie out. "I'll go by myself," she said. "I noticed the campus security building earlier. Just back down the way we came. You should go and apply." Alex agreed with her suggestion. As she disappeared around a corner on the way to her music teacher, he walked along the corridor of the administrative building. In just a couple of minutes, he came across the door to the security department. He straightened out his clothes and knocked on the door. Rufus had told him that there was a vacancy among the campus security staff and that he should go in and apply for the job. If for some reason he didn't get it, Rufus would straighten it out for him. When the door opened, Alex was met by the frowning face of a 30-year-old man. "What do you want?" he asked. "I'm here to apply for a job as a security guard," Alex said with a smile. The man immediately stopped frowning and opened the door with an enthusiastic smile. "Come in," he shouted giddily. The room inside was very long and separated into an inner and other section by a glass door. In the area just inside the front door, 6 or 7 uniformed men sat watching their phones. They all looked to be well above 40 years old, and every one of them either ignored Alex or glanced disdainfully at him. "Come with me, the chief's in the back," said the young man. He gently pulled Alex along and pointed to a door at the far end of the room. Alex smiled and walked in beside him. They went through the glass door and entered the intersection, where the whole wall was filled with monitors. It seemed to Alex that one person could see every inch of the university from this room. A few more men sat watching the monitors. They also looked to be in their 40s. Once Alex got a closer look at them, he found that they were not watching the monitors at all. In fact, they were all asleep. One of them was even snoring. "This is the boss's office," the young man said as he brought Alex up the door in the back. It had Security Chief's Office written on it. "Thanks," Alex said to the man. Then he knocked softly on the door, and a voice called out in answer. "Come in." Episode 265, A Sense of Security. Alex opened the door and found a man in his 40s sitting behind a desk. He was pale with short cropped hair, and he wore a well-maintained uniform over his thin body. His name was Tony Lewis, and he was the head of the campus security at Johns Hopkins University. "May I help you, young man?" he said with a smile. Based on Alex's age and appearance, Tony had thought that he must be a student. And most of the students at Johns Hopkins were rich and well-connected. Tony never talked down to them if he could help it. Alex understood immediately that Tony had misjudged him. "Hello, sir. I'm here to apply for a job." Tony was surprised. In his experience, nobody applied for jobs in campus security unless they had no other options. His entire staff was composed of guys who had been on the job for 20 years or more, and new applicants were few and far between. That someone like Alex would show up seemed almost impossible. Tony might have been happy to have a young new recruit at his disposal, but the timing was terrible. Several workers had been in touch. They did not have the right qualifications for the job, but they were willing to accept a lower rate of pay. Their lack of qualifications didn't matter, as long as there were no other applicants. But now Alex had waltzed into his office. Tony needed to find a good reason not to hire him. The smile on his face disappeared. He leaned back in his chair and glared disapprovingly at Alex. "Tell me about yourself." Alex was slightly taken aback, so he resorted to providing his basic information. "My name is Alex. I'm 5'11" tall. I weigh 187 pounds. "Yeah, all right then," Tony interrupted. He thought for a moment before continuing. "Alex, I don't think you're a good fit. Thank you." Alex didn't understand. He was young and healthy, and a much better fit for the job than anyone he had come across on the way in. "There's something going on here," he thought, "but I have to get this job." "Please, sir, reconsider. I really want this job," he pleaded. "Oh, really?" Tony answered and looked questioningly at him. "I bet you think you'd be great at it, too. But why can't you find a job somewhere else then? You saw those men out there. We've all worked together for a long time. We know each other. I don't need some kid to come in here and mess up our routine." What Tony was saying was half true, but there was also the money to consider. "I won't make any trouble, I promise." "But that's not up to you, is it? You won't fit in, and you'll destroy the unity of the whole team." Tony grew impatient. He needed some other way of making his point. He stood up, opened the door, and gestured to Alex to follow him. "Come and meet the team. If they don't object, then I won't either." When they came out of the office, the men watching the monitors immediately sat up straight. They looked at him with fear in their eyes, as if they expected to be fired at any moment. Tony simply smiled and browsed the room. Then he pointed at Alex. "This kid's here to apply for a job. What do you think? Should I hire him?" The other security guards knew immediately what Tony wanted them to say. This was his usual procedure for getting rid of unwanted candidates. He expected them to help him turn Alex away. "I don't think so," one of them said unconvincingly. "Kids these days don't know what having a job means." "Tony, please find someone else," another one chimed in. "I don't think this kid's cut out for it. He'll just give the rest of us more work." A third man came up and patted Alex mockingly on the shoulder. "Look, kid, Security's not a good first job straight out of high school. Why don't you go work in a juice bar or something and let us do our thing?" Everyone in the room started laughing. "You heard them," said Tony. "You seem like a good kid, and I'd consider it if anyone thought it was a good idea. But they don't. Now, get out of here. We've got work to do." "Hold up, Chief," a voice called out from across the room. "I think he should stay." Tony's smile disappeared as he looked in the direction of the speaker. It was the younger man who had opened the door for Alex. "What's that, Don?" Tony stared angrily at Don Landers. "I think we should give him a chance," Don repeated. "If you need someone to work with him, I'll do it." The other security guards looked derisively at Don. It was clear that they didn't like him. Tony was still staring at him with an ice-cold gaze. "This is what happens when you hire people who don't belong. Well, Don, I know when I've made a mistake. You're fired. Please leave by the end of the day." Don was gobsmacked. He hurried over to Tony, grabbed his arm and said anxiously, "Tony, please don't fire me. My sister still needs me to earn money for school. I can't do it without a job." Tony sneered at him. "I gave you a chance, didn't I? It's not my fault the job doesn't suit you. Now, let me go." Tony couldn't get out of Don's grip, so the other security guards took hold of him and pulled him away. Then they escorted Don and Alex out of the building. "Are you okay?" Alex asked. Don was pale and sweaty. He didn't seem to be handling the situation very well. "Let's get some air." Alex helped him out of the building and sat down on a bench in front of a small pond. "Sorry," Don said. "I'm anemic, so sometimes I get lightheaded, especially when I get worked up. I'll get better if I sit for a while." He seemed to be getting better already, and Alex felt relieved. "Thanks for sticking up for me." "That's okay," Don answered. "It was mostly for my own sake. The other guys are older than I am, and I've only been there for a few months. They treat me like I don't belong. But if you were there, there'd be two of us. But now I guess there's none." He smiled bitterly. "If you have anemia, aren't there better jobs out there for you?" Alex asked. "Not really. I've tried being a hotel waiter, a valet, and a truck driver. I almost drove into a ditch once. Working security's actually easier, and my illness doesn't affect me much, so I ended up here." "What about you?" he asked and turned to Alex. "You seem healthy enough. It can't be hard for you to find a job. When you do, maybe you could help me." "I want to work here," Alex said and shook his head. "Well, that's not going to happen. Tony only hires people who will take lower pay. The competition's too great." "That's not necessarily true," Alex said with a smile. "You just need to know how to compete. Stay here and rest for a while. I'm going to the bathroom." Alex rose and walked out. He stopped underneath a tree, took out his phone, and found Rufus's number. Meanwhile, Tony had returned to the office and sat whistling with his feet on the desk. He was in a very good mood. He had gotten rid both of Alex and Don, and now he sat fantasizing about the money he would save on one of his cheaper new hires. Life seemed very good. He took out his phone and opened the photo gallery. It was filled with the pictures of women he had chatted with online. His favorites were the college girls. As he scrolled through the photos, he imagined taking them to fancy dinners at hotel restaurants, and then he thought about bringing them up to a hotel room to have some fun. Just as he was getting lost in his fantasies, the phone rang and scared him half to death. He sat up and gathered his senses. Then he answered. "Hello? Who is it?" "My name is Rufus Clifton," a quiet voice said. Tony shuddered and broke into a cold sweat. His hand began shaking, and he almost dropped the phone. He had lived in Baltimore for over 10 years, and he knew about the Cliftons. He knew about their wealth and influence, and he had heard that Rufus Clifton handled underground operations all over the city. Maybe even all of Maryland. What could such a man possibly want from Tony, the insignificant head of campus security at a local university? Episode 266, A New Security Guard. "Mr. Clifton, how can I help you?" Tony asked in a trembling voice. He knew that he was a nobody in Baltimore, and that Rufus refused to talk business with him, so he assumed he must be ringing to order him to do something. "A young man is going to come to you to apply for a job. I want you to hire him as a security guard," Rufus said succinctly. He didn't want to waste his words on someone like Tony. Yes, I'll offer him the job at once," Tony said quickly. He thought back to the arrogant young man that he had just sent packing and wondered how he could find him. "Don't tell anyone about it, or I promise you'll regret it," Rufus said coldly. "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone," Tony managed to assure him before Rufus ended the call. Tony was sweating and was short of breath. He was more tired than he had been the time he had to break up a huge fight between some of the university students after a party. The pressure of being watched by the Clifton family of Baltimore was a heavy burden. "He must come to work here," he told himself. He was nervous and kept repeating the words over and over. He had only one thought in his mind. He had to make sure that Alex started working as a security guard, or he would face consequences too horrible to even think about. He got up and rushed out of the office. As he passed, several staff members stood up and greeted him. "Good day, Chief Lewis," one said. "Chief Lewis, how are you?" said another. They saw that Tony was sweating and wondered what was wrong. "Mr. Lewis, what's the matter with you? Are you very hot?" "You can't be, it's cool in here," one asked with concern. "Don't worry about it. Help me find Alex Ambrose. If you can't help me find him, just get out of my way," Tony said angrily. "Somebody tell me where Alex Ambrose is." Alex Ambrose? The others hadn't heard the name before. They didn't know who Alex Ambrose was. "The young man who just came looking for a job," Tony explained with frustration. He thought, "You're a bunch of idiots." He felt angry and defeated. "Oh, you went out through the south exit," said one of the security guards. Tony opened the door and rushed toward the south exit. The other security guards sensed his panic and followed him. As he ran out of the administrative building, Tony saw Alex and Don sitting on chairs beside the pond. He was so relieved to see them that he ran straight over. Alex didn't react, but Don was puzzled. He wondered, why has Chief Lewis brought so many people out here? "It was very good of you to apply for a job with us, Mr. Ambrose," Tony said when he reached Alex. His forehead was glistening with sweat, and he had an eager smile on his face. He continued, "I'd be overjoyed if you would join our team. Please, come with me and we'll sign the employment contract immediately." Tony's words surprised everyone. 20 minutes earlier, he had contemptuously dismissed Alex. Something must have happened to change his attitude so abruptly. "Oh? Chief Lewis, didn't you say that I'm not suitable for this job and that I should go and find something else?" Alex asked. When he saw Tony's look of desperation, he knew that Rufus must have scared him. "No, I was talking nonsense before. I was wrong. Mr. Ambrose, no matter your height or appearance, you're perfect for the job. I believe you were born for it. Our security team here at Johns Hopkins will be very lucky to have you," Tony said quickly. "You mean I was born to be a security guard?" Alex asked. "No, I didn't mean that," Tony replied hastily. The job of security guard was not well respected in society. Tony didn't want to accidentally belittle Alex. He was flustered as he said, "I mean, with your qualifications, you would be good at almost anything." "Well, then I'll find something else that I'll be good at." Alex stood up and prepared to leave. "Mr. Ambrose, wait," Tony said, trying to stop him. He was so anxious that he almost cried. He took Alex's arm and said, "Please, stay. I can offer you $3,500 a month just to sit in the office every day. You don't need to do any patrolling or standing guard." Johns Hopkins University security guards were paid about $30,000 a year. Tony had promised Alex an annual salary over $40,000. He was prepared to take the pay raise out of his own salary if it would persuade Alex to take the job. If he couldn't persuade him to accept, he knew that the Clifton family would hold him responsible. He couldn't face their anger. Tony glanced at the other security guards and said, "And you lot, why haven't you apologized to Mr. Ambrose yet?" The other security guards didn't understand what was happening, but they always did as Tony ordered them to do. They started apologizing to Alex. "I was wrong before. When I said that young people are impetus, I was wrong. It's really just being energetic," said the middle-aged security guard with glasses. "In fact, I'm convinced that you'll be an excellent security guard. I feel very lucky to work with you," he continued. "At only 20 years old, you're still young and vigorous compared to us. Having you in the team will really liven us all up. Mr. Ambrose, please join us. It will be very good to have a younger person on the team on a campus full of young people," said the round-faced middle-aged man. Seeing how anxious Tony was, Alex was satisfied. He said slowly, "Well, okay. I'll stay and work as a security guard. As for your offer, I don't need a raise or a reduction of work. Just tell me my duties." He didn't want any special treatment, because he knew that would make the others dislike him. He was determined to get along well with his colleagues. "Well, that's wonderful," Tony replied as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his heart finally slowed down. He said, "Mr. Ambrose, I'll handle the paperwork for you now." "Okay." Alex was just about to leave when he saw Don, who was still sitting in a chair nearby. He asked Tony, "Chief, do you have a job for him?" Tony had planned to take all the wages from the position left by Don in addition to his own. He said, "Don doesn't get along with his colleagues. He is not suitable for this job." When he heard how Tony described him, Don was depressed. He felt that his future looked gloomy, and he felt even more envious of Alex. "I disagree. If he's not going to be working here, then I can't either. I'm sorry," Alex said, turning to leave. "Mr. Ambrose," Tony said, but then he hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, he said, "Don can continue to be a security guard here. I won't fire him." "Really?" For Don, it was an unexpected joy. He quickly stood up, went to Tony and said, "Thank you, Chief. I promise that I'll do a good job." Tony wasn't happy about it at all. He felt like he'd been manipulated into paying an extra body, which made him feel resentful and depressed. "Mr. Ambrose, please come with me. We'll sign the contract." He took Alex back to the office, and they quickly completed all the paperwork. Alex officially became a security guard at Johns Hopkins University. "Well, Mr. Ambrose, Don can show you around the campus and explain your duties to you. When you get back, we can talk through everything and decide together on your exact responsibilities." "Thank you, Section Chief Lewis. Please call me Alex. You're my boss, so I'm happy with whatever duties you assign me," Alex replied. When he walked out of Tony's office, the other staff looked at him suspiciously. He'd been able to change the boss's mind completely in under 20 minutes. And they knew that their chief was usually very stubborn when he made his mind up about someone. They wondered if there were more to Alex than they knew. Alex ignored them. He knew that whatever he said, it would only arouse more suspicion. He went over to Don and asked him to show him around the campus and explain all about their work. As they walked around the campus, Don kept staring at Alex intensely. Finally, to break the tension, Alex patted Don on the shoulder and asked, "Are you in love with me? Is that why you're looking at me like that?" "What? No." Don was taken aback by Alex's question, but quickly recovered and said, "I'm just very curious. Who are you? Why was Chief Lewis so desperate to please you?" "I'm just an ordinary person. I think Mr. Lewis was afraid that I would sue him for rejecting my application without good reason. That's why he was afraid of me." Alex lied. "Well, I thought you were just another rich young brat, but maybe I got it wrong." Don scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "But I still want to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have a job, and my sister would have no books to read." Alex heard the simple and honest gratitude in Don's words. He had heard him mention his sister several times, and deduced that he didn't care how hard his life was, as long as his sister could afford books to read. That seemed to give him the most joy. They went to the northernmost part of the campus, where the 6-story house stood that was the residential building of Baltimore University. Alex and Don were walking toward it when a girl approached them carrying some books. Alex was very happy, because the girl was Debbie. Alex went over and asked Debbie if she was living in the house. He also told her that he had been given the security job, so he'd be able to protect her. Alex and Debbie were aware of Don's presence and were careful about what they said so as to not arouse suspicions. After a few words, Debbie went inside. As Debbie walked into the residential building, Alex turned back to Don. "Alex, You already have friends who are studying at the university, Don said with a smile. Then he said in a low voice, But you can't go messing around. I can see you're married. He was looking at the ring on Alex's finger. Alex looked at the ring and smiled. He couldn't tell Don that it was the girl he had just been talking to who had given him the ring. Don, buddy, how about we work in this area together? What do you say? Alex said. Don was 32 years old and had more experience. It should have been him calling the shots. But Alex knew that if he worked around the residential building, he would be able to watch Debbie every day and monitor what was going on. Episode 267, Spoiled Rich Boys. Tony was quite happy with Alex's proposal that he and Don guard the residential building, and he agreed immediately. He thought it was possible that Alex had some connection to the Clifton family, so he didn't dare to object. Alex's job was now to alternate between spending some of his time patrolling the Johns Hopkins University campus by car and standing guard in front of the residential building the rest of the time. The work of guard duty was, of course, very simple. In fact, most of the time they sat in the duty room. They just had to stay alert and be ready to solve any problem as soon as it arose. That night, Alex changed into his uniform and walked around in it, trying to get comfortable. When Debbie found him, she smiled at the sight of him. You look so handsome in your security guard uniform, she told him. When she finished class at 9 o'clock, she walked around the campus looking for Alex, but couldn't find him anywhere. Just as she was starting to give up, she had found him inside the residential building. Why are you back so late? Have you eaten yet? He asked with concern. He had expected her to finish her classes much earlier on her first day. Yes, I've only just finished. My new teacher is awesome. He taught me so much on my first day that I spent the evening in the study room reviewing what he said. All the students here are really hardworking, so I need to work hard to make sure I keep up, Debbie replied excitedly. Alex listened to her explanation and felt a little concerned for her. She was so sensible, but he was taking on a lot of work. He was desperate to stay with her and take care of her. However, the Clifton family had explained that his task was now to protect Debbie in secret, and that it would put her in danger if her true identity was exposed. He knew that he had to accept the situation for what it was. You look so tired that you're struggling to stay awake. You should go home and get some sleep, he told her. You too, Debbie said. She smiled, and then turned and walked toward the residential building. Don had been watching their interaction. He walked up to Alex and said, Alex, I think that girl's interested in you. She stood there for 5 minutes and her eyes were focused only on you. I'm much more handsome and she didn't give me a second glance. Don's eyes were twinkling. Don, don't be ridiculous. I've already got a wife. Alex held up his left hand and showed Don his wedding ring. Besides, although Debbie and I are friends, she's a student of Johns Hopkins, and she has a really bright future ahead of her. She would never want to settle down with a security guard. I know you're right. Everyone knows that security guards don't earn much money or have much in the way of career prospects. Girls like her wouldn't be interested in us. Don sighed. He took out a box of cheap cigarettes. He took 2 out of the packet handed one to Alex and said, "These cigarettes are cheap and taste bad. You're probably used to something better." "What are you talking about? I'm the same as you. Why would I be used to anything better?" Alex said with a smile. He didn't usually smoke, but in this situation he felt that he couldn't refuse. He took the cigarette and let Don light it for him. They walked around the perimeter of the building together. It was nearly 10 o'clock and everything was quiet on the campus. So they sat down on the curb to finish their cigarettes. Don told Alex, "I've lived in Baltimore for more than 30 years, and I've been ridiculed and pitied my whole life. When I was a young man, I had so much ambition. I was sure I was going to make something with my life. But here I am, a security guard on a university campus. I can't even find someone who wants to marry me. My life's a joke." He laughed at himself, but his smile was tinged with regret. "Buddy, don't give up. You're only 32, and you're still a young man with most of your life ahead of you. As long as you don't give up on your ambitions, I'm sure that God won't let you down," Alex advised. He was sad to see his friend looking so depressed by life at such a young age. Don smiled sadly. He looked at the sky, and his eyes twinkled like the stars. "Forget it. I have no expectations for my life. Even if I stay alone and pitied for the rest of my life, only one thing really matters to me, and that's my sister. As long as she has a peaceful and happy life, then I'll be happy." When he finished speaking, Don noticed that he'd also finished his cigarette. So he put it out on the concrete and threw the stub onto the grass. As he stood up, he wiped the ash off his pants and said, "I've enjoyed our chat. I'll go and get some sleep, and I'll take over from you at midnight." Then he turned and walked toward the house. He headed for the guard's restroom. Watching Don walking away, Alex became thoughtful. Don's just a security guard, and yet he has so much stress and responsibility about him. It seems that there are a few people in the world who are truly without any burdens. Alex took a puff of his cigarette, closed his eyes, and tasted the nicotine. The cigarette was helping him relax. The next day, Alex got up early and went for a 2-mile run around the campus ring road. Then he went to the canteen and had a quick breakfast. By 7:30, he was already standing guard outside the door of the residential building. He beckoned to Debbie when he saw her walk out. "I've got 3 classes today, all of which are very important. I want to get to the classroom early to get a seat at the front," she told him. She was thriving in the studious atmosphere of Johns Hopkins and fully immersed in her studies. She was overwhelmed by her thirst for knowledge. At 4 p.m., as he stood in the guard box, he saw Debbie returning from class carrying a notebook. She looked a little confused. "What's wrong, Debbie?" he asked. "It's nothing. The teacher gave us so much information today, I don't think I digested everything. I need to go back over it all tonight," she replied with a small smile. She didn't want Alex to worry about her. "Well, you're so smart that I'm sure you've taken in and understood more than you think you have. It's also important that you rest and don't work too hard," Alex said in a reassuring voice. Debbie nodded and went into the residential building. After 10 minutes, Don came and took over from Alex at his post. It was at that moment that a black BMW X7 approached slowly on the campus ring road. The driver seemed to spot the residential building and head toward it. Alex frowned slightly as he watched the car approach. It stopped beside Alex and the window slid down. A young man looked at him and said, "Hey, raise the barrier." Alex was surprised by his arrogant attitude. The young man's name was Julian Duvant, and he was a famous playboy in Baltimore. That particular day, he and his cousin, Chris Stedman, were cruising around the university campus. Alex noticed that there were two young men in the car, both in their early 20s, and that the man in the passenger seat was absorbed by his cell phone. Both the young men were handsome and fashionably dressed. It was obvious that they were rich. Don had told Alex that only the residents of Johns Hopkins residential building were allowed to drive in. No other cars were permitted past the security gate. "Are you a resident here?" he asked the driver. He knew that he had to ask because it was obvious that the two young men were neither staff nor students at the university. "What are you talking about? Didn't you hear me telling you to raise the gate?" Julian said angrily. He couldn't believe that a security guard had the audacity to question him. Alex felt angry. "This guy's a bully," he thought. Hearing Julian's angry rebuke of Alex, Don rushed over thinking, "Alex is too inexperienced to know how to deal with situations like this. It needs to be handled carefully so it doesn't flare up." He stepped in front of Alex, looked at Julian and asked, "What's going on?" with an appeasing smile. When Julian complained that Alex was refusing to let him pass, Don said, "I'm afraid that no one except staff and students are allowed into the residential building. Please try to understand that my colleague is just following the rules." "Why, you're as bad as he is. How dare you question my right to drive where I want?" Julian shouted. He opened the car door and stepped out of the car. Without saying another word, he walked over and slapped Don in the face. Don was stunned. As with most men, the most important thing to Don was his dignity, and this young man was treating him with contempt. "You're just some jumped-up security guard. In my eyes, you're no better than the cleaners on the street," Julian said dismissively. He enjoyed making other people feel small. It always gave him a buzz. Of course, it would have been better if there had been more people around to watch. A few students and teachers were passing, but they didn't want to get involved, so they hurried away. Julian turned back and focused on Alex. His fists were already raised as he walked over to him and threatened, "What made you think you could refuse me?" By this time, his blood was boiling, and he decided to hit Alex. However, a moment later, the man lying on the ground wasn't Alex, but Julian. Everyone watching was astounded. They saw Julian about to punch Alex, but in the blink of an eye, Alex's hand shot out like a cannonball, hit Julian in the face, and knocked him to the ground. Julian's lips were bleeding profusely, and he spat two white teeth onto the ground beside him. As he lay on the ground, he looked at Alex with eyes full of shock and resentment. He gnashed his teeth and growled, "How dare you hit me?" Alex was confident in his own abilities. He had fought and beaten many more fearsome opponents, and he had no fear of this rich, spoiled young man. Usually, Alex refused to act on impulse, but Julian had gone too far. He had trampled on Don's dignity, and Alex had no intention of letting him get away with it. Only residents can pass through the barrier. Please get back in your car and drive away immediately. Your car is blocking other vehicles from entering, he said calmly as he looked down at Julian, who was still lying on the ground. Don was frantic with worry. The young man from the car was obviously from a powerful family, and he knew that it wasn't wise to upset people like that. He decided to apologize to Julian on Alex's behalf. "It was our mistake, sir," he said. "My colleague is new to the job. Please, accept our apologies. I'm going to lift the barrier for you now." "Don, don't." Alex touched Don's arm and shook his head slightly. The young man was clearly at fault, and it was him who should apologize. "You two are going to regret how you've treated me today," Julian said as he got up from the ground. He'd been humiliated in public, and he was going to make sure that someone paid for it. He was determined not to let two lowly security guards get the better of him. "Come on, let's go," Chris urged his cousin from inside the car. "I can't just let it go," Julian replied. He just couldn't accept defeat. Since childhood, he had never let anyone as inferior as a security guard get the better of him. He felt totally humiliated. "Just get in the car. Let's go," Chris repeated. Julian had no other option. But before he left, he looked at Alex and Don with hatred and said, "You wait. You'll regret what happened here today." With another glare at the security guards, he got in the car and drove away. Episode 268, Revenge. Watching the BMW drive away, Don looked at Alex and said, "You're too impulsive. You'll get yourself into trouble." "He's all talk. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of him," Alex replied with a smile. He had no regrets at all. Instead, he felt that he'd had no choice but to teach Julian a lesson. Don looked curiously at Alex, who seemed very relaxed. He thought for a moment. Then he said, "You and I are going to ask Chief Lewis for a week's leave. We'll go and hide somewhere for a week, and hopefully they'll have given up by the time we come back. If they return with more people and we're still here, they'll beat us to a pulp." His life had always been a struggle. Experience told him that Alex hitting the rich young guy was only the start, and that there was a lot more trouble to come. "No, Don, I told you. I'm not afraid of them." Alex knew that Don was trying to be kind, but he wanted to stay there to protect Debbie. "In that case, I'll ask for leave just for myself. But be careful over the next few days and keep in touch." Don knew that he couldn't persuade Alex to hide, and he was very afraid for him. He went to the administration building, and Tony agreed to his request for leave. Alex continued to stand guard. When he saw Debbie leaving for her classes, he went and lay in bed to try and get some sleep. She didn't know anything about what had happened earlier. In the afternoon, when Debbie returned to the dormitory, she asked him, "Where's Don?" Well, he asked for leave to go home to see his sister, Alex replied. He had decided that it was better not to let her know about the fight. He quickly changed the topic. When he saw that there was no one around, he said in a low voice, "Wife, where are you going now?" The word wife immediately filled Debbie's heart with joy. She smiled, looked deeply into his eyes, and said, "I'm going to the library to review what I learned today. I'll bring you a snack when I come back." Then she turned and quickly walked away. Although the weather was very cold, Alex's heart felt warm. Meanwhile, Julian had been driving through the streets of Baltimore, stewing over what had happened. He was in a foul mood and was so distracted that he almost hit another car. "Drive more carefully," Chris reminded him nervously. "Chris, why did you stop me with those 2 security guards at the university? Why didn't you let me beat up those 2 losers? I haven't been that humiliated since I was a kid." Julian's anger hadn't subsided an iota. He rarely spoke to Chris so angrily, but he was still fuming, and all he wanted to do was beat people and curse. If it hadn't been Chris sitting in the car with him, he would have thumped his passenger in the face to vent his anger. Chris looked at Julian and asked, "But do you think he could have beaten him?" Julian hesitated. He remembered that a single slap in the face from Alex knocked him to the ground. Deep down, he knew that he was no competition for Alex, but there was no way he was going to admit it. He quipped, "I'm sure I could beat him, and even if I couldn't beat him in a fight, he should have shown us more respect. I'm from one of the richest families in Baltimore, and your father is a hugely important political official. They're just security guards. How dare they treat us like that?" "I've known you all your life, and I respect you, but how can you be so blind about people? Didn't you see that the guy didn't give a damn who we were? You could have told him who you were, and it wouldn't have changed anything," Chris said. "But you're talking nonsense, aren't you?" Julian looked at Chris with a puzzled expression. Chris didn't answer. He just shook his head slightly. After a pause, he said, "I saw how calm that security guard was. Status and identity meant nothing to him at all." "You obviously thought a lot of that guy. I thought he was just a country bumpkin who's moved to the city. Thinks he's a big man, but really doesn't understand anything," Julian said. When he thought about Alex, he wanted to kill him. Looking at Chris, he pleaded, "Chris, you have to come with me and help teach that security guard a lesson." Since he was a child, whenever Julian was bullied, he turned to Chris for help. Although Julian's family was well known in Baltimore, it was nowhere near as powerful as Chris's. The Stedmans were one of the top families in Baltimore. They had a fearsome reputation and controlled a lot of the business and underground networks of Baltimore and the whole of Maryland. It was the only family that could compete with the Clifton family in terms of influence. "I know," Chris said. Although his face remained expressionless, he was also very angry about the situation. He opened the contacts on his cell phone and called the number that was simply labeled information. "Mr. Stedman, how can I help you?" a man answered respectfully. "I want information about 2 security guards who are working at the residential house at Johns Hopkins today," Chris said quietly. Then he ended the call. He was still a little curious about Alex's identity. He asked himself, how could a security guard behave so calmly in such a risky situation? 10 minutes later, the man called back. He said, Mr. Stedman, I found out what you asked. The security guards are called Don Landers and Alex Ambrose. Hearing the name Alex Ambrose, Chris was stunned. A few days ago, the Stedman family had received a message from the Ambrose family telling them that the eldest son Alex had been expelled from the family. Was the troublesome security guard the same Alex Ambrose? He quickly dismissed the idea. He knew that the Ambrose family's wealth outranked any other families in the world. There was no way that security guard could have come from such a privileged background. Chris asked himself, if I was suddenly deprived of all my money and status, would I be humble enough to work as a security guard? He knew he definitely was not. And he was certain that it was even less likely the case for the oldest son of the Ambrose family. But Chris didn't know anything about how the Ambrose family trained their children. If he had known that Alex endured 7 years of poverty training, worked as a waiter and a delivery man in the canteen and restaurant, and sold pancakes in D.C., he might have thought differently. Don is a 32-year-old man from Maryland. He lives with his sister, Daisy. They rent a cheap basement flat on Fenshaw Road, but Don spends more of his time in the staff dormitory of Johns Hopkins University. Alex is a 22-year-old from New York. He's just joined the security team at Johns Hopkins, and he has no relatives or friends in Baltimore. He once studied at Richmond University and before that at Preston. He had a bad reputation at both schools, and most of his teachers thought he was a troublemaker and a bit of a time waster. As for Alex's donation of €1.5 million at Richmond University, the Ambrose family had managed to suppress it, so that information had not been divulged. I see, Chris said and ended the call. When he told his cousin what he had learned, Julian said, well, sure enough, they're a pair of losers. With a voice full of hate, he looked at Chris and said, send a couple of people to teach them a lesson. Chris thought about it, and then took out his phone and dialed another number. A voice answered the call rudely. Mr. Stedman, what's up? Saul, I need you to help me teach 2 guys a lesson, Chris said quietly. Hearing the name Saul, Julian was pleased. He had spent a lot of time with Chris and knew that Saul worked as a bodyguard and enforcer for the Stedman family. He had been a bare-knuckle boxing champion as part of the underground scene of Baltimore, and it was well known that the level of competition in Baltimore was one of the highest across the whole of the United States. He was powerful, skillful, and fearless. The underground fighting scene in Baltimore attracted international gamblers, and the bets tended to be higher and the fights fiercer than in the rest of America. Only the underground fights in Los Angeles could compare. That meant that the title of underground boxing champion in Baltimore was hard-earned and very well respected. More than 20 people had seen the end of their careers in the ring at the hands of Saul. Each of them had been famous fighters themselves. Julian was satisfied. His cousin had sent an incredibly ferocious man to his pride. The security guards would be beaten to a pulp. When he imagined the two of them being beaten, spitting blood and in agony, Julian felt a warmth flowing through his body and felt very satisfied. "Is it necessary for me to take care of this personally?" Saul had asked in a casual tone. To him, beating someone to near death was just part of his job. "Yes, I want you to do it yourself," Chris had confirmed. There was no hesitation in his voice. He had given that kind of order many times. "Let me know when it's done. Travis will give you all the information you need about them." Travis was the person who had provided Chris with the information about Don and Alex. Satisfied, Chris ended the call. "Chris, that's brilliant. They won't stand a chance against Saul. He'll get them eating their words," Julian said happily. "Why are you so excited? They're two nobodies." Chris looked at Julian with slight disdain. "Yes, I know. Compared to you, they're nobodies. You're so powerful, I'm sure that in the future you'll control the Baltimore underground world. I'm so proud that you're my cousin," Julian complimented Chris. He had the mental image of the two security guards being pulverized clear in his mind. "Cousin, let's go to a restaurant for dinner and then back to mine. I'll contact two girls to wait for us there. Maybe by the time we're done, Saul will have called to tell us that he's finished with the two losers. What a perfect end of the day," Julian said enthusiastically. And then the two cousins drove to the restaurant together. As they made plans for the evening, Saul drove through the streets of Baltimore toward the university. He was holding the steering wheel with one hand and holding two photos in the other hand. They were the photos submitted by Alex and Don when they were first employed. Saul threw the photos onto the passenger seat and pushed his foot down on the accelerator. In his opinion, the job was going to be a piece of cake. He hummed to himself, thinking that it would take a couple of hours to sort out these two losers. Then he'd go to the casino and have a drink and gamble for a while. His cell phone rang. When he saw that the caller was Travis, he answered the call. "Saul, the security guard named Don has already left and gone home. His home is in a basement on Fenshaw Road," Travis said. Saul listened to the information and then ended the call. Originally, he had planned to deal with both men at once at the university. He had thought they would both still be there. After thinking for a moment, Saul turned the car around and headed toward Fairfield. He decided to deal with Don first. That would be a simpler job because it wasn't on the university campus. Episode 269, A Visit from Saul. Fairfield, Baltimore was full of rental housing, with prices ranging from $500 to $5,000 a month. It was difficult to find cheaper rental properties anywhere else in the city. Don and his sister Daisy lived in a bedsit on one of the cheaper roads. The room was only 30 square yards with a sofa bed. The monthly rent was $500. Don came out of the subway station and walked to his house. Before he left Johns Hopkins, he ate a bowl of noodles for $3 from the university canteen. It was much cheaper than eating in the city, so he tried to eat in the canteen as often as he could to save a little money. He only had to walk a couple of blocks to get to his apartment. The people living there were all poorly paid workers, including several other security guards like Don and other menial laborers A lot of them had their elderly relatives living with them. Don walked past the market where women sold their produce and handmade items. As he walked past, he noticed that there were several colorfully dressed women sitting at the entrance of the street. He observed that they were looking very attractive in high-heeled shoes and silk stockings, showing off their shapely legs. Whenever men walked by, they called out to them to attract their attention, just as they did with Don. One of the girls approached Don and said softly, "Hey, handsome boy, come and play with us. Only 200 for a whole night, and I'll take you straight to heaven." She intentionally loosened the collar of her coat a little so that Don could see her snow-white chest and cleavage. "No, maybe next time." Don smiled and gently pushed the girl aside. When he'd been in his 20s, he had often enjoyed a night with one of the girls. But now it was out of the question. He needed every cent that he earned to pay for his younger sister's schooling. He couldn't waste a dime on these girls. When she saw that she wasn't going to get any business from Don, she lost interest in him and sat back in her chair. She murmured, "Poor man, even if he had the money, he wouldn't know what to do with it." Don walked back to the basement room where his sister lived and knocked on the door. After a few moments, the door was opened by a girl dressed in a school uniform. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she had no makeup on her face. She looked very plain and a little naive. She was Don's sister, Daisy. "Don, you're back." When she saw that it was her brother, her face changed from an anxious frown into a smile of joy. She opened the door and let her brother in. Don pinched his sister's cheek and said with a smile, "Hey, Daisy, did you miss your big brother?" All his troubles and worries vanished when he saw his little sister. Don smelled food and saw a bowl on her desk. He frowned slightly and said, "Daisy, why are you eating instant noodles again? Didn't you hear me say that it's not nutritious? You're in high school now and it's time to grow up. How can you eat this rubbish?" "Don, I've got so much homework to do today. I'm eating instant noodles because they're convenient. Usually I eat at the school canteen," said Daisy. She was aware how difficult it was for her brother to earn enough money to support them both. His monthly salary was only $2,000, which wasn't really enough for two people to live on in Baltimore. For that reason, Daisy either ate the cheapest meal available in the canteen each night, or, if she wasn't too hungry, a bag of instant noodles. She hadn't expected her brother to come back today, so she became a bit flustered. "Daisy, you don't have to lie to me. I know that I don't make much money, but I make enough for you to eat a proper meal in the canteen. Please don't eat instant noodles anymore. You have to eat in the canteen every day, okay?" Don and his sister had been living together for so many years that he could tell she was lying to protect his feelings. "Okay, I know, I promise. Don't worry, I'll eat in the canteen every day from now on." Then, Daisy pulled her brother over to sit on the bed and said, "Listen, the school dormitory building is almost finished. Then I can move in there. You already have a dormitory at Johns Hopkins, so we won't need to rent this house anymore." Daisy went to a private high school, which had only been open for 3 years. That year, Baltimore City issued a request that the school must accept 300 children of low-income workers to the school. Daisy had been accepted to attend the school, but because the school buildings were still being renovated, Don had had to rent the bedsit for his sister to live in. "That's great news. he said happily. Are you done with your homework? It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm going to bed myself soon. I'll wash up and tomorrow I'll wake you up for school. Thank you, Daisy said with a radiant smile. She was always so happy when her brother was there. She took off her shoes and climbed into bed. Don put the dirty dishes into the basin and was about to turn on the faucet when the doorbell rang. He was surprised because he didn't really know anyone in that neighborhood, and Daisy never had visitors. He wondered who it could be. Concerned, he hesitated before going to the door. Before he knew what was happening, the door had been kicked open. Don and Daisy were horrified, and Daisy screamed out in terror. A large man strode in. He was in his early 30s and was wearing a black jacket with a white vest underneath. His thin face was sallow, and he was staring at Don with a sinister smile. The man was Saul. He closed the door behind him and said, Don, I know what you did today. How dare you confront two gentlemen such as Chris and Julian? I'm afraid you're soon going to be begging for mercy. Don looked at his sister and his heart pounded. He was terrified, but desperate to protect her. Saul slowly walked over to Don. Don! Don! Daisy cried fearfully. She knew that this man was there to hurt them. Saul raised his fist and thumped Don repeatedly, smashing the basin in the process. Lying on the floor, Don's ears were ringing, and he felt that his brain had been shaken as if he had been electrocuted. Although the pain was intense, his feeling of fear was even stronger. Don! Daisy cried when she saw that her brother had been beaten. She stepped down from the bed barefoot and rushed at Saul. She would hit anyone who dared to hurt her brother. But as she rushed at Saul and tried to hit him, he easily pushed her away and she fell back onto the bed. He said creepily, The little girl looks so innocent. Once I've dealt with your brother, I'll be able to focus my attention on you. I promise I'll help you experience things you've never felt before. Don't worry. The bed is small, but I know what I'm doing. I won't let you fall off. When Don heard what he said, he was horrified. He didn't care what happened to him, but he had to protect his sister. He saw Saul gazing at his sister and decided to take advantage of the fact that he was distracted. He suddenly grabbed the other men's legs, looked at his sister and shouted, Run, Daisy! Don't worry about me! Run as fast as you can! Hey! Saul squatted down and hit Don's back with his elbow. Don fell on the ground with a thump and vomited a mouthful of foul-smelling water onto the floor. His body felt like it had been cracked in two by Saul's elbow. Since you're in such a hurry, I will help you to die, Saul said ferociously. Then he raised his foot and stomped down onto Don's back. Ah! Don screamed. Because of the pain, his head straightened up and his neck muscles protruded. His face became as red as a tomato, and his eyes were bulging and completely bloodshot. Saul snorted at him coldly. Seeing Don lying on the ground in agony reminded him of how he used to feel when he smashed other boxers in the ring. The surge of adrenaline and pleasure was intense. He hauled Don up from the ground with one large hand. Don was almost lifeless by this time and offered no resistance. "I'll teach you to think you can beat me," Saul hissed angrily and punched him in the face. Don's body slammed into the cupboard, and the cabinet split in two. Saul grabbed his opponent's clothes again and pulled him to his feet. His face was red and swollen like a tomato, and there was blood pouring from his nose. "Look at you now. You're more pitiful than the mangy street dogs," he laughed. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and the muscles in his hand bulged as he punched Don again, this time slamming him into the cabinet mirror. The noise of the cracking glass could hardly be heard over Don's scream. His skull had been cracked, and blood was pouring from a 3-inch wound in his scalp. Although the upper part of the mirror had been smashed, the lower half was still there, but with deadly long shards protruding upward. "Go to hell!" Saul shouted as he clenched his teeth, grabbed Don's limp body, and got ready to throw him onto the mirror shards. The intent was to cut Don's throat and finish him off for good. But as he raised Don's body, ready to throw it, a cell phone started ringing. Saul froze, and Daisy rushed over to her brother's body and hugged his head. "Turn off your cell phone right now," Saul ordered angrily. He didn't like to have any distractions when he was dealing with people. Don just about managed to pull out his cell phone. He was shaking so badly that he could hardly hold it, but he managed to see that Alex was calling him. "Give it to me," Saul demanded as he snatched the phone from Don. When he saw the name Alex on the screen, he smiled. It was a perfect opportunity to lure Alex to that flat to kill him there. After all, it would be much easier to kill him there than at the university. He pressed the answer button and listened as Alex said, "Don, are you at home?" After finishing his day's work, Alex had eaten the supper that Debbie had brought him. When he saw that Debbie had turned her light out, he started thinking about Don. He was worried about him, so decided to call to check that he was okay. "Alex?" Saul answered coldly. Hearing his voice made Alex's heart thump. He had a really bad feeling about the man that answered Don's phone. He asked warily, "Who are you?" Saul told him, "I'm with Don. If you don't want me to hurt him anymore, you'd better come to his home right now. And don't call the police or bring anyone with you. Don't tell anyone what's going on. If you do any of those things, I promise that I will kill your friend." "What? Don't hurt him!" Alex cried desperately. "Well, it depends on whether you get here in time or not," Saul replied. When he heard the panic in Alex's voice, he knew that he would come. "Alex, don't come! He'll kill..." Don tried to say, but Saul slapped him in the face. Don! Alex was desperate to help his friend. One more time. If you're not here in half an hour, you won't be seeing your friend again, Saul said calmly and ended the call. Episode 270, Alex joins the fight. As the call ended, Alex had no doubt that if he didn't get there in time, Don would be killed. He ran outside and took a taxi and went straight to Don's home. Fortunately, Don had already told him where he lived. "Please, drive more quickly," he asked. They seemed to be going very slowly. The driver replied, "If you think you can drive better than me, please be my guest. I can't wait to see how well a security guard can drive through Baltimore." His family had been taxi drivers in Baltimore for several generations. He was very relaxed about his job. But Alex knew that Don's life was in his hands. He was frantic. "Stop the car," he told the driver. "Why? Do you want to get out here? The minimum fare is $5. Do you want to pay by cash or card?" asked the driver. Alex got out of the car, went round to the driver's side, opened the door, and pulled the driver out. The driver thought that Alex was attempting to steal the cab, and he looked at him with terror. "Get in the car!" Alex yelled at him as he climbed into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Cowed, the driver climbed into the passenger seat. With a roar of the engine, the taxi flew out onto the highway. It took them only 15 minutes to get to Don's home. They would have been even quicker if they hadn't been stopped by several sets of traffic lights on the road. As soon as the driver got out of his car, he vomited on the ground. He had been driving for 20 years, but he had never gone so fast through the city. He had spent the whole journey terrified that Alex was going to crash. Fortunately, they had reached their destination without hitting any other vehicles. Alex gave him $100 and turned his back to him. The basement where Don lived was easy to find, and he quickly arrived at his door. He tried to open the door, but it was locked. He took a deep breath and knocked hard 3 times. Then there was the sound of the bolt being pulled back. Then a deep male voice said, "Come in." Alex opened the door and went in. He saw Don lying on the ground with his hands clasped in front of him. His face was covered with blood, and it was clear that he was in pain. An innocent-looking girl kneeled beside him. "Don!" Alex exclaimed. His entire focus was on his friend, and he completely forgot that there was another person in the room. "Alex," said a deep voice, and Alex quickly stood. He turned around and saw a huge man standing behind the door. He was aiming a powerful fist straight at his face. Saul planned to knock Alex unconscious with one punch, and then quickly deal with the 2 security guards together. Then he could have a good time with the sister. He intended to leave the bodies of the 2 guards somewhere where wild animals would eat their corpses. No one would know what happened to the 2 missing security guards. He had everything worked out in his mind. But first, he had to carry out his plan. Already, things were not going as he had imagined. His first punch didn't knock Alex unconscious. In fact, it missed him altogether. Using his martial arts training, Alex managed to duck away from his opponent's fist and grab hold of his hands. Using Saul's own strength against him, combined with his own, he was able to throw the big man backward. Saul hit the wall with a loud thud, and the entire apartment seemed to shake with the impact. "Who are you?" Saul asked, panicking slightly. He realized that beating this young man was not going to be as simple as he'd assumed. "Who am I? That's not what you should be worrying about right now," Alex replied. This man had beaten Don badly. He was not going to let him off lightly. "I'm going to kill you," Saul told him. Although Saul realized that Alex was not as weak as he had thought, he still felt that he could easily beat him. Saul aimed another punch to his opponent's head. He was determined to knock him unconscious. Alex raised his hands and met Saul's fist with his two hands clasped together. When he heard the sound of bone breaking, he checked his hands but found that they were intact. Saul's hand was broken from the middle finger to the thumb. "Ah!" he screamed out in pain and frustration. It was not going at all as he had imagined. The young man he was fighting was way stronger than any opponent that he had faced in the underground fighting ring. Saul looked at Alex in horror and asked, "Who are you? Where did you learn to fight like that?" "I told you, you shouldn't waste your time worrying about that," Alex said as he looked at Saul coldly. Slowly, he walked over to him. Saul looked defeated and scared for his life. But suddenly he raised his hand, and in it was a small pistol aimed directly at Alex's head. Saul rarely used his gun. He preferred physical combat, which he felt was more enjoyable. But he realized that on this occasion, he had no alternative. He felt that if he didn't use the gun, he wouldn't live to see the sunrise. Alex stopped and stared at the pistol in Saul's hand. Saul smiled, looking more relaxed. He said, "I admit that you're stronger than me and a skillful fighter. But do you really think that in modern society your martial arts skills are invincible? What a joke. Today you're going to die." Alex wasn't perturbed by Saul's words. He stepped forward again. "Do you want to die?" Saul roared. At the same time, he pulled the trigger. There was an ear-piercing bang as the gun fired into the room. Following the gunshot, Saul relaxed. He knew that Alex must be dead, and he could turn his attention to finishing off Don, and then having fun with his sister. Don and Daisy also assumed for a second that Alex must be dead. There was no way he could have dodged the bullet when it was fired at such close range. But they didn't know that when Saul pulled the trigger, Alex raised his hand. They hadn't noticed the flash of light on metal as the gun went off. There was a spray of sparks in the space between Alex and Saul, and then a soft poof sound. When everyone looked in awe at Alex, they saw a small copper bullet embedded in the wall behind his head. They watched as the bullet slipped slowly from the wall and landed on the ground with a thump. Alex didn't turn around, but kept his eyes on the muzzle of Saul's gun the whole time. As soon as he had seen that his opponent had a gun, he had pulled out his blade, which had hit the bullet and changed its trajectory. What? Saul was stunned. What did he just do? How can someone change the direction of a bullet? In Saul's eyes, Alex had become a terrifying opponent. If he couldn't kill him in the next seconds, then he might be the one to die instead. Die! Saul yelled and fired 7 shots at Alex in a row. But Alex managed to deflect each bullet with his blade. Not a single shot hit him. In a panic, Saul tried to pull the trigger again, but nothing happened. The gun was empty. He was out of ammunition. Alex punched Saul hard in the face. Saul hit the wall and fell to the ground. Alex had only put half his power behind the punch. If he had used all his strength, he would have broken Saul's neck. Without giving Saul a chance to breathe, he raised his foot and kicked him in the ribs. "Ah!" Saul cried as he slid across the ground and hit the far wall. Most of Saul's ribs were broken, but not all. Saul was aware that Alex could have shattered all of his ribs if he wanted to. "Get up," Alex said, as he bent down and grabbed Saul's waist with both hands. He lifted Saul over his head and threw him back down on the ground. There was a loud thud as his back hit the ground. "Ah!" Saul groaned as he writhed on the ground. His face was scrunched up from the intense pain coursing through his entire body. At that moment, he would have gladly died to stop the pain he was feeling. Alex went over to Don and helped him up. Thank you," Daisy said to Alex, who was their savior in her eyes. "You must take Don straight to the hospital to get his injuries treated. Don't worry about the money, I'll cover it. I'll meet you there later," Alex told her. "Okay," Daisy nodded. She understood this was no time to argue. "Alex, you should come with us," Don said. He was full of awe and respect for Alex. But he was also thinking ahead. He knew that soon, Saul's accomplices would arrive looking for him. Although Alex was powerful, even he couldn't stand up to a whole gang of thugs. Alex shook his head and said, "I have a few things to take care of first. You go to the hospital with Daisy now, and I'll meet you there soon." "Don't worry, Alex. I'll get my brother to the hospital. Please be careful," Daisy said, then walked out of the door with Don. Saul, who was rolling around on the ground, was starting to recover a little. When he saw that Alex was staring at him, he shivered all over and shuffled backward. Looking at Alex, he felt like he was looking into the eyes of the devil himself. "Now, take me to meet the 2 rich guys who ordered you to come here," Alex demanded. Alex knew without asking that Saul must have been sent by the 2 rich guys in the BMW that he had offended at the university. They had clearly wanted to kill him and Don, and Alex wasn't about to let them off. "Yes, okay." Saul didn't dare to resist, so he quickly agreed to Alex's demand. He told him, "I don't know where they are now. I need to make a call to find out." "Okay. I don't need to remind you who's in charge here," Alex said. He felt confident that Saul was too scared to play any tricks. Saul tried to calm down so that Chris wouldn't be able to tell that there was anything wrong with him. He took out his cell phone and dialed Chris's number. He panicked a little when his call wasn't answered immediately. At that time, Chris and Julian were in Julian's private villa. They were in a huge bedroom containing a large double bed situated right in the middle of the room. Around the walls were a desk, chair, and other furniture. The door of the room was open, leading to a large ensuite. This was the room where Julian brought guests, particularly beautiful women. Over the last year, he had slept with over 30 women in that bed. That particular day, Julian had summoned 2 very pretty young ladies to entertain himself and his cousin. At that moment, Julian was busy with one of the girls by the desk, while Chris had taken the other girl into the bathroom. Julian's body was covered with sweat, and the room echoed with the sounds of their kissing. He was in the throes of ecstasy. At a pivotal moment, he was interrupted by the ringtone of his cousin's cell phone. When he heard the phone ringing, Julian looked in the direction of the bathroom and thought, "Chris is having too good a time. I won't disturb him." He grabbed Chris's cell phone and was about to cut off the call when he saw that the caller was Saul. Expecting good news, he smiled and answered the call. "Saul, have you dealt with those 2 security guards? Is it done?" Episode 271, Taking the Blame. Saul was surprised to hear Julian's voice on the other end. But from what Alex had told him, Julian and Chris were working together. And now Julian was answering Chris's phone. Clearly they were in the same place. "I've taken care of the security guards," Saul lied. "Great," Julian answered. "Good job, Saul." He sounded happy and relieved. "Are you at the hotel now?" "No, we're at my house. We're just having some fun." Julian paused for a moment before continuing. "Saul, you've done well. As a thank you, you can join us if you want. If not, then more for me." With that, Julian hung up the phone. Saul turned to Alex. "They're at Julian's house." "Take me there right now," Alex shouted. He couldn't contain his anger. Saul didn't dare protest. "All right. My car is outside. I'll take you there." Alex followed Saul out of the building. When they came out onto the street, the crowd that had gathered due to the commotion started slinking away. They got into Saul's car and drove away. Over at Julian's house, Chris came out of the bathroom hand in hand with the girl he had been with. Giggling, she ran ahead to the bed. Julian looked at him. He had always felt close to his cousin. They shared the same interests, and sometimes they indulged in them together. "Was that my phone ringing?" Chris asked. "Was it Saul?" "Yeah, it was Saul," Julian answered with excitement. "The security guards are taken care of." Already? Chris was a little surprised. He trusted Saul to deal with things, but it had been less than 2 hours. The timing seemed off. "It's done!" Julian exclaimed triumphantly. He didn't have any doubts. He glanced at the girl on the bed. "Come on, let's celebrate. Take our mind off things." Chris smiled and felt his doubts melt away. He didn't know why he had hesitated, but he was back to normal. Meanwhile, Alex and Saul were getting closer. Julian lived in a luxurious community on the outskirts of Baltimore. When Alex and Saul approached, they saw that it was gated and protected by security guards. They drove up to the gate and were immediately approached by a security guard. "Who are you here to see?" the guard asked. "If you don't have a good reason to be here, you're not getting in." "We're here to see Julian," Saul exclaimed without looking at the security guard. He was anxious and uneasy. "He's expecting us. Call him and ask if you have to." The security guard became less sure of himself. 2 hours ago, he had seen Julian and Chris enter the community together, and he knew better than to disturb them when they were together. "Don't you recognize me?" Saul continued. "I'm telling you, call him if you're so unsure." Saul glared at the security guard with a fierce expression on his swollen face. In the dim light, his appearance startled the security guard. He remembered Saul. He had been on duty a month earlier when Saul had come to the community to do something for Chris. And he had heard of him. He had heard that he was an underground boxer and that he was a merciless fighter. He tried to compose himself, but on the inside, he was afraid of what Saul might do to him. "All right," he said. "Just calm down. You can pass." He opened the gate and Saul drove slowly up to Julian's villa. Inside, Chris and Julian had just finished their little celebration. Chris rose from the bed, walked over to the chair where his clothes were hanging, and took out his cigarettes. "Are you really taking a break?" Julian asked merrily. "The night's still young." Chris sat down on the chair, put a cigarette in his mouth, and lit it. The breeze from the window was cold. He got up and went over to close it when he suddenly froze. Outside, a car was coming into Julian's driveway. Saul's car. Chris grew nervous and stepped behind the curtain, watching closely what was going on below. 2 people got out of the car. One of them was Saul. The other was the little security guard, the one called Alex, the one that Saul supposedly had gotten rid of. Chris's mind was spinning. It all makes sense, he thought. Saul lied on the phone before, and he lied because someone was threatening him. That someone must have been Alex. But how could Alex threaten Saul? He couldn't. Saul must be in on it. "Hey, Julian!" Chris exclaimed as he walked back to the bed. "What?" Julian asked. "What's wrong with you?" Before Chris could answer him, a loud bang rang through the house. It was the sound of the front door opening and shutting. Julian also heard it, and he rose from the bed in surprised anger. Chris forced himself to calm down, walked quickly over to Julian and whispered to him, "Whatever happens, follow my lead." Julian looked confused. The sound of footsteps came from the hallway. They came closer and closer. Chris and Julian stood silent, staring at the open doorway out into the hall, and Saul and Alex gradually appeared. The girls, who had been lying still on the bed up until this point, sat up quickly and hid under the bedsheet. Julian grew as pale as a ghost. "Saul, I don't know what's happened, but you better deal with this little prick," he shouted angrily. Alex could tell that he was frightened. Saul lowered his head and didn't answer. He knew that he couldn't take Alex on even if he wanted to. Alex looked at the two naked men and smiled. "Are you celebrating?" "What do you want?" Julian shouted and stepped warily away from Alex. "What do I want?" Alex responded. "If you were me, what would you want to do to you?" "Look, I really don't know anything about it," Chris blurted out. "I had no idea he would try to kill you." Saul and Julian were both taken aback. They both knew that killing Alex had been Chris's idea. But when Saul looked into Chris's eyes, he understood. He was playing a trick, and he needed Saul to play along. Julian gave Chris a puzzled look. He still didn't understand what was happening. Chris turned toward him. "Julian, why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I wouldn't have let you do it. It was a stupid thing to do." As he looked into Julian's eyes, he gave him a slight wink. Julian suddenly understood everything. Chris was asking him to take the blame. He was in a bind. If he accepted responsibility, he would suffer Alex's revenge. But if he didn't take the blame, Chris would never trust him again. And Chris's family was far more influential than his own. Losing their support would be a terrible blow. Julian had no choice but to do what Chris wanted. "I figured Saul could take care of it," he said to Chris with feigned remorse. "I was wrong." "So it was your idea?" Alex's eyes fixed on Julian, and temper flared. Episode 272, Fresh Wounds. Julian stared fearfully at Alex. He wasn't used to being in such a vulnerable position. Usually, he only needed to say his name, and nobody would touch him. "So what?" he said with a tremor in his voice. "What are you going to do about it? I'm Julian Devant, and my cousin here is a Stedman. If you touch me, you're dead meat." "So you can just do whatever you want, is that it?" Alex asked and started slowly walking over to Julian. "I'm warning you," Julian squealed as he stumbled backwards. He was deeply afraid. He stumbled up against the edge of the bed and sat down. Feeling with his hands, and never taking his eyes off Alex, he slid over the edge of the bed until he came up against the wall. The girls moved over to the other side, but they didn't dare to get out. Sensing that he was boxed in, Julian lost the last remnants of his composure. "Please don't hurt me, man. I was just so angry. I didn't know what I was doing." Alex had reached the other side of the bed. Chris was standing behind him. He wasn't sure what to do. "I could probably strangle this guy right here," he thought. "I'm strong enough, and he's looking the other way. Now's the perfect chance." But just as he was about to reach out for Alex's neck, Julian pulled out a pistol from underneath the pillow beside him. He aimed it at Alex and smiled triumphantly. "I'd almost forgotten that I had this," he said. "Bet you didn't expect that, did you?" He stared at Alex for a few seconds, enjoying his victory. "Go to hell," he said, and pulled the trigger. Alex reacted with lightning speed. He didn't have the time to register what was happening around him. It was as if he had been taken over by some animal instinct. Julian's bullet hit the wall behind him. Julian was amazed. Alex moved with such speed that he didn't understand what had happened. When he finally realized, he immediately tried to point the gun at Alex again. But before he could pull the trigger, he saw a flash of light in the corner of his eye. A little knife came flying toward him and hit his hand. He dropped the pistol. Julian's hand throbbed with pain, and when he finally raised his head, he saw Alex standing over him. He had picked up the gun and was now pointing it at Julian. Julian was so scared that he couldn't speak nor move. He trembled and fell back onto the bed. "Would you like to know what it feels like?" Alex asked coldly. "No, please," Julian blubbered. He knelt down on the bed and pleaded with Alex. "Listen, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me." "Get over here," Alex suddenly shouted to Saul. Saul came over and stood by his side. "Shoot him," Alex said, and gave the gun to Saul. If he wants to come after me and my friends, Alex thought, let him see what happens if you fail. I'm not Alex Ambrose anymore. My family isn't going to solve my problems. I need to find my own solutions. Saul took the gun and looked over at Julian. He trembled slightly. "I'm sorry, Julian." "Saul, don't you dare shoot me!" Julian erupted in desperate anger. "I'll kill you!" "Sorry," Saul repeated. He raised the gun slowly. He knew that if he didn't do what Alex said, he might be the one who was shot. Julian was shaking violently. He looked at Chris with pleading eyes. "Chris, please stop him. Come on, he's going to shoot me." "Saul," Chris exclaimed. Julian was overjoyed. His cousin would save him. He looked at Saul. "Put down the gun. You know who he is. If you don't do what he says, his family will hunt you down." "Julian," Chris interrupted softly. Julian looked back at him. His face looked sad, but determined. It didn't look like he's trying to stop Saul. Julian's heart started racing. "Get out of the bed," Chris continued. "Stand up and take the shot. If you're kneeling on the bed, it won't be clean. He might hit you in a bad place and you'll suffer." "He's not going to stop it," Julian thought. "He just wants it to be quicker." "Cousin, help me," Julian whispered in despair. "Come off the bed," Chris said, and pulled Julian onto the floor. He frowned. "It's no use begging. Just get it over with." Julian looked over at Alex. "Please, just let me go. My family's important. I'll give you lots of money. Just don't let him shoot me." Julian's pitiful begging only increased Alex's hatred for him. He turned to Saul. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Saul pulled the trigger. The deafening sound of a gunshot rang out, and Julian cried out and fell to the floor. His right leg was bleeding profusely. He lay there on the floor, grasping his leg and screaming in agony. "Good, it's settled. I'm leaving." Alex looked at Julian and then turned toward the door. He had done what he had came to do, and now he wanted to go to the hospital and see Don. Saul was standing over Julian with the gun still in his hand. He couldn't believe what he had done. Now he'd have both Julian's and Chris's families after him.
I have to get out of here, he decided. If I'm caught by the police, they'll arrest me. But if I stay here, I'll be in the clutches of the Duvants and the Stedmans. Who knows what they'll do to me?
He ran out of the villa and disappeared out of the gated community. Julian was still lying on the ground, screaming, and the two girls on the bed were crouching in the corner. Chris was relieved. He had been smart enough to put all the responsibility on Julian. Otherwise, it might have been him who was shot. Ignoring Julian, Chris picked up his clothes, sat on the bed, and put them on slowly. Just as he had finished dressing, a team of security guards came rushing into the bedroom and saw Julian lying on the ground. They were all stunned.
Call an ambulance immediately, Chris barked at them.
One of them took out his phone and dialed 911.
Chris,
Julian muttered through the pain.
I did what you asked, and look what happened. Now you must help me get revenge. Find that security guard, and Saul too. We'll give them back 10 times worse.
Chris walked over to Julian and squatted down beside him. He stroked his head gently and stared pensively out the window.
I promise, I'll make him feel worse than dead, and then I'll end it.
Chris had thought about his situation. It didn't matter what Julian wanted him to do. Alex was a skilled fighter, and he had declared himself Chris's enemy. He couldn't allow that. Once he had left the house and walked out of the community gate, Alex hailed a taxi and called Don. Once he found out which hospital Don had been taken to, he hurried there as fast as he could. He got out of the taxi and ran to the 3rd floor of the hospital. When he got to Don's room, he saw that his sister Daisy was there. Don was lying in bed, and his wound had not been treated.
Alex, you're here. Are you okay? Don asked.
When he saw the peaceful expression on Alex's face, he was relieved.
Don, how come they haven't taken care of you yet?
Alex asked anxiously. He was worried.
The hospital said that we didn't have enough money for surgery,
Daisy said and touched Don's arm. Her eyes were full of worry.
We barely had enough to pay for this bed.
She stood up, walked over to Alex and looked pleadingly into his eyes.
Alex, could you lend us some money for Don's surgery? I promise I'll pay you back. I'm still in school, but I can pay you back a little whenever I can. Please help us.
Alex looked into her eyes. He had heard Don talk about how he worked to give her money while she was studying, but she was clearly not helpless. No matter how dependent she'd been on Don, Alex could see that she would do anything to pay him back.
We can't ask him to do that, Daisy, Don said. Alex is also just a security guard and he just started working. How could he lend us that much money?
Alex was deeply moved by Daisy's determination. Without saying a word, he turned around and left the room. Daisy almost started crying.
What are we going to do, Don? Your wound will get infected. She came over and sat on the edge of his bed, and she looked at him hopelessly.
It's okay, Daisy, Don said with a smile. I'm tough. Let's just buy some rubbing alcohol and gauze and wrap me up.
He put on a brave face, but he was dejected. Although he could understand Alex's decision, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The surgery was expensive, but not ridiculously so. On a security guard's salary, it could be paid back in a few years. Okay then, Daisy said and stood up. You lie down and I'll go get what we need. Suddenly the door flew open and someone came into the room. Daisy looked up in surprise. It was Alex. Where are you going? He asked. I'm going to get stuff so we can clean the wound ourselves, Daisy answered. I don't think that would be a good idea, Alex said bluntly. Just then, a doctor and 2 nurses followed him into the room. Doctor, Alex exclaimed triumphantly, please get my friend ready for surgery. Episode 273, The Interrogation. The doctor and the nurses went over to Don and looked him over. Alex? Don was very surprised. Alex didn't leave, he realized. He went out to get me a doctor. Don't say anything, Alex answered. Let's just get you that surgery. He felt a little bad that he had stormed out of the room without saying anything. But Daisy's pleading had made him furious that the hospital wouldn't operate on Don. That was why he had left and gone straight to the nurse's station to ask for the best surgeon in the hospital. The cost didn't matter, since he had the bank card that the Moon Girls had given to him. The nurses looked carefully at Don's wound, and then the doctor ordered him to be prepared for surgery. As they rolled his bed out of the room and down the hallway, Alex and Daisy went over to a group of chairs and sat down. Thank you, Alex, Daisy said with gratitude. Thank you for saving him. I promise I'll pay you back. She looked him in the eye and his eyes sparkled with joy. Don't worry about it. Don is my friend. He needs help. That's all that matters. He smiled at her. That's kind of you, Daisy responded, and her face grew serious. But you and Don have the same job. I know what you make. How could you afford it? I'll pay you back, I promise. We can talk about it later, Alex said with a bitter smile. After Don's injury is healed, he thought, I'll tell them everything. A doctor came walking up to them. He seemed nervous. Sir, would you please come with me? I have some documents for you to sign. All right, Alex said. Wait here, Daisy. If you're tired, take a rest. I'll go and check on Don afterwards. He stood up and followed the doctor down the hallway. When they went around a corner toward the doctor's office, he walked straight into the barrel of a gun. It was pointed right at his face. Don't move, said the woman holding the gun. She was wearing a plaid shirt, and she glared at him with ink-black eyes. Her face was hard and determined.
Somehow Alex knew that she would not hesitate to shoot him. He didn't move. He just stood there and looked quietly at her. Behind her, 2 men in police uniforms came walking up to him and restrained him. They put handcuffs on his wrists behind his back. The woman put the gun away, and the 2 policemen searched him. "He doesn't have a gun on him, ma'am," one of them reported.
"Alex Ambrose, you're under arrest for the shooting of Julian Duvant," the woman said. "We're taking you back to the police station for interrogation." Unbeknownst to Alex, Chris had called the Baltimore police and told them that Alex and Saul had broken into Julian's house and shot him. Officer Chelsea Wood had been sent to find them, and she had quickly learned that Alex had gone straight to the hospital. Knowing his name, she had found him easily, and she had asked one of the doctors to lure him away from the other people. "I didn't shoot him, officer," Alex protested. "It had nothing to do with me. Saul did it alone." "So, it's somebody else's fault. How convenient." Chelsea gave Alex a contemptuous look. In her experience, the more the suspect protested and tried to shift the blame, the more likely he was to be guilty. "Alex?" Daisy asked as she came around the corner. When she saw that he was being detained, she grew animated. "What are you arresting him for? He's a good man. This is a mistake." "Don't worry," Chelsea told her. "If he's innocent, he'll be released. But if he's guilty, I'll take him to prison myself." She turned to the 2 policemen. "Take him away." The policemen nodded and escorted Alex out of the building. As they walked away, Daisy was left standing alone in the hallway. She was worried and confused, but there was nothing she could do. Her brother was still in surgery, and she had to wait for him. The policemen escorted Alex out of the building and shoved him into a police car. They got in and sat on each side of him, while a 3rd policeman drove them back to the police station. Chelsea sat in the passenger seat in the front. "You've really gone and made a mess for yourself," one of the officers said. "Julian Duvant was taken straight to the emergency room. He's still in surgery. You'd better hope he pulls through." "I told you I didn't shoot him," Alex protested. "We'll find out soon enough," said Chelsea, who glared at him through the rear view mirror. "Don't get worked up. It'll only make things worse for you." Something about her gave Alex a sense of relief. She seems like an honest and fair-minded person, he thought. If she's in charge of my case, at least I'll get a fair hearing. He stopped talking and looked out the window for the rest of the drive. In a few minutes, they arrived at the police station. Alex was directly taken to the interrogation room and was asked to sit down at the table. Chelsea and another officer sat down on the other side. "Why did you shoot Julian Duvant?" the male officer asked. He looked at Alex as if he had already decided that he was guilty. "I didn't," Alex responded. "It was a man named Saul who shot him." "If you don't come clean now, you'll only make it worse," the officer said and stared at Alex. "I would advise that you confess. You know, the guys you attacked are well known in this town. Good, upstanding people. We want to solve this thing as quickly as possible." "Dwight," Chelsea exclaimed, "don't bring your personal feelings into this." Dwight got worked up.
Come on, Chelsea, he's obviously guilty. Chelsea gave him a stern look.
You're no use in here right now. Go have a cigarette and calm down. I'll handle this on my own.
He looked indignant. You think I can't do my job?
I'm not professional enough? Exactly. Now get out. That's an order.
Chelsea pointed to the door. From her tone, it was clear that she would not tolerate anyone questioning her orders. Dwight looked at her. Her treatment of him had made him very angry, but he didn't dare to disobey her. The rumor was that Chelsea came from an influential family. Even the captain of the precinct was hesitant to reprimand her. He rose and stormed out of the interrogation room. Once he was gone, Chelsea turned back to Alex.
Now, tell me honestly, what's this all about?
Alex thought about it for a moment, and then he told her everything that had happened since that afternoon. Chelsea took notes the whole way through. When he was done telling his story, she put her pencil down on the table and looked at him. So you're saying that Saul shot Julian on his own?
Yes, and there's proof,
Alex responded. If you examine the gun, you'll find 3 sets of fingerprints. Mine, Saul's, and Julian's. But mine won't be on the trigger. I picked the gun off the floor, but I never fired it. Only the other 2 did. We're collecting evidence right now, Chelsea told him. We'll find out whether you're telling the truth. She paused. But from what you've just told me, you've still committed a crime. You coerced Saul into shooting Julian when he wasn't a threat to you. I'll still have to charge you. Julian ordered Saul to kill me and my friend, Alex protested. I stopped him, and then he brought me to Julian's house. He took out his gun and almost killed me. So I told Saul to shoot him. It was self-defense. No, it wasn't. Making someone else shoot an unarmed man isn't self-defense. And besides, your story doesn't hold up. I know who Saul is. He's a fierce fighter. And you say you just subdued him? And then you tell me that you were shot at and just got out of the way. Twice. It's like a fairy tale. I told you I'm not a liar. Whatever you are, we'll find out soon, Chelsea said and closed her notebook. We need to detain you until the truth comes out. She stood up, and Alex followed her lead. Her eyes suddenly flashed, and her right hand came flying in a wide arc right for Alex's neck. Alex was startled, but he had time to lower his head and let her hand pass safely through the air above him. Chelsea looked surprised that he had been able to dodge her blow, and she immediately went for his face again. Alex leaned backwards, and the blow grazed his nose. Then, he pushed the table forward with his legs. It slid across the floor and hit Chelsea in the thighs. She cried out in pain and took 2 steps back. When he saw her wincing in pain, Alex was overcome with remorse. I'm sorry, he said. Chelsea had only wanted to find out whether Alex could really have subdued Saul. If this is how he does with handcuffs on, she thought, then perhaps he's telling the truth. But she still wasn't sure. She held up her fists and rushed toward Alex. Once again, she aimed for his nose. Alex stayed calm. In his mind, her fighting skills were nothing to be concerned about. He twisted his body to avoid Chelsea's fist and moved toward her. She lifted her knee to kick him in the side, but he was quicker. He lifted his right leg and pinned her leg between his. She couldn't move. "Let me go," she shouted. She grew angry and she wriggled to get out of his grip. She lost her balance and fell backward onto the table. She pulled Alex down with her, and he fell on top of her. When they landed, he accidentally kissed her on the lips. Episode 274, Nowhere to Run. Alex and Chelsea stared at each other in confusion. Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breaths. Neither of them moved. They didn't know what to do. As they lay there on the table, the door suddenly opened, and 2 policemen rushed into the room. They must have heard that something was going on inside. When they came into the room, they froze, evidently stunned at what they saw. Chelsea pushed Alex aside and stood up. He staggered backwards and nearly fell. The 2 policemen looked quizzingly at her, but neither dared to ask what was going on. "Take him to a cell," Chelsea ordered. Then she glanced over at Alex. When she saw that he was looking at her, she turned pale and hurried out of the room. "You're barking up the wrong tree there, kid," one of the policemen said. "That one's as cold as ice. You're not going to get off any easier by trying to get with her. Now let's go." They grabbed Alex by the arms and led him over to the detention cells. Chelsea rushed off to her desk and sat down. She looked around for anything to distract herself with, but her mind was still in the interrogation room with Alex. She had never had time for boys. School and work had always come first for her. She had never been in a relationship, never even been kissed. And now she realized that Alex had stolen her first kiss. "It's shameful," she thought. "It's not the way I was raised. I'm not that kind of woman." She was flustered and felt her temperature rising. "Chelsea," a police officer shouted as he walked quickly toward her. "They've collected the evidence from Julian's villa. They're checking fingerprints and comparing blood samples now." Chelsea's attention immediately returned to the case. She looked at the police officer, and her eyes burned with reignited focus. "Thanks, I'll go and have a look." She got up and walked over to the forensics lab. Meanwhile, Captain Finn Murphy, the captain of the Central District Precinct, was returning to the station. He had been at home resting when he had received the call about the incident at Julian's house. He had immediately gotten dressed and hurried back to the station. A shooting involving members of both the Duvant and the Stedman families was bound to cause a stir. When he came into the station, the staff immediately stood up as a show of respect. Finn wasn't in the mood for formalities, and he looked around for someone who might know of any recent developments. "Larry," he said to one of them, who was standing over by the wall to the right. It almost looked as if he had been hiding. "In my office right now. I need to know what's happened." "Yes," Larry said cautiously. Finn had just grasped the handle on the door to his office when his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and was taken aback. He stood frozen for a second and then turned to Larry. "Wait outside first. I'll call for you later." Larry walked away. Finn went into his office, sat down in his chair, took a deep breath and answered the phone. "Hello, Chris?" In the Baltimore underworld, the Stedmans were the only family that could match the Cliftons. In some ways, they were in an even more advantageous position. Art Stedman, the head of the family and Chris's father, was an influential politician with significant clout in the mayor's office and beyond. If Chris was calling him, then Finn knew he had to tread carefully. "Hello, Captain Murphy," Chris said. "I believe you've been informed about my cousin's case." "I know the broad strokes," Finn replied. "One of my officers was just about to fill me in." "There's no need," Chris said abruptly. "I'll tell you. My cousin was shot by two guys called Alex and Saul. They tried to kill him, but they failed. Now, I've been informed that you have Alex in your jail already. I hope I can count on you to make sure that he's kept there and that he's punished." Finn immediately understood that something fishy was going on. If we kept this Alex kid locked up, it'll be easy for Chris to get to him, he thought. That must be what he's after. But why is he going to all this trouble? "Is there a problem?" Chris asked coldly. "Oh, no problem at all," Finn answered hurriedly. He was frightened, and his voice and his body trembled. "Good. I expect to hear that charges are being filed very soon. Do you have any leads on Saul? I personally suspect that he's already dead. When you find him, please don't make a fuss. And no need for the usual song and dance. Just cremate him and be done with it." "Yes, all right," Finn said. He grew more and more unsettled. He wondered if he had read Chris's implication correctly. "Okay then, Captain. I won't disturb you any longer. You have work to do. Goodbye." Chris hung up. Finn put his phone away and called Larry into his office. Then he sat and listened as all the facts of the case were explained to him. Chris put his phone away. He was at the hospital where Julian had been taken, and Julian was being brought out of the emergency room. He was being rolled out in a wheelchair. His parents were there waiting for him, and they anxiously approached the doctor. "Doctor, how is his leg?" asked Patrick Duvant, Julian's father, and grasped the doctor's white coat sleeve. The doctor shook his head slowly. "We removed the bullet, but the injury has damaged his muscle tissue. He's not in any danger, but his leg will probably never fully recover." Patrick stared at him in disbelief for a few seconds, and then he suddenly erupted in anger. "You hacks! You couldn't even fix a simple bullet wound?" He looked as if he was about to attack the doctor. "If my son ends up lame, I promise he'll never work again." Julian was staring into the floor and looked as if he was going to cry. "I don't want to live if I'm not going to be able to walk," he said. His mother bent down and hugged him. "It'll be all right, Julian.
We'll find a better hospital. They should never have brought you here. I'll make sure to find the best doctor in the country. We'll fix this, I promise."
After Julian and his father calmed down, they went to the VIP wing of the hospital. Julian had been given a spacious room with a comfortable bed, and his father, his mother, and Chris gathered around him as he got into it.
"They crippled me,"
he said as he lay down. Hatred shone in his eyes.
"I want them to pay."
He turned to Chris.
"Chris, you must find them for me. I won't be able to breathe as long as they're still out there." "Chris, I heard you call that police captain earlier," Julian's mother observed. "Do you have a plan?"
Patrick also looked to Chris. He knew that his nephew could be trusted to handle things. "He's already on top of it," he thought hopefully. "He'll make this right." "Don't worry," Chris told them. "The police have already caught Alex. I just called the captain of the precinct where he's being held, and I made it clear that he shouldn't go easy on him. As long as Alex is locked up, it'll be easy to get to him." Julian's face lit up.
"That's great," he exclaimed. "If he's put in prison, he'll be an easy target. If we can, we should make sure he's put in the worst possible place. He won't survive the first week.
If he does, I'll take care of him myself." Julian stopped himself. He seemed to have remembered something.
"But what about Saul? We can't let him get away. I mean, he's the one who actually shot me."
"Don't worry," Chris answered confidently. "Saul's one of mine. I can deal with him easily." The Devants were all somewhat surprised at his confidence. Saul wasn't just anyone. He was a veteran of their dirty work and a champion of underground boxing. But they trusted Chris entirely. And besides, he had the resources of his family. If he told them he would take care of it, then that is what he would do. Chris smiled at them and looked at his watch. It was as if he knew what they were thinking. "I don't think Saul has much time left. It's now 1 o'clock. I doubt he'll make it to 2. Chris had thought the whole thing through. Saul was rash. His first thought would be to run away. As powerful as Chris's family was, he was skilled enough to have a 50-50 chance of getting out of the country. But Chris knew Saul's weakness. It was a woman. And not just any woman, but someone Chris had introduced Saul to himself. Chris did something similar with every employee who didn't already have a family that could be exploited. And Saul is particularly smitten with this one, Chris thought. There's no way he'll run without her. And when he comes for her, my man will be waiting for him. Meanwhile, Saul was driving up to the apartment of his girlfriend, Danielle. If he was going to have to leave town, he wanted to take her with him. When he got to her building, he got out of the car and went inside. He went up the stairs and knocked on her door. "Danielle," he shouted, "open the door." The door crept open, and a short-haired beauty appeared in the crack. Her face looked strained, but Saul didn't have time to notice. "Danielle, let's go," he said. "I'll take you out of Baltimore." He grabbed Danielle by the arm and tried to lead her downstairs. "Hello, Saul," a voice cried out. Saul had been in such a hurry that he hadn't noticed the man standing behind Danielle. It was Cyrus, one of Chris's men. He held a gun in his hand and pointed it at Danielle. Saul was stunned. Chris had anticipated his every step.
"Come inside and no one gets hurt,"
Sarah said. Danielle was shaking with fear.
"All right," Saul answered and raised his hands. "There's no need to do anything drastic. I'll do as you say." He stepped into the apartment and closed the door behind him.
Episode 275, Calling the Shots. Once Saul was safely inside the apartment, two of Cyrus's men came forward and searched him. They confirmed to Cyrus that he was unarmed, and then they forced him to kneel. Saul instinctively tried to stand up again, but he stopped when the two men drew their guns on him. He counted the people in the room. There were 6 of them, not including Danielle.
"Saul!"
Danielle blubbered with tears in her eyes. Cyrus was holding a gun to her head. At that moment, all Saul wanted was to get her to safety. "Let her go," he said calmly. "I'll go with you to see Chris." Cyrus laughed. "See Chris? What are you talking about? You're never leaving this room." Saul's mind started racing. "This can't be happening," he thought. "I've been working for Chris for years. He wouldn't just kill me. I need to talk to him. He was there when I shot Julian. He knows I had no choice. I'm Chris's right-hand man," he said and looked Julian in the eye. "I want to speak to him, and you don't have the right to deny me." Cyrus hesitated. He knew how much Chris had always valued Saul. Perhaps if he had time to think about it, he wouldn't want him dead. He thought for a moment, and then he took out his phone and called Chris. After a few signals, someone answered on the other end. "Chris, we've caught Saul," Cyrus said. "At Danielle's place, just like you said. He wants to talk to you." The voice on the other end said something to him, and he walked over to Saul and held the phone against his face. Saul composed himself. "Chris, you were there. You know I had no choice. I've worked for you for years. You can't just off me like this. I'll take any punishment. You know that I won't complain. But not this."
"Is that Saul?"
a voice said in the background on the other end. It was Julian. He came forward and shouted directly into the phone. "You crippled me, you scumbag! You want punishment? Fine. I'll make you wish you were dead." Julian stopped himself. When he continued speaking, his voice was calmer. "You're going to learn something. Something Chris should have taught you. I'll teach you what happens when you cross the wrong people." Saul was seething with anger, but he kept it bottled up. He still had a glimmer of hope that Chris might let him live. Chris's voice came back to the phone. "Listen, Saul," he said. "You've made one mistake too many. I'm sorry, but there's no coming back from this." Saul lost his cool. "Chris, I've fought for you. I would have given my life for you. And this is how it ends?" Chris didn't answer. Cyrus put the phone back against his own ear. "Yeah, I understand," he said. "Don't worry. I'll make it clean." "Chris!" Saul cried out in a hurry. If Chris hung up the phone, all would be lost.
Do what you want to me. But I have one last request. Let Danielle go. Let her go back to her hometown and don't trouble her again.
She's my employee, Saul, he heard Chris saying. I'm not just going to release her. I'm the one who sent her to you.
What'll happen to her?
Saul said. He clenched his fist. What always happens to my girls? Chris said dismissively. It was clear that he was done talking. Saul was at a breaking point, and he clenched his fist tighter and tighter. Suddenly, Julian's voice came back into the phone.
No, much more than that, he said. I'll take her for myself. Once you're gone, I'll enjoy her company every day.
He started laughing. That was the last straw. Saul erupted. He stood up and rushed the two men who had guns on him. He grabbed one of them and tried to wrest his gun from his hands while using his body to shield himself from being shot by the other. The two men were startled and immediately started firing their guns. Saul managed to avoid the first few shots, but then he was hit in the shoulder and the thigh. The pain surged through him, but he endured it. He managed to yank the gun from the man's hands and quickly struck them both over the head with it. They fell to the floor unconscious. Cyrus and the others were pointing their guns at him. He reacted quickly and threw himself behind the sofa to his left. Shots rang out, but none of them hit him. The air in the room was filled with splinters, sawdust, and glass. Danielle was scared to death. She covered her ears and tried desperately to run over to Saul. Cyrus tried to grab her, but he was too slow. He raised his gun and fired. She fell motionless to the ground. The gunfire stopped.
Danielle?
Saul cried out. He couldn't see what was happening. There was no answer.
You'll pay for this!
Saul roared and rose. He unloaded his magazine on Cyrus and his remaining cronies. The sudden burst of gunfire caught them off guard. 3 of them fell, and Cyrus was hit in the right arm. He dropped his gun on the floor. When the gunfire settled down, Saul realized he had been hit inside. The adrenaline and his anger kept him standing. Cyrus sat against the wall, held his hand to his arm in an effort to stop the bleeding. Saul walked slowly over to him. His expression was completely blank. He grabbed Cyrus by the collar and punched him repeatedly in the face.
Please, don't,
Cyrus muttered as Saul kept pummeling. Then he stopped speaking. Saul let him go, and he fell to the floor. Saul looked at him. It was over. But when he stood there looking at Cyrus, he was struck by the reality of what had just happened. His anger and despair came back with increased intensity. He cried out in agony, kicked Cyrus several times, and punched the wall repeatedly. His hands were covered with blood, and his gunshot wounds ached terribly. Now that it was over, he felt the state he was in. A faint voice echoed in the room. Saul looked over and saw Cyrus's phone on the floor next to him. The phone call was still connected. He hobbled over to the phone and picked it up. "What happened?" Chris asked. For once, he sounded anxious. "Is it done?" "Chris," Saul whispered. He spoke calmly and gently, which made Chris's heart tremble. "I'm still here, Chris," he continued. can't say the same for the other guys, though. Or for Danielle. At the thought of her, his voice broke. He suddenly started crying. Don't worry, Chris. I'll let you pay me back. We'll work something out. Something reasonable. Given your family's wealth. I'll come and collect soon. He hung up. He dropped the phone and looked over at Danielle. He walked slowly over to her. He sat down beside her, rested her head on his leg, and gently stroked her hair. I'm sorry, he said. I know I said we'd travel the world. I shouldn't have made so many promises. He bent down and kissed her forehead. It seemed to him that she was sleeping and that he was just chatting with her. There was blood on her face. You're dirty, he said. I'll wipe it off for you. He rubbed the stain with his thumb, but it only increased in size. The reality of what had happened struck him again. He held her tightly and sobbed. Chris put his phone away and frowned. Saul was nothing to him. He was a lackey. A lackey who was only good for following orders, who had no will of his own. Lower than an animal. And yet, Saul had dared to speak to him as if he were in charge. He had threatened him. Chris simmered with anger. Episode 276, Confession. What happened? Julian asked as he watched Chris put away his phone. Julian's father and mother also looked at Chris. Saul killed my men, Chris said gloomily. He wanted to kill Saul for threatening him on the phone like that. Julian's family were shocked at the news. Julian cried out in panic. Didn't you send 6 people to kill Saul? Didn't you threaten him with his girlfriend? How could they have been killed? What else did he say? Shut up! Chris stared at him. He had already been in a bad mood and didn't need Julian adding to it. Julian stopped talking as he realized that he had upset Chris. He tried to flatter him. Sorry, I'm being too talkative, but there are thousands of ways to deal with him. When he falls into our hands, he'll know he's as good as gone. Chris didn't listen to him. Saul had said on the phone that he was going to make Chris pay. He had said some nonsense about his family and his money. He was angling to find the way to hurt Chris the most. The idea of Saul creeping upon him to get revenge made Chris clench his fists tightly in anger. When Chelsea Wood obtained the fingerprints that were on the pistol from Julian's villa, she found the results were just as Alex had said they would be. They had found Alex, Julian, and Saul's fingerprints on the gun's body. But only Julian and Saul had left fingerprints on the trigger. This showed that Alex had not shot Julian. But according to Alex's previous confession, he had coerced Saul to shoot Julian, so he had still broken the law. Chelsea sympathized with Alex and was angry at Julian and Chris for their arrogance and horrible behavior. But whatever her personal feelings, her responsibility was to uphold the law. She returned to her office, deep in thought. Ma'am, we've received a phone call from Saul. He's at Suite 903 Middle Street. reported a police officer. Her spirits rose after hearing the news.
Saul called the police?
Yes, we were surprised to hear the police report, the officer said. Saul only said that he was in Suite 903 Middle Street, and then he hung up. Officer Wood, what do you make of it?
I don't know, she thought.
But she looked at the officer and said, "Let's go now." "Yes," replied the officer, and followed her toward the hall. Chelsea took 4 officers with her and got in the police car. They drove to Saul's location on Middle Street. When they arrived at Suite 903, Chelsea still had lots of doubts about Saul's phone call. She wondered what kinds of tricks he might be up to. They moved slowly toward the door and communicated with each other using gestures. Dwight took the initiative to go to the door first. The first officer to enter a room was responsible for reporting the situation to the rest of the team. It was a very risky role, especially if the suspects were still inside. He wanted to be the first person to rush in after kicking the door open. Chelsea raised her right hand to stop him and gave him a stern look. She was the team's leader, so she should do the most dangerous task. She took her responsibility seriously, especially at critical moments like this. She quietly walked toward the door and used her fingers to count down from 3. As soon as the countdown was over, she kicked in the door. She raised her gun and scanned the room. When she signaled, the other police officers rushed in. She quickly found Saul. "Don't move!" she shouted. The other officers pointed their guns at him. But they soon discovered that they didn't need to be nervous. Saul had not played any tricks or lied on the phone. He sat silently on the ground, holding a dead woman in his arms. The scene in the room shocked the officers. 5 or 6 dead people were lying on the ground in big pools of blood. The room smelled of blood, which made one of the officers nauseous. "Here you are at last," Saul said, as he slowly turned his eyes toward Chelsea. He acted like a robot, without a trace of emotion. He had been feeling blank and empty since his girlfriend's death. "You killed all these people?" Chelsea asked. "Yes, I killed them all," Saul said calmly. He continued, "I turned myself in. I also take responsibility for the shooting at Julian's house a few hours ago. Chris Stedman hired me to kill 2 university security guards, but I failed. They were furious with me. I was so angry that I shot Julian. Chris sent these people to kill me, and they also killed my girlfriend, Danielle." Saul had no problem confessing the whole story to the police. He didn't care what happened to him next. All he cared about now was getting revenge on Chris and Julian for the death of his girlfriend. He knew they would face dire consequences when the police found out they had been paying a killer to take care of their problems. Chelsea and the other officers were surprised that Saul had admitted to his crime so readily. Not to mention named Chris and Julian as his employers. "Over the past 3 years, Chris has hired me to kill a number of people. I can tell you when, where, and why everyone was killed," Saul said. Chelsea and the other police officers were all confused. They hadn't expected that Chris, a member of the Stedman family in Baltimore, had been so personally involved in such dark business. Chelsea realized that Saul had deliberately brought them here to expose Chris. at Julian's house. Did the security guard named Alex intimidate you into shooting Julian? Chelsea asked. No, it was not because of him. I shot Julian for my own reasons, Saul said. This wasn't true. Alex had indeed told Saul to shoot Julian. But at that moment, Saul felt that the enemy of his enemy must be his friend. If Chris and Julian hated Alex so much, then Saul wanted to protect him. Chelsea nodded slowly, absorbing this new information. Take him away, Chelsea said to the officers behind her. 2 officers walked towards Saul, while another pair of officers pointed their guns at him. Saul was handcuffed and pulled up to his feet. But suddenly, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. He had been shot 5 times. Chelsea knelt quickly to check if he was still breathing. We have time, she called out. We need to get him to a hospital right away. They called an ambulance. When it arrived, Chelsea had sent 2 police officers to follow Saul to the hospital. Chelsea and the remaining officers returned to the police station. Chelsea asked 2 police officers from the team to report to Captain Murphy. She went to the detention room where Alex was still waiting. When she arrived, Alex was lying on a small bed. All he could think about was how worried Debbie would be if she didn't see him at the university in the morning. What should I do? He thought. Alex sat up when he heard the iron bars slide open. You're quite calm, she said as she looked at him. I don't think it's any use to try and sleep. This bed is okay, but it's a little hard, he said faintly. Officer Wood, what can I do for you? You can leave now, she said. Really? He was overjoyed, but he couldn't figure out why she would let him go after such a short time. We've caught Saul. He admitted that you have nothing to do with the shooting, so you can go, she said. Chelsea told him that Saul had admitted that the shooting had been entirely from his actions. Alex's involvement had been cleared. So I can go now? He realized he was free and started to walk to the door. It had been dark in the room, so when he walked to the front, the lights in the corridor shone on his face, and Chelsea was able to see him for the first time. She saw that he had thin lips, a firm nose, and 2 eyes as dark as night. His face had a calm and gentle expression. He looked tall and stood up straight in his gray security suit. She thought back to earlier that day, when they had stumbled awkwardly in the interrogation room and accidentally kissed. Her eyes flickered slightly and her face flushed pink. Alex gulped. He was thinking about that strange accidental kiss as well. He said, Sorry about before. You should go now, she said as she stared at him. He had no choice but to leave. She followed behind him and felt bitterness in her heart as she looked at his back. You took my first kiss. How can you make it up to me? Her face burned even more. She shook her head as if trying to make the memory of their kiss fly out of their mind. Captain Finn Murphy was very happy to hear that Saul had been caught. He was relieved that he had managed to complete the task Chris Stedman had given him so quickly. You can go now, Finn told his officers. He wanted to call Chris to report the good news. As the 2 officers made their way out the door, Finn spotted Chelsea walking out with a young man. The young man appeared to be Alex, who Chris had just warned him to watch out for. He even had sent a picture so Flynn would know him on sight. What's going on? He thought. Finn quickly called out to them, "Stop!" He sprung from his desk and walked out of the office. Episode 277, Justice. What's going on? Finn asked Chelsea angrily as he stood in front of Alex. You, take him back to the detention room, Finn commanded the two police officers. They got ready to detain Alex again. Chelsea stopped the officers and said to Finn, "Captain, it's been proven that Alex is innocent and should be let go." "He's innocent? Who proved it? You need to bring him back here," Finn said. In his confession, Saul had been careful to say that Alex had not made him shoot Julian. Besides, the fact remained that Alex's fingerprints were not on the trigger of the gun. Chelsea said firmly, "We have plenty of evidence showing that Alex is innocent. Following procedure, we should let him go." "No way. Saul hasn't come to the police station to give his confession. How could I know if he said what you just said?" Finn just wanted to keep Alex in the station. He knew Chris would be furious if Alex was released. Dwight and the other officers who were there with me also heard Saul's confession. Chelsea looked at the two police officers who had followed her to arrest Saul and said, "Isn't that what Saul said?" The two officers agreed that Saul had confessed to shooting Julian and had said Alex was not responsible. Dwight was also nearby and said with some embarrassment, "Captain, we just reported it to you. Didn't you hear us?" Once the officers had told him that Saul had been caught, Finn had barely listened to the rest of the report. He had not heard all the details. But they were right. According to the law, under such circumstances, Alex should be released. "You can go now." Chelsea pushed Alex to leave. Finn couldn't find any excuse to stop him. Watching Alex walk out of the police station's door, Finn felt very embarrassed. He didn't know how he was going to explain it to Chris. Finn looked at Chelsea in frustration. Like the other officers, he had heard rumors that Chelsea came from a very influential family, and he didn't feel confident enough to fight her on this. He had to swallow his anger. He quickly walked into his office and slammed the door. He sat fuming in his chair until he heard someone knock. "Who is it?" he roared impatiently. "It's me," Chelsea called through the door. "There's something I want to ask you." But he was too angry to listen. "I need to make a phone call to report to my superiors. We'll talk about it later," he shouted. "Good," Chelsea shouted back from outside his door. He glared at his door angrily. But finally, he picked up the phone and thought about how he would report this to Chris. After several minutes, he couldn't think of anything good to say. He knew that Chris would be furious that he had allowed Alex to leave. But he had no choice. He had to report it. He sighed and dialed Chris's number. Chris answered his phone quickly when he saw that Captain Murphy was calling him. He hoped that he would have some good news. "What happened?" Chris asked. It was a simple question, but it made Finn tremble. Finn's heart jumped. He knew he had to tell Chris that Alex had been released, but he was too terrified to spit it out. Instead, he said, "Chris, we've caught Saul." The two officers had reported to him that Saul's motive to call the police had been to expose Chris at the scene of the arrest. Chris's bad mood improved slightly. "Okay, that's very good. Like Alex, you should convict him as soon as possible. The more punishment, the better. As long as you get them into prison and keep them there, you don't have to worry about anything else. I'll take care of them." Hearing Chris mention Alex, Finn grew more nervous. He knew he had to tell him what had happened. Finn summed up his courage and finally said, "Chris, something happened. The security guard named Alex was released." "What do you mean he was released?" Chris's voice grew louder, which made Finn's heart skip a beat. "Alex's fingerprints were on the gun, but not the trigger. The only people who left fingerprints on the trigger were Julian and Saul. After the arrest, Saul made it clear that he was the only one responsible for shooting Julian. He said Alex had nothing to do with it. So we had to release Alex," Finn said quickly. "So what?" Chris asked coldly. "You're a captain. Can't you handle this little problem?" He thought that it would be simpler for Finn to use his power to detain Alex at the police station. "Chris, this time it's a little different," Finn said in a bitter voice as sweat dripped from his forehead. "How different?" Chris asked suspiciously. He thought Finn was just trying to make excuses for himself. "The person who arrested Alex and Saul is a special case. As long as she's in charge, it's going to be tough for me to intervene." Finn expressed his bitterness. "Are you teasing me?" Chris asked incredulously. He didn't understand how some officer could interfere with the captain of the precinct's work. It sounded ridiculous. "Chris, please don't misunderstand," Finn said quickly. "This officer is not an ordinary person. It's Chelsea Wood. You've heard of her family. She was an officer in another state, but they transferred her to our precinct because her family was worried about her safety." Chris's anger cooled slightly. The Wood family had a lot of influence in Baltimore, and its strength was almost the same as that of his family. Many of the family members were officials, especially in the police system. Of course, Finn was afraid to fight Chelsea on this. Chris had heard of Chelsea. She graduated from university with excellent results. After that, she volunteered to be a police officer. It had been said that her goal since childhood had been to be an excellent officer to protect the people. Maybe she had been inspired by some of her family members. "Can you make it so she's not in charge of the case?" Chris suggested. "Chris, you don't know what she's like. Once she's given a task, she won't give up halfway. I tried to force her to ignore the whole thing when it first came up. Even if I could somehow remove her, she would probably keep tracking its progress. If she sees anything unusual, she'll intervene." Chris swore angrily. "Well, at least you've got Saul. Lock him up in a detention room and then I'll deal with the matter later. I'll solve the problem with that annoying security guard myself." "Yes," Finn responded quickly. He was relieved when he heard Chris hang up. There were 2 knocks at his door. Finn remembered that before he had called Chris, Chelsea had wanted to ask him something. He didn't want to see her. If she had been an ordinary police officer, he would have gotten rid of her. But he couldn't afford to upset her family. "Come in," he shouted. She walked in calmly. "What's the matter?" he asked politely, so she would finish quickly and leave. She said forcefully, "Captain, I request to go to Union Medical College Hospital to arrest Chris and Julian." He almost vomited. "What? You want to arrest Chris and Julian?" he exclaimed. "Yes," she said. "When we arrested Saul, he said that Chris and Julian had ordered him to kill Alex and Don, the university security guards. He also confessed that he's killed many people for Chris over the years. After he receives treatment and his physical condition improves, we can get the rest of his official statement. Based on this information, I believe that Chris and Julian have committed serious crimes. I demand that they be arrested and brought to justice as soon as possible, so as to not threaten the lives of other citizens." She finished speaking. Finn's heart went cold. Letting Alex would have been bad enough. But if Chelsea managed to arrest Chris and Julian as well, things could turn out very badly. "Chelsea, we've only heard Saul's side of the story. We aren't sure about the specific situation. I don't think we should be making arrests with so little information to go on," he said, trying to buy time. "When Saul spoke, he was holding his dead girlfriend in his arms, and he confessed all his crimes. In my opinion, at least 90% of what he said was true. Since Chris can hire murderers to kill people, it proves that he's an extremely dangerous person. He's a time bomb. Captain, I'm asking you to let me bring in Chris and Julian immediately," she said. He slapped his desk. "Who's the captain here? How did you get into the force? Obeying orders is your duty as a police officer. Get out of my office." He wanted to shock her. She was going to give him trouble. "Captain, the police's duty is to help the weak and punish violence. The purpose of the police is to serve the people. This has been engraved in my mind for as long as I can remember. No matter what, I'll never forget it," she said. She continued, "I'm going to arrest Chris and Julian." She turned on her heel and walked to the door. "Come back here now!" he yelled. But she didn't stop. Episode 278, A Good Officer. "Follow me. We're going to the hospital to arrest Chris and Julian," Chelsea called as she passed a few police officers. When Chris had called the police, he had said that he was with Julian at the hospital. Chelsea figured he was probably still there. The officers were surprised when they heard that she was going to arrest the two men. They had all heard rumors about how powerful Chris and Julian were in Baltimore. "You can't go!" Finn ran out of his office, looking at the other officers, and said, "This case is not clear, so no one can arrest Chris and Julian yet." He knew Chris would have his head if his own officers showed up to arrest him and Julian. He was desperate to stop them from making trouble. Chelsea glanced over at the other officers. When she met their eyes, they all lowered their heads. She knew that they didn't have the courage to go with her. She would go alone. She wasn't the kind of person to let other people's opinions affect her own actions. She turned toward the door. "Officer Wood, wait for me. I'll go with you." It was the young police officer who had choked and vomited from the bloody smell at Saul's girlfriend's residence. "Layla Napier," Finn called out. "Captain, I heard what Saul said. Chris and Julian have paid to have people killed. They should be arrested. Layla said a little timidly to Finn, and then ran after Chelsea to go to the hospital. Finn was very angry with Chelsea. If he hadn't been in the police station, he would have thrown things and shouted to vent his anger. He went back to his office and slammed the door. He walked back and forth a couple of times. He had to report this to Chris immediately, but he feared that Chris would want to kill him as soon as he told him. The police station was only a 20-minute drive from the hospital. If you don't call him now, she'll arrive at the hospital before he can prepare. Just call him, he thought as he made up his mind. He picked up the phone and dialed Chris's number. At Union Medical College Hospital, Julian had been furious when he had heard that Alex had been released by the police. But he didn't dare to complain out loud. Chris was sitting quietly near him, and he didn't want to upset him. Julian's parents sat by the bed and quietly comforted their son. They said that they would get revenge on Alex for him. Chris's phone rang. He was puzzled when he saw that the call was from Finn. Did Finn take Alex to the police station again? He thought. Chris answered and asked, "What happened?" "Chris, Chelsea's on her way to the hospital to arrest you and Julian," Finn said. "She's coming for me?" He clenched his phone. Chelsea Wood was really starting to get on his nerves. "What? Who's coming?" Julian also heard the voice. He said angrily, "What now? I was crippled by Saul and that security guard, and now they're coming back for more? What's their reason?" Finn said, "Chelsea said that you and Julian hired Saul to kill the 2 security guards. After he failed, you sent men to pursue him. He also said that in the past 3 years, he helped you kill several people. He has enough evidence to prove that what he said is true." "Well, so what if it was me? As a member of the Wood family, she doesn't seem to be taking me seriously as a Stedman. I'd like to see what she thinks she can do to me," Chris said coldly. He hung up and slammed his phone down onto the table so hard that the screen shattered. "Who does she think she is, trying to mess with us? If she dares to touch me, I'll slap her," Julian said. "When she comes, I'll see how good she is," Chris said with a slight sneer. He shouted, "Nurse!" A nurse pushed the door open. He demanded, "Pour me a cup of coffee." A few minutes later, Chelsea and Layla arrived at the hospital. They learned which room was Julian's from the doctors and walked in that direction. When they arrived, Chelsea pushed the door open. Chris was sitting in a chair leisurely sipping coffee and didn't raise his head to look at her. "What are you doing here?" Julian angrily looked at Chelsea and said, "Is it to see if I'm really injured? Well, I am. Leave my room now." "Hello, I'm Chelsea Wood. I'm a police officer from the Central District Precinct." She showed them her badge. She said, "According to the information we have, you 2 are suspected of hiring murderers. Mr. Stedman was involved in hiring Saul, who killed many people for him. Mr. Devant, I see that you are seriously injured. The police will allow you to receive treatment in the hospital first. But Mr. Stedman needs to go back to the police station with us for further questioning." "What do you think you're doing? What are these accusations? Get out of here. You can't move my nephew." Julian's mother tried to stop Chelsea. "Sorry," Chelsea said. She gently pushed Julian's mother out of her way and walked toward Chris. "Mr. Stedman." Although she was angry, She tried to speak courteously to him. She grabbed his hand and prepared to handcuff him. "Officer Wood." He looked at her and said, "I think you know who I am. If I'm seen in a police station, do you know how much impact this will have on my reputation of my family? Are you not afraid of destroying the peaceful relationship between our families?" "We have reliable information. As a police officer, I can't turn a blind eye to it," she insisted. "Saul? Hasn't it occurred to you that he might be trying to shift blame over to me to protect himself?" he asked in a sharp voice. She said, "According to the current evidence, we need to arrest you. There's no room for discussion. When Saul comes back to the police station, he will give the rest of his statement. We will investigate and let you go if you're innocent. But if we find evidence that you've done anything illegal, then it'll be a different story." She clicked the handcuffs onto his wrist. "Well, just remember that if I'm wronged, I'll make you pay for it," Chris said coldly, staring at her. She didn't pay any attention to his threat. "Stand up and come back to the police station with me." She pulled him up, looked back at Julian and said, "We'll send police officers to the hospital tomorrow to take turns taking care of you until your injury improves. Once you're able to go, they'll take you to the station. Let's go." Chelsea and Layla pulled Chris out of the room. However, Chelsea was mindful that it could cause a great deal of fuss if anyone saw that someone from the Stedman family was being arrested, so she covered the handcuffs with her scarf. The next morning, Alex got up, went for a run, and walked to the cafeteria for breakfast. In the morning at Johns Hopkins University, many diligent students got up early for breakfast, and then they trotted off to the library or study room. Although they were at a good university and already in a good position in society, they knew they still needed to work hard to succeed. Alex arrived at the gate of Debbie's family home and waited. At 20 after 7 in the morning, Debbie came out of the house. She carried a small backpack. When she spotted him, she ran over to him with a giggle. "You look tired. What time did you go to bed last night?" she asked with concern as she looked at his dark eyes. With all the excitement the night before, he hadn't made it back to the residences on campus until nearly 3 in the morning. "Oh," he scratched his nose, thought quickly and said with a smile, "I watched a movie until late last night and didn't get enough sleep." They walked toward the security building where he worked. "You should go to bed after work," she said. She looked around and asked, "Why is Don absent?" "Don asked for a few days off," he said. He didn't want her to know what had happened to him and Don the night before. She said goodbye to him and went to class. He was relieved. He got out his phone and called Don, but his sister Daisy answered. "Alex, how are you? My brother is worried about you. The police didn't embarrass you, did they? Do you need my brother to go to the police station and make a statement?" she asked anxiously. His heart warmed. "Don't worry about me. I have left the police station. It's okay now," he said. "That's good news," she exclaimed. "How's your brother doing?" He heard her talk to her brother. "Don, Alex is all right. He's been released. I told you it would be okay. He's a good guy. Nothing bad could happen to him." She said, "Alex, my brother, is in very good condition. The doctor said that he had a slight concussion. He has 7 stitches on his forehead, and his legs and back are contused. As long as he rests for 3 to 5 weeks, he can be discharged for rehabilitation." "Well, that's good news," he replied. Don took the phone and said, "Alex, thank you. Thank you so much." "Don, there's no need to say thank you again. It's good that you'll be okay," he said. Don had mixed feelings. "I'll definitely pay you back the medical fees that you covered for me. Although we can't work together again in the future, you can rest assured that I'll never default on my account." Alex knew that he couldn't pay back that kind of money on his own. He felt sorry for him. "What do you mean? Aren't you working as a security guard?" he asked. "It's not that I won't do it again. It's that the Stedman family won't let me continue. I still think they might try to get revenge on us again. Besides, I'm injured again, and I don't know how long it'll take me to recover. Do you really think that Chief Lewis will let me take sick leave for that whole time? I just called him to tell him about my injury. Although he didn't make it clear, I think I'll be dismissed in the next couple of days," he said. Episode 279, He Can't Go. Alex thought that Don was probably right. Chief Lewis would probably dismiss him. Alex felt responsible for causing Don trouble, and he didn't want to let him lose his job over a confrontation he hadn't wanted to be part of in the first place. "Don, you may be overthinking it. I think he might be more understanding," Alex said. "But," Don said. "Don, you focus on having a good rest. I'm on duty, so I need to say goodbye now." He hung up the phone. He was due to start work at 9:30, so he headed in. As soon as Alex walked into the security office, he found that the rest of the security guards were chatting enthusiastically instead of staring at their phones as usual. "Well, there were 2 shootings last night and lots of people died. You all don't know because it's under wraps." "I heard it was at Middle Street. They said there was intense gunfire after 1 a.m, like a movie. 7 or 8 people were killed and only 1 survived. Do you know who it was?" "His name is Saul. I can tell you haven't heard of him. I'm telling you, Saul's not an ordinary person. He's an underground boxer in Baltimore. He's invincible in the ring." One particular middle-aged security guard with glasses was the most informed and boastful one in the group. The other guards were very excited about the information he had to share. "It's amazing, a gunfight. I've never seen anything like that around here," said another guard, slapping his thigh. He said, "This is the most exciting thing to happen in ages. Who could top that?" All the guards glanced curiously at the middle-aged guard. "That shooting involved a lot of people, true, but there was one other scene that night that was even more exciting. Not as many people were hurt, but the people who were attacked were very important. Do you know who was shot?" the guard asked, smiling at them. "Who was it?" They all leaned in curiously. "It was Julian Devant and Chris Stedman. Saul attacked them and shot Julian. But he didn't die, he's just injured." As soon as the middle-aged guard finished speaking, the other guards shared shocked reactions. Everyone knew how important Julian and Chris were. "Wow, it's so exciting. It won't be reported in the news. The Stedman and Devant families will keep it quiet, like they always do." The middle-aged guard shook his head. "I can't believe it. Saul dared to shoot a rich guy like Julian and kill all those other people in one night." Alex stood behind them and listened carefully. He felt a little relieved when he heard that the middle-aged security guard didn't know that he and Don had been involved in the 2 shootings. "Alex, if you were there, you would have pissed your pants." Another guard laughed as he looked at him. Since he had joined their team, The security guards had begun to joke around with him. "Yes, I don't have Saul's talents," Alex said with a smile. He went to Chief Lewis's office to ask about Don. "Chief Lewis, can I talk to you?" Alex said as he walked to Tony's desk. "What's going on with Don?" "Don called and told me that he needs to stay in the hospital for a month. I listened to his tone and didn't like it. It's likely that it'll have an impact on his actions after he leaves the hospital. I thought about it last night and I've decided to dismiss him," he said. Tony normally wouldn't have shared so much information with one of his staff. But he knew Alex had important connections with the Clifton family, so it seemed worth it to be honest with him. "Why did you want to dismiss him?" Alex was slightly surprised. Don had guessed well. "This university is not a place for idle or troublesome people. It sounds like he's got a lot of problems, and he needs to take responsibility for himself. As the chief of security here, it'll be my fault if he brings that trouble here. I could get in a lot of trouble myself. It's no good. Don has to go." Tony spoke quickly and didn't give Alex a chance to interrupt. But from the way Tony described his thought process, Alex got the feeling the chief didn't understand what had happened. "Chief Lewis, how did Don ask you for leave yesterday?" "Don told me that his sister was ill and he had to go home. What's the matter?" Tony asked. The previous day, Don had been afraid to let Tony know what had happened because of Julian and Chris, so he had hidden the truth from Tony. Alex shook his head. "No, he lied to you. Yesterday we stood guard in the front of the student residence halls on campus. Julian Duvant and Chris Stedman wanted to go in, but we refused to let them. They got aggressive. I slapped Julian in the face and they both left. Don was worried they would be back to get even." "What?" Tony was startled. "You provoked Julian Duvant and Chris Stedman?" Tony had heard other people whispering this morning about something that had happened to Julian and Chris. He wondered if it had been related to Alex and Don. "Yes," Alex said. "You should have heard that something happened to Julian and Chris last night." Tony trembled again. He couldn't believe that incident had been related to his guards. Alex continued. "Julian and Chris sent Saul to kill us. Saul beat Don until he was seriously injured. After that, Julian was shot. Don was sent to the hospital, and I was taken to the police station for questioning." Tony looked him up and down. He looked okay, which meant that Saul had not beaten him up. Did Alex defeat him? Did the two shootings last night have anything to do with him? He thought. Even though the incident involved such important people, Alex had been released from the police station and reported for work as if nothing had happened. Tony wondered how much power Alex had. What did this mean? Then, he had a terrible idea. Is he more powerful than the Stedman and Duvant families? He thought again about how Rufus Clifton had phoned him up, demanding that Alex be given a job. Maybe Alex was important. Are you still going to fire Don? Alex looked at Tony's eyes in doubt. No, I won't. Don is very good at what he does. He should stay, Tony said, changing his tone quickly. I totally agree with you. Chief Lewis Don was admitted to the hospital because he was injured by Chris and Julian, just for the sake of maintaining the rules of the university. Can't this be regarded as a work-related injury? Alex asked. With Don's personality, Alex knew he would do everything he could to pay back the money Alex had given him for his medical fees.
But if it was recorded as a work-related injury, Don could get money from the university instead of digging into his savings.
He had a work-related injury?
Tony was very embarrassed. He understood that Alex was trying to get the university to pay for Don's medical expenses. His medical expenses are more than $15,000. I think you can do this. Don't worry about Chris and Julian. They won't want to look bad by admitting they were beaten by a security guard, so no one will know. Can you look into getting his expenses covered? He asked again. Well, I'll try to apply for him, Tony said. Well, thank you, Chief Lewis. I'll go on patrol now, Alex said and walked out of the office. At the same time, Chris was being held in a detention room. The previous night, Chelsea had taken him to the police station. She had to record his confession, but Chris had said nothing all night. Captain Murphy had made the other police officers take him to the detention room to rest. After Chelsea had left, Finn went into the room to see Chris. He asked his officers to bring Chris the softest mattress, quilt, and pillows in the station. Finn said everything he could think of to try to calm Chris down. He said that because of Chelsea's background, he hadn't dared to intervene. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Chris come here to suffer. Chris vented his anger on Flynn, slapping him in the face and kicking him to the ground. Finn didn't dare defend himself. When he had been kicked, he had even smiled. He said, "As long as you can calm down, I'll let you hit me. It's worth it." But that only made Chris even more upset. He made Finn leave the detention room. Although he was angry, he knew things were going to turn out all right. Julian's mother had probably already contacted his family. His father would soon rescue him. At 10 in the morning, Chelsea went to see Chris. When she saw the quilt, mattress, and pillow on his bed, her eyes narrowed in disgust. She hated that Chris was being shown special treatment just because he was rich. Chris was still in bed, sleeping soundly. "Chris, get up!" she cried. She had still gotten to work on time at 8 that morning despite working so late. She had arrested Chris around 3 in the morning. She had even delayed waking him up for a couple of hours, knowing he would probably be tired. He still slept. She went to his bedside, lifted the quilt, and said softly, "Chris, get up." He opened his eyes and looked at her. His eyes were full of anger. He sat up and slowly put on his shoes. "I want to wash my face. Where can I wash?" he asked as he stood up. "You're coming with me to give a statement first." She pushed him out of the room. Just outside of the room, a man's powerful voice could be heard in the hallway. "Bring my son out to see me immediately." Chris was overjoyed. His father had come to get him. He hurried into the hall. He couldn't hear what Chelsea called out behind him. "Dad!" He walked into the hall and saw a middle-aged man in a suit with black hair and a dignified face. It was his father, Art Stedman. "Mr. Stedman, you can take your son now," Finn said with a flattering smile. "No, he can't take him," Chelsea cried. She looked at his father and said, "Your son is suspected of hiring murderers. He needs to stay in the police station for questioning." Episode 280, Cleaning Up. "Are you Chelsea Wood?"
Art looked at Chelsea with a trace of contempt. In his eyes, she was a little girl who didn't know much about him. I remember when I visited your father more than 10 years ago. Don't you recognize me?
I don't really remember that visit,
Chelsea said, trying to keep her voice calm and even. But at the moment, your son is a suspect. I need to take him to record his confession. Please, excuse me. Oh, wait a moment. Why are you in such a hurry? Art showed a little dissatisfaction. She was just how his sister, Julian's mother, had described the previous night. She had a one-track mind and didn't give up easily. His head tilted slightly. The man standing behind him walked toward her. He was Art's best lawyer. The lawyer said, "Officer Wood, as far as I know, you only have notes regarding what Saul said to you at the scene. There is no written evidence. You haven't taken an official statement from him. You're not building a strong case here." "I'll call my colleague who looks after Saul." She took out her phone and called the officers guarding Saul at the hospital. "You need to put Saul on the phone. I want to talk to him right now," she said. "We can't right now. Saul's operation was over at 6 this morning, and he's still under anesthesia," said the officer. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel depressed. She glared at Art's lawyer. "What's his condition?" she asked. "According to the doctor, the situation is still good. The 5 bullets in his body weren't in key positions, and all have been removed. After a few days, his mind will be clear. We can record his confession in the hospital," said the officer. "Okay, you two keep a good watch over Saul. If anything happens, please report to me at once." She hung up her phone. "Officer Wood, we're prepared to pay bail for our client. We're going to take him now. Do you have any questions?" asked the lawyer, smiling. She didn't want to ask him anything. She didn't want to pay attention to him or let him distract her from dealing with Chris. She looked at Chris and said, "If you're guilty, I'll take you back to the police station with my own hands." "Good." Chris approached her, smiling. He whispered, "Let's see you try. But don't forget what I told you before. I tried to warn you. If you wrong me, I'll make you pay for it." He winked at her and laughed softly. Art took his son out of the police station. He got into a Toyota at the station's gate. Although he was rich, he wasn't the sort to indulge in luxury cars or other frivolous purchases. The lawyer said goodbye to his clients and left. As soon as he got into the car, Art's face became very gloomy. Chris, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was very upset and didn't dare open his mouth to speak to his father. His father drove in silence to a high-end residential area in Baltimore. Although this community wasn't luxurious, it belonged to the upper middle class. Like many other people of his status, Art didn't always like to show off his wealth. But he also didn't pretend to be poor and live in low-end neighborhoods. After he had walked into the house, Art took off his coat and handed it to the housekeeper. "You come with me," he said sternly with a glance at his son. Chris followed him into the study fearfully. Chris closed the door and turned around. His father had still not said much. Suddenly, Art slapped him heavily across the face. His ears were ringing, and his face felt hot. "I want you to be careful. You want to ruin my reputation, don't you?" his father angrily scolded as he stared at Chris. Although he had been calm at the police station, he had let his fury show now. He was a senior official. If his son were exposed to committing such a big crime, his hard-earned career would collapse overnight. Dad, I'm sorry. This is my fault. I promise I won't make the same mistake again, Chris said. If you make the same mistake again, I'll kill you, Art said angrily. He sat in the swivel chair behind his desk and rested his head on his hands. He lifted his black hair neatly from his head. Art had started to lose his hair when he was 30 years old, so he had simply shaved it off. As his status in Baltimore had grown, he had bought himself a wig. Almost none of his colleagues knew that he was bald. He reached for a cigar box on his metal desk and took out a big cigar. Art lit it and took a deep draw of the smoke. He needed the nicotine to help calm him down. A wisp of light smoke came out from his lips, and his nerves began to settle. There can't be any problems in this matter. Do you have any ideas on how to solve this? He asked Chris. He was no longer as agitated as he had been previously. Dad, don't worry. I can solve this problem, Chris said, feeling slightly relieved. Saul has information that isn't good for me. Just let me find a way to shut him up forever. Well, do it as soon as possible. Do it well, Art ordered. The incident had been so sudden that he had hardly been able to respond to it effectively. He didn't like being taken by surprise. Yes, I know, Chris said. There was news from the Blood Brothers gang yesterday, Art said. They agreed to my request. Once we challenge the Clifton family to a showdown, they will send fighters to help us defeat that family in one fell swoop. He thought back to the conversation he had had on the phone with the gang's leader the previous day. Art had been planning to seize the underground world of Baltimore from the Clifton family. He had planned carefully, not wanting to start a fight unless he was sure he could win. Over the past few years, the underground forces that were controlled by the Stedman family had been developing. In the last 2 years, he felt that the opportunity had come for his family to replace the Cliftons. He had begun to communicate with the gang several months ago, and he'd asked them to help him with his plan. The Blood Brothers tended to be quite secretive. He knew that they were probably taking time to assess his family and decide whether or not he was worth supporting. The previous day, when he had called the gang's leader, Tyson Slade, he had finally gotten the answer he had wanted. Tyson made it clear that he supported the Stedman family in seizing Baltimore's underground world. If Art issued a challenge to the Clifton family, the gang would help him. That's great news, the gang agreed, Chris exclaimed in surprise. He knew that his father had been communicating with them. You should deal with this matter first, and then go and negotiate with Jessup. Just tell him what I told you before. Art smoked his cigar and thought about the negotiation between Chris and Jessup. Dad, is it really that urgent? Chris asked, feeling a little confused. Urgent? Art gave Chris a stern look. I always taught you that time was fleeting. Our strength is at its fullest. So with the support of this gang, this is the best time. We don't know when we'll get an opportunity like this again. You can't let these things go by. You must be decisive. Do you understand? Yes, Dad, you're right. I'm too hesitant. As soon as I've solved the problem with Saul, I'll go see Jessup, he said. Well, you go now and think about what you have to do. He waved his hand for his son to go. Chris left the study as quickly as he could. The next day at 6 in the morning, Saul was still asleep in his bed at the Baltimore General Hospital. Outside of Saul's room, 2 police officers were sitting in chairs. Although they were guarding him, they had leaned back and closed their eyes. Since they couldn't sleep in a bed, they were very tired. They were almost snoring. A small cart slowly rolled down the hall, its wheels clicking on the tiles. When the cart passed in front of the officers, they both woke up and looked at the person pushing the cart. The cart was about 3 feet high and made of stainless steel. It contained a blue garbage can, green water bucket, broom and mop. It was being pushed by an old woman with a wrinkled face and bent figure. Hearing the officer wake up, the old woman was startled and held her chest in fear. "I clean the hospital. Every morning I come to clean. If I can't finish cleaning this floor before 7, the hospital will fire me," said the old woman quickly to the officers. She looked at Saul's room and said, "I heard that there's a murderer in there. I'm afraid to go in. If you say that this room doesn't need to be cleaned, I can get out of doing it. But you need to go to the hospital's management office to help me tell them. This way my boss won't deduct it from my salary." The officers looked at each other. If they left their post and went to the office, they would have to go around in a big circle through the halls. They didn't want to leave the room that they were guarding. "Well, Grandma, you can go in and clean it. Don't worry, the man's still unconscious and handcuffed. It's impossible for him to hurt you, so go ahead," said one of the officers. "Okay," she sighed. She pushed the cleaning cart into Saul's room. The officers leaned back into their chairs again and began to snooze. Episode 281, The Cleaner Assassin. The old woman entered the room, closed the door, and turned to Saul, who was lying in the bed. She pulled a disposable syringe filled with a transparent liquid out of her pocket. It was an extremely rare but potent snake venom that few people had heard of. It was particularly useful because it was impossible to detect within the first 3 days after it had been administered. The old woman stepped closer to Saul's bed, holding the syringe. Saul lay quietly, not yet fully awake after surgery. His right hand lay on the bed, and his left hand was handcuffed to the bed rail. The old woman slowly bent over, pulled the plastic cover off the needle, and placed the syringe over the vein on the back of Saul's hand. Then she increased the pressure, penetrating his skin. The pinch on the back of his hand woke Saul, and he slowly opened his eyes to see the old woman injecting something into him. "It's you," Saul said, recognizing her. Morag Sparks worked for Chris Stedman, Saul had met her when she had helped Chris deal with a man who had offended him. After a young lady had gotten the man drunk, the old lady had entered disguised as a cleaner. She had then covered the man's nose with a cloth and suffocated him. Marag placed her hand over Saul's mouth, preventing him from calling out. "Yes, it's me," she said. "I'm sure you know who sent me. You work for Chris, so you know what happens when you fail him. He would prefer if you don't talk to the police, so I'm here to make sure that doesn't happen." The muscles on Saul's face twitched, and his eyes drifted closed as his breathing grew weak. Marag recognized the signs of the venom beginning to work, and she slowly released her hold on him. Saul could barely move, and he gasped, desperately trying to take in more air. But he just couldn't seem to fill his lungs, no matter how hard he tried. His vision grew dim as his consciousness faded, and he seemed almost detached from what was happening to him. His face relaxed as his eyes glazed over. He was dead. Marag looked at her handiwork and smiled. Then she cleaned the room as if nothing had happened. Once she had finished, she stooped over a little and walked outside. "You finished?" one of the policemen asked.
"Yes, all done,"
she said, faking a cough.
"Thank you, officer."
Then she slowly pushed the cleaning cart along the corridor and left. An hour later, a nurse entered Saul's room to check on him. Within a few minutes, she called for help, and the two policemen rushed in. They could see that Saul looked motionless, and they glanced at each other worried. "Get a doctor and find out what's wrong with him," one of them said.
"Yes, I'll call Dr. Gilbert,"
the nurse said, dashing out of the room. She returned a moment later with Saul's doctor. One of the officers moved a short distance away and called Chelsea Wood. "Officer Wood," he said. "Saul is dead."
"Dead?"
Chelsea exclaimed. She was on her way to the police station, and she was so shocked she almost ran off the road.
"What happened? You said he was stable, and we were going to record his confession soon."
"Yes, that's what the doctor said," the officer told her. "I don't know what happened, but he died suddenly this morning." Dr. Gilbert had finished examining Saul, and he walked over to the police officers who were asking him for the cause of death. "There's no sign of anything obvious," Dr. Gilbert said. "His death was not the result of his gunshot wounds. There may be some underlying conditions we weren't aware of, but all we have right now is conjecture and nothing springs to mind." He shook his head. "I can't think of any disease that would attack so quickly and leave no trace." No, Chelsea muttered. She had heard the doctor's report over the phone, and she couldn't believe it. She suspected that Saul's death could be connected to Chris, so she asked, "Did anyone enter his room?" "No," one of the police officers said, and then he paused. "Well, there was the cleaner, but she was just a harmless little old lady." "Wait a minute, officer," Dr. Gilbert said. "A little old lady cleaned the room?" "Yes," the police officer said. "She was a frail, wrinkled woman over 60 years old." "But our cleaner is a 20-year-old woman," Dr. Gilbert exclaimed. "What?" the police officer asked. He realized that the old woman must have done something to Saul, and he apologized to Chelsea. "Officer Wood, I'm sorry," he said. "We shouldn't have let the woman in."
Well, that doesn't help us now, Chelsea said, annoyed. Go and check the hospital's security feed and find the old lady. I'll be there soon. In the meantime, make sure Saul's body is protected.
The two police officers agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chelsea drove to the police station. She strongly suspected that Chris had arranged Saul's death. When she reached the station, Chelsea chose two police officers to go with her to the hospital to investigate the cause of Saul's death. Officer Wood, a police officer said, walking over to her, we've received reports of a vicious robbery in the east of the city. The suspect has been arrested, but he has committed 3 other crimes within our jurisdiction. So you've been ordered to go to the East District Precinct to help with the investigation. Chelsea knew something wasn't right. But she took 2 police officers and drove to the East District Precinct. Finn Murphy, the police chief, smiled as he watched Chelsea driving away. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. The interrogation should have only taken 2 to 3 hours, but the suspect had refused to cooperate, so it had taken much longer, and they had made little progress with the case. Chelsea said goodbye to everyone at the East District Precinct and drove to the hospital with her 2 colleagues. She was still thinking about Saul, and she didn't believe he had died from natural causes. When they arrived at the hospital, Chelsea got out of her car and went inside. When she walked into Saul's room, she found the bed empty. She walked back out and grabbed a passing nurse. "Where's the patient who is in this room?" she asked. The nurse was startled. "The patient passed away this morning," she said. "His body's been transferred to the morgue on the ground floor." "Okay, thank you," Chelsea said, relieved. Of course he would have been transferred to the morgue. They wouldn't have left a dead body in the room. "Let's go," Chelsea said to the 2 officers. They reached the ground floor and located the morgue. The temperature was cool, and it was really quiet and peaceful. "Hello, we're from the Central District Precinct," Chelsea said, showing her badge to an old man outside the morgue. "We want to confirm that the body of Saul Carlson is here. A pathologist will arrive later to examine the body." "Saul Carlson?" the old man asked. "The murderer? He arrived down here this morning, but his body was claimed later in the afternoon." "What?" Chelsea asked, gaping at him. "Weren't you told that he was involved in a homicide? He was the key to solving the case. How could you let anyone take him?" "It's none of my business," he said, shrugging. "They all had the appropriate paperwork, so what was I supposed to do?" He looked rattled, so Chelsea apologized. Then she called the 2 police officers who had been guarding Saul and asked them to come to the morgue. They arrived slightly later, looking a little worried. "Saul's body's been taken away," Chelsea said, infuriated by their incompetence. "Didn't I specifically tell you to guard his body?" Saul's death was extremely inconvenient, and now that his body had disappeared, they had lost all their evidence against Chris Stedman. "He's gone?" one of the officers asked, surprised. "We oversaw Saul's body being transferred to the mortuary," the other officer said. "And then we went to check the security tapes. We also contacted the station and asked them to look for the old lady. We thought the body would be safe in the morgue." Episode 282, Burning the Evidence. "You thought?" Chelsea asked, her tone full of scorn. "Where did you learn to think?
The police academy? They clearly didn't do a very good job.
The two police officers were embarrassed. Chelsea was being quite harsh. But they had made mistakes. So they hung their heads and silently accepted the criticism. "So what did you find out about the old lady?" Chelsea asked. "Do you know who she is?" "We watched a lot of surveillance footage, but we're still not sure who she is," said one of the officers. Chelsea scowled at them. "So, not only did you not discover the identity of the old lady, but you also allowed Saul's body to be removed. Great work! So, tell me, what exactly have you achieved today?"
"I'm sure they're sorry,"
said Layla, one of the officers Chelsea had brought with her. Chelsea forced herself to calm down. There was no point wasting time finding someone to blame. She needed to continue the investigation and find out the truth. "I apologize for losing my temper," Chelsea said, taking a deep breath. "Keep looking into the old lady. I want to know who she is and where she is." She turned to look at Layla and the other officer. "See if you can find out who took Saul's body. I'll be with you shortly." The four officers split up and went to do as they'd been instructed. Chelsea walked over to the exit to get some fresh air. She needed a minute to calm down, and then she could devote herself to the investigation. As she reached the door, her mobile phone rang. The ID displayed a strange number, so she took note of it before she answered. She had left her number with a lot of people, hoping they could help her with a variety of cases. "Hello," she said. "Who is this?" "Officer Wood. How are you?" Chris asked. Chelsea recognized his voice straight away, and she grew tense. "You're behind everything that happened today, aren't you?" she asked. She just knew that Chris was responsible for Saul's death and the removal of his body. "Officer Wood," Chris said, tutting at her. "Be careful about throwing around accusations with no proof. Otherwise, I might decide to sue you for slander." Chelsea gripped her phone so hard that her knuckles turned white. She knew Chris was right. He would have grounds to sue her. Chris laughed when she went silent. "Don't be angry," he said. "Saul failed me, so he outlived his usefulness." Chelsea did not doubt that Chris had sent someone to kill Saul, but she couldn't prove it. "I heard that Saul's friend collected his body from the morgue," Chris said, his tone casual. "Saul worked with me for quite a while, so I made sure to tell his friend where to find him." "Where is Saul now?" Chelsea asked. If she found the body, then maybe she could find some clues to solving the case. "He's at the Shady Pines funeral parlor," Chris said. Chelsea knew where that was. She began to walk out of the hospital, but then Chris spoke again. "Of course, I'm afraid it won't be possible to see Saul's body," he said. "He's scheduled for cremation at any moment." "What? No," Chelsea said. "Saul is important to this case. I order you to stop this. Do not cremate him." "I'm sorry, Officer Wood," Chris said, not sounding at all apologetic. "Saul's friends just want to lay him to rest as soon as possible. His coffin is just going into the furnace now, and the flames are already burning." "Stop it!" Chelsea shrieked into the phone. "Make them stop!" "Oh dear," Chris said. "I'm so sorry, Officer Wood. I'd like to help you, but I'm afraid it's too late. Saul's body is already gone. But why don't you come and see his ashes? Maybe you can get some clues from them." Would that help?
Chris, you bastard! Chelsea yelled, cursing him. One day I will arrest you and bring you to justice for every single crime you have ever committed.
Yes, my dear, Chris said, his tone patronizing. I'll be waiting. It was clear he never expected that day to arrive. I do hope you remember what I said about slander. You should be very careful about what you say about me. He ended the call. Chris watched as Saul's body was pushed into the furnace, knowing there would be no evidence for Chelsea to find. He turned and walked outside. Before he could deal with Chelsea, he needed to take care of the Cliftons. That was much more important. Once the Stedman family seized control of the Baltimore underworld, everything else would fall into place. Chris got into his car and told the driver where to go. Then he sat back and started planning out how to approach Jessup Clifton. Just imagining it made him a little nervous. Throughout his life, he had often been told how powerful the Cliftons were. I never expected to be in this position, he thought. When I was a child, the Cliftons were so strong, and now I will be the one to destroy them. It didn't seem real. Over the past year, his father, Art, had discussed the matter with Chris many times. They were determined to seize the Clifton family's territory, and Chris had it all planned out. But now that it was time to act, Chris wanted to speak with his father again, not wanting to risk destroying their plans by making a mistake. So instead of going back home, Chris went to a private villa in the suburbs. His father's villa was some distance away from any neighboring property, and it was reached via a simple dirt road. Art Stedman liked his privacy. The car stopped in front of the villa and Chris got out. It was much cooler here than in the city, so he hurried into the villa where it was much warmer. Art stood in front of the French windows, smoking his cigar while looking out at the scenery. His wig lay discarded on a nearby table. He never allowed the public to see his bald head, but at home, he could be himself. Dad, I solved the problem of Saul, Chris said as he walked into the room. Good, Art said, not turning around. Are you ready to deal with Jessup Clifton? Yes, I've been looking forward to it, Chris said, not daring to show any lack of confidence. His father would be angry if he thought Chris had doubts. Art walked over to Chris and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Then he picked up the phone and called one of his men. What can I do for you? The man asked, his tone respectful. Usually, Chris was the one to call with orders, so if Art was calling him, that meant something big was going to happen. 20 men to Duke's Casino tonight, Art said. Smash the place up, and be ruthless about it. Make sure there's some real damage. Duke's Casino was owned by the Clifton family. By attacking it, Art was sending Jessup Clifton a declaration of war. Yes, sir, the man said. We'll take care of it. Art hung up the phone and smiled at Chris, whose heart had started pounding. Once they destroyed the Clifton's casino, there was no going back. This war had been brewing for a long time, but now it was finally about to start. Whichever family lost would forfeit control of the Baltimore underworld. The stakes were high, and Chris felt nervous, but he forced himself to smile back at his father. With the help of the Blood Brothers gang, they would win. Episode 283, Feuding Families. That night, 20 of the Stedman's men launched a surprise attack on Duke's Casino, which was owned by the Clifton family. The men smashed everything in sight, and the guests fled in panic. Many staff members were injured, and 3 of the Clifton's men were badly beaten. One of them had to be rushed to the hospital. The news soon reached the Clifton family. Rufus and his brothers talked it over while they waited for Jessup to join them. They stood around the living room with several of the family's associates, many of them smoking as they cursed the Stedman family. The door of the study opened, and Jessup walked in. Everyone's eyes were on him as they talked over each other. "Dad, the Stedman family's gone too far this time. They're begging for a fight. They have no right to come in here and try to take over. How dare they attack us? We should have dealt with them a while ago. But just say the word and I'll kill every last one of them now." Jessup coughed as he looked around. The smoke was catching in his throat. "Put those out," he ordered, taking a drink of water. Everyone stubbed out their cigarettes and cigars. Jessup sat on the sofa. "Until now, the Stedman family have been careful not to encroach on our territory," he said. "But they have been steadily growing in power, and now they may be strong enough to destroy us." Everyone began to speak. "Dad, why do you think so highly of the Stedman family? So what if they're big news in political circles? Who cares? We can't let them take over the city. Just give the order and we'll deal with them." "Yes, exactly. We'll show the Stedman family that they're nothing to us." "Shut up," Jessup roared, glaring at the men who had spoken. "If you had your way, you'd get us all killed." They bowed their heads, feeling ashamed. Jessup was so angry that no one dared interrupt him. "The Stedman family's surprise attack is a declaration of war," he said. "And that means they're confident they can seize control of Baltimore." Over the years, Jessup had recognized the ambition of the increasingly powerful Stedman family, but he had been unable to do anything about it. He had always known that it would end in a bloody battle between families, so he wasn't surprised by what was happening. Now, he had to consider how to win the war. The living room phone rang. This number was always screened by Jessup's assistant, who let very few calls through. Jessup could guess who was calling. He looked at Rufus, who walked over to the phone. "Hello?" Rufus said, answering the phone. "This is Rufus."
"Hello, Mr. Clifton."
The voice was female.
"I'm Mr. Chris Stedman's assistant. Mr. Stedman wishes to visit your father, Mr. Jessup Clifton, tomorrow evening."
Rufus glanced over at Jessup, who nodded. Jessup had been expecting the call and had known what they were going to ask. "Tomorrow is fine," Rufus said.
"Thank you," the assistant said. "Mr. Stedman will see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Clifton."
She hung up. "Chris will visit you tomorrow night," Rufus said, approaching Jessup. The others were indignant that Chris had the nerve to face Jessup, but they said nothing, worried that Jessup would scold them again. Jessup took a deep breath and thought about how he was going to handle Chris. "Rufus, what do you think?" he asked. "The Stedman family acted decisively," Rufus said. "They're obviously not worried about reprisals. For a while now, they've been gobbling up territory and taking over other families. Our family's been operating in Baltimore for nearly 100 years, and we're still stronger than them." When he paused, Jessup gestured for him to continue. "But in the past 2 years, they've been in contact with the Blood Brothers gang," Rufus said. "To launch such an unprovoked attack, they must have succeeded in getting the gang's assistance. The Blood Brothers have a lot of excellent fighters. If that's really what's happened, we could be in trouble." "Nonsense," someone called. "Sure, the Blood Brothers gang is tough, but our family is strong. And we've been recruiting our own martial arts experts. And we have Paul Novak. He'll easily take care of any threats to the family." "Yes," someone agreed. "The Blood Brothers gang is no match for Paul." Most of them had seen Paul in action, and they were confident about his abilities. But Jessup and Rufus were still worried. They knew Paul had been defeated by Alex not so long ago, so they were less certain about Paul's skills. "Everyone out," Jessup said, needing some space. "Except you, Rufus. You stay." They all said goodbye to Jessup and left. Only Jessup and Rufus were left in the room. "Do you think Paul can handle this?" Jessup asked. "A month ago, I would have said yes," Rufus said. "But now, I can't guarantee it. After all, before I went to Washington, D.C., I had full confidence in him. But then he was defeated. I'm afraid that history might repeat itself." Jessup sighed, agreeing with Rufus. "The last time his loss didn't impact our family, but this is different," Jessup said. "If we lose, our family business will be destroyed." Jessup wasn't afraid of losing his wealth, but he was afraid of appearing weak in front of his family. "There is one person who might be able to help us," Rufus said, looking at Jessup. Jessup raised an eyebrow. He assumed Rufus was talking about Alex, but he remained silent. Alex had to protect Debbie, and if he helped the Clifton family with their current problem, then he'd be forced to give up his position as a security guard at Johns Hopkins University. And if anyone discovered Alex's identity, that could expose Debbie too. Jessup knew it would be dangerous for anyone to know about Debbie. He had always been bitter about Cynthia's death, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to her only child. "Dad, I understand you're worried about Debbie's safety," Rufus said. "But this is a matter of life and death. We can't let anyone ruin our family legacy." He looked over at his father, worried he might not make the right choice. "I think Cynthia would agree with me," Rufus continued. "I'm sure both she and Debbie would want Alex to defend our family." Jessup sat still, feeling shaken. He couldn't bear the thought of the Clifton family legacy being destroyed, but he didn't know what to do. "Besides," Rufus said, "even if Alex does fight for us, it might not cause any problems. Maybe you're worrying over nothing. As the head of the Clifton family, you must do what's best for all of us." Jessup turned it over in his mind. It was a difficult choice. He had to protect the family legacy, but he was already responsible for his beloved Cynthia's death, and he couldn't risk her daughter's life too. He took a deep breath and made his decision. "Speak to Alex and ask him to fight for us," he said. "But if he refuses, don't try to force him." "Okay," Rufus said, feeling a little excited. "Ask him to come for dinner tomorrow evening," Jessup said, leaning back and closing his eyes. "Now, leave. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to rest." "Yes, Dad," Rufus said, and then he left the house to call Alex. Alex had just finished his shift and was walking to his dormitory when his phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Clifton," he said. "Mr. Ambrose, is Debbie with you?" Rufus asked cautiously. "No, but she's safe," Alex said. "I've taken her back to her dormitory. Can I help you, Mr. Clifton?" "My father and I would like to invite you for dinner tomorrow evening," Rufus said. "Is this about Debbie?" Alex asked. "We can't have this conversation over the phone," Rufus said. "We'll discuss it tomorrow. I'll send a car to pick you up, as it's better if no one sees you coming here." He hung up. Alex was worried about what they might want. He and Debbie had arrived at Johns Hopkins only a few days ago, and already the Clifton family wanted to talk to him about Debbie. What was going on? He was still thinking it over as he walked back to his dormitory. Episode 284, Pursuing the Moon Maidens. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Alex was driving a patrol car around the university campus. The scenery was beautiful, and everyone seemed to be relaxed and happy. Alex sat in the car, looking around as he listened to music on his phone. 5 young men walked over with their mobile phones in their hands. They were all fashionably dressed and had popular hairstyles. Alex smiled and shook his head as he looked at them. Typical rich kids, he thought. It's all about the money and their appearance. One of the men saw him and yelled, "Hey, that guy just laughed at us." The others followed his gaze and saw Alex in the patrol car, so they walked over and surrounded him, leaning on the vehicle. "What were you laughing at?" the man nearest Alex asked. Alex coughed, choking on the man's heavy cologne. "Isn't that scent a bit too strong?" he asked. The men laughed. "Women love it," one of them said, shrugging. "And you've got to give the women what they want." "Don't you care about making an impression?" another asked. "It's all about your clothes." "And your cologne," the first man reminded him. "Having a fancy car helps," said a third man. "Not to mention having all the latest tech." He waved his expensive phone. The man nearest Alex patted him on the shoulder. "Women like the way we look," he said. "It's not our fault that you don't have the money to take care of your appearance." Another man nudged one of his friends. "Hey, we're here to pick up women," he said. "So why are we wasting time talking to a security guard? If the women see us hanging out with him, they'll look down on us." The other boys nodded their agreement and stepped away from the patrol car. "I almost forgot why we're here." "Hey, those 4 beautiful women we saw yesterday went into that building more than an hour ago." "Yeah, I saw the photos you took. Those babes are hot, and they look like movie stars." "Let's go inside and see where they went. I'm sure they'll be happy to see us." The man closest to Alex smiled at him. "Just watch," he said. "When we come out, each of us will be with a beautiful woman." With that, the young man walked over to the building. At the entrance, they heard footsteps and women's voices coming from the stairs. A moment later, 4 women appeared. The men stood below, watching them. The 4 young women stepped outside. Each was beautiful, almost ethereal. but they all had distinct personalities. The first woman looked quiet, the second confident, the third aloof, and the fourth sweet. The men stared at them, unable to look away. Alex chuckled when he saw them, knowing they were not ordinary women. They were the Moon Maidens. The young men swarmed around the women, all talking at once. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Miles Webb from the Department of Fine Arts. What classes are you taking?" "I'm Sean Little, and I'm studying music. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Can I have your number?" "I'm Percy Hoffman, and I'm doing performing arts. I have 2 movie tickets, so you want to come with me?" They blocked the women's path. They had planned this out in advance, and they were sure they would be successful. "No, thanks," Celeste said. The Moon Maidens had donated a large sum of money to the university to be allowed to study here. They had just finished filling out the admission forms and were now officially students. Despite Celeste's clear refusal, the men refused to let them go. Celine, Callisto, and Luna clenched their fists and glared at them. They were about to force the issue, but Celeste stopped them. They had worked hard to be accepted at the university so they could continue to serve Alex and Debbie. If they got in trouble so soon, it might cause problems for Alex. "Well, we should let these ladies get on with their day," Miles said. He could see that Celeste was angry. "I'm sure we'll meet them again another time." It was better not to push too hard, and he was confident they would win them over soon. "Let's go," Celeste said, leading the other women away. They needed to go and buy a few things and then get back to their dormitories. They didn't know Alex was a security guard on the campus, so they didn't notice him sitting in the patrol car a short distance away. Miles watched them go. If they could persuade the women to date them, their classmates would be impressed. Alex pretended to cough twice, trying to get the Moon Girl's attention. "Look at that security guard," Sean said. "He actually thinks he has a chance with women like them. They barely even looked at us, so they're not going to be interested in him. What a joke." The other men agreed. The security guard was aiming far too high and was bound to make a fool of himself. The 4 women would soon put him in his place. They expected the women to sneer at the guard and walk away, but the women all smiled and hurried over to him. "Mr. Alex," Celeste called, recognizing him. "You're a security guard here? I thought the Clifton family." Alex shook his head and winked at Celeste, who understood and stopped talking. "Mr. Alex, you look handsome in your uniform," Celine said. "Now that we're all studying here, we'll see Mr. Alex every day," Callisto said, grinning at him. "Mr. Alex, you must be very tired," Luna said. "Do you need us to give you a massage?" Celeste put her hand on Alex's shoulders and began to rub. Celine took Alex's left arm and started to knead at the muscles while Callisto took his right arm. Luna walked around him, ready to work on his back. Miles and the others gaped at the scene in front of them. What was going on? Why were such beautiful women showering a mere security guard with attention? "Hey, girls," Miles said, walking over to them. "This guy's just a security guard. Don't waste your time on him. Come with us, and we'll take you somewhere nice for dinner." "Shut up!" All 4 women spoke at once, annoyed at the way Miles insulted Alex. If they hadn't been worried about getting kicked off campus, Miles would already be nursing his injuries. "By the way, Celeste, Alex said, gesturing at the men.
These guys said that women prefer men who take care of their appearance and wear fancy clothes.
Is he right? He fought back a smile, knowing the Moon Maidens would never be interested in such shallow men. Of course women like us, Miles said.
We dress like pop stars, and we have plenty of money. We're much more attractive than guys like you.
Exactly, Percy said. We're much better than you.
You're nothing,
Sean said.
Do you have a death wish?
Celeste asked, glowering at them. All 4 Moon Maidens walked straight toward Miles and his friends. They had run out of patience and couldn't tolerate these men for a moment longer. Episode 285, Exercising Restraint. Don't kill anyone, cried Alex.
Yes, Mr. Alex,
said the Moon Maidens. Celeste kicked 2 of the young men, knocking them down. Celine, Callisto, and Luna each kicked one of the others, and a moment later, all 5 men were splayed on the ground, clutching at their chests. The women were as strong as they were smart. Celeste towered over them, scowling.
No, we do not like men like you,
she said, her voice full of scorn.
We don't care about what clothes you wear,
Luna joined in.
And your cologne is making my eyes water,
Callisto said.
Just leave us alone,
said Celine. Miles wanted to argue, but he was afraid Celeste would hit him again, so he kept his mouth shut. Celeste, let's go, Alex called. Get in the car and I'll give you a ride. Celeste glared at Miles, and then she got into Alex's patrol car with the other Moon Maidens. Seatbelts on, Alex said, starting the car. Miles watched them, feeling envious. He looked at his friends. They had all been humiliated by a lowly security guard.
Mr. Alex, we've joined the music department like Debbie,
Celeste said from the front passenger seat.
And we got rooms in the student residence halls, so we can take care of her every day.
The money they had donated had allowed them to make any demands they liked. Well, that's great, Alex said. I'm glad you're here. But you need to remember not to expose Debbie's identity.
Don't worry, Mr. Alex, Celeste said. We'll be careful.
She paused for a moment.
Mr. Alex, where do you live?
I live nearby, but my schedule is a bit different now, he said. So I'm glad you can be here to take care of Debbie. Don't worry about me. After all, I'm just a security guard now. So if you hang around me too much, it will attract attention.
We know we can't take of you the way we did before, Celeste said. But we can still give you massages, right? Maybe we just like security men. What's wrong with that? I don't think anyone will say anything. Yes, I've heard of students falling in love with security guards, Luna said, so it's not that unusual. Security guards are important, Callisto said. They deserve some attention.
They all nodded. All right, Alex said, if you really want to. He looked at them fondly, knowing that they were being sincere. As long as they were careful, there shouldn't be any problems. All 4 women beamed at him. By the way, he said, I'm going to the Cliftons' house tonight, so I need you here to protect Debbie. Okay, they said, determined to do whatever Alex asked of them. Are you going home now? He asked. I can take you there. We need to buy a few things first, Celeste said. Okay, then I'll let you off at the school gate, he said, stepping on the accelerator. The four women were caught off guard and yelped. Then they started laughing. Later that day, Alex watched Celeste and Celine escort Debbie back to the dormitory building. All four Moon Maidens were in Debbie's class, but Alex was afraid that 5 beautiful women together would attract too much attention. So he had divided them into 2 teams who could take turns protecting Debbie. Any 2 of the Moon Girls could cope with anything that might happen. Having finished his shift, Alex went back to his dormitory, changed out of his uniform, and left the campus. Just outside the university grounds, he found a car waiting for him. After a 20-minute drive, they reached the Clifton family home, and the driver stopped outside the door. Alex got out of the car and found Rufus waiting at the door. Mr. Clifton, Alex said. Mr. Ambrose, Rufus said. I'm glad you could make it. My father is waiting for you inside. Please come in and we can talk. He waved Alex inside. Rufus and his father wanted to ask Alex to help them, but they hadn't informed the rest of the family. Jessup kept them in the dark to protect Alex's identity. Since Alex was protecting Debbie, the fewer people who knew what was going on, the better. This way, Rufus said, opening the door for Alex. Jessup was sitting at a table covered with food, but when he saw Alex, he stood up. Mr. Ambrose, he said, thank you for coming. You're welcome, Alex said, keeping his tone respectful. After a simple exchange of greetings, they sat at the table. The dishes were steaming hot and everything looked delicious. But Alex noticed that Jessup and Rufus barely touched their food, and he grew concerned. Mr. Clifton, are you worried about Debbie? Alex asked. She's doing really well now. Jessup gave him a weak smile. He hesitated for a moment, and then he got straight to the point. Actually, Mr. Ambrose, he said, I didn't invite you here to ask about Debbie. I need to ask for your help. Oh? Alex asked. He hadn't expected that. What do you need from me? I'll help if I can. The Cliftons were Debbie's family, so Alex felt obliged to assist them. Rufus was pleased by Alex's response. I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Ambrose, Jessup said, relieved. He held up his glass, toasting Alex. So, Mr. Clifton, what's going on? Alex asked. He was curious about what kind of problem the Clifton family couldn't solve by themselves. Well, it's like this, Jessup said. But before he could explain, he was interrupted by the buzz of a mobile phone vibrating. Rufus picked up his phone and looked at the number. Then he looked at Jessup and Alex before answering the call. He listened for a moment and then said, Let him in. He ended the call and looked at Jessup. He's here. Here? Jessup asked. He tightened his grip on his wine glass, and his knuckles turned white. Mr. Ambrose, will you please come with me? Rufus said, standing up. Alex followed Rufus to the study. Please stay here and don't make any noise, Rufus said, and then he slipped back out of the room. Alex stood at the door and listened to what was happening in the dining room. One of the Clifton servants led Chris and 2 of his bodyguards into the house. Chris felt a little uneasy, but he knew he had to be strong to take over the Baltimore underworld. The servant knocked on the door of the dining room.
"Mr. Chris Stedman is here to see you,"
he announced. "Let him in," Rufus called from inside the room.
"Yes, sir,"
the servant answered. He opened the door and stepped back to allow Chris entry. Chris took a deep breath and walked inside.
"Chris," Alex thought. "What's he doing here?"
Jessup sat at the table and didn't even acknowledge Chris. Instead, he picked up his fork and began to eat. He had been one of the underworld's leaders for decades, and even Art Stedman didn't wield the same power. So Jessup refused to show his son any respect. Chris grew angry at Jessup's attitude. "How are you, Mr. Clifton?" he asked, pretending he hadn't noticed the insult. "And Rufus, are you well?" "Hello, Mr. Stedman," Rufus said, eyeing Chris warily. Jessup remained silent. Chris frowned. "I've laid down a challenge to your family, and you still won't even look me in the eye," he thought. "Well, I'll get your attention soon enough." "That's an impressive meal," he said, sitting down at the table uninvited. "I didn't expect you to have such a big appetite after all that's happened lately." He picked up a fork and took some food, chewing slowly. A moment later, he put the fork back down and frowned. "Too much salt," he said. Jessup put down his cutlery and stared at Chris. The upstart had dared to sit at the table and help himself to the food. His behavior was downright offensive and deliberately provocative. Chris smiled, glad to see that Jessup was angry. "Mr. Stedman, would you care to explain what happened last night?" Rufus asked. Chris was here to declare war on the Cliftons, so it would be better if he simply got straight to the point. Episode 286, Turf Wars. "I think we all understand what we're here to talk about today," Chris said, looking at Jessup. "But I'll make it clear now." Chris opened the door and said, "If we want to control the underground world of Baltimore, we accept that we will be at war with the Clifton family. We think that the time has finally come to decide this matter." Jessup laughed softly and asked, "Do you think your family has the strength to defeat the Cliftons?" Chris shrugged slightly and said, "Of course. Even if we don't win, we wouldn't miss this opportunity to have a showdown. If you don't think the Stedmans are worthy opponents, that's fine. We'll have a real fight, and then we'll all know where we stand." Chris's determined attitude surprised Jessup, and he felt slightly less confident. "Mr. Stedman, stop spouting nonsense and let's get down to business," Rufus said to Chris. He no longer saw any reason to be polite to him. "So how do you want this fight between our two families to proceed?" Chris ignored Rufus's jibe. He was there to negotiate. Your father has already thought about it, hasn't he? Let's hear what he's got to say, Jessup said. Jessup knew that Chris's father, Art, wouldn't have sent his son to pick a fight with him without careful consideration. Chris looked at Jessup with respect when he realized that he had predicted his father's actions. Jessup was a man with a lifetime of experience and intuition. He said, "We have 3 possibilities to suggest. I'll give you our ideas and then you can choose." Chris continued, "The first possibility is that the 2 families physically fight each other until one side surrenders or everyone dies." Jessup had also thought of this option but dismissed it. As the 2 most powerful families in the underground world of Baltimore, it was likely that neither would concede, so a lot of people would die. The loss could be tremendous. In addition, the story would be so newsworthy that even their families would not be able to keep it under wraps. If news of the underworld fight got out, the reputations of both families and their business empires would be destroyed. No matter which side won the fight, the damage to both families could be disastrous. He therefore felt that it was a very high-risk option, with both sides likely to suffer. "What else?" Jessup asked. He had too much experience as a leader to only hear the first suggestion. "The second is to decide through a 1-to-1 fight. Each family chooses 1 man to represent them, and the 2 men fight to the death in one of the underground fighting rings," Chris said. Jessup was familiar with this option. The victory or defeat of the warrior represented the victory or defeat of his employer. That method was the most commonly used to settle large-scale turf wars in the underground world and to determine gang boundaries. Jessup had predicted that the Stedman family would suggest this option, so he had already asked Alex if he would represent his family. "You have a third way?" he asked. He couldn't think of a third option, so he was curious to hear what the Stedman family might suggest. "Of course we do, and I think it may be the best option for the Clifton family," Chris said. Jessup looked at him curiously as he waited for him to continue. "The third way is..." Chris started, then paused slightly, stared at Jessup and whispered, "The Clifton family admits defeat right now and proclaims our family, the Stedman family, as the bosses of the Baltimore underworld scene." Jessup was so furious that he started coughing violently. Chris had been deliberately provocative. "Dad, are you okay?" Rufus quickly bent down to check on his father. Jessup shook his head. "Chris, you piece of shit! Get out of here!" he yelled at Chris. He was deeply insulted by Chris's display of disrespect. Chris answered, "Calm down. We're just thinking what's best for your family. If the Clifton family is willing to withdraw from the underground world of Baltimore, the Stedman family will pay you $5 million. Not only will your family receive money, but your reputation will remain unharmed. Surely that's a fair deal." Jessup asked, "Does your family really believe that the Cliftons will lose the fight?" Chris replied smugly, "No, of course, not definitely. But I would say it's certainly probable. There's maybe 90% chance that the Cliftons will lose." He continued, "I must remind you that the Blood Brothers gang in Baltimore is immense and powerful, and that they will support my family. I assume you've heard of them?" Jessup thought. He was right. His family has the support of the Blood Brothers. He said, Of course, the Blood Brothers are a large gang, and they have a lot of skilled fighters. By all means, have them on your side, but don't assume that your family will win. So, you're not going to concede. You still want to fight our family? Chris confirmed. Of course, Jessup replied. Okay, great. Chris stood up and said, In 3 days' time, we'll meet at the Clifton Underground Boxing Ring. We'll be waiting for you with your fighter. We're looking forward to it. Goodbye until then. Chris turned and left. Dad, are you okay? Rufus asked as he looked at his father's anxious face. He was also very worried. I'm fine, Jessup replied. Please, fetch Mr. Ambrose. Of course, Rufus answered. Then he opened the door of the study and said to Alex, Mr. Ambrose, please come in. Jessup looked at Alex and asked, Mr. Ambrose, did you hear what was agreed with the Stedman family? Hopefully I don't need to repeat it. I want you to fight for the Clifton family. What do you think? First, can you please tell me who the Blood Brothers are? Can we beat them? And what'll happen if we lose? Alex asked. He knew that Jessup wanted his allegiance, but he had some doubts in his mind. The Blood Brothers is the largest gang in Baltimore. They have a lot of good fighters and several martial arts experts, skilled professional fighters. They are a huge gang, and it will be very difficult to defeat them. Listening to his analysis of the situation brought home to Jessup how bleak their prospects were. The fight will only end by the death of one opponent, or in the unlikely event that one fighter admits defeat, he explained. After a brief thought, Alex said, Mr. Clifton, I promise I will fight for you. Are you sure? If you don't want to, I understand and I won't force you, Jessup said. Alex didn't want to fight, but he explained his decision. I will fight because of Debbie. I know that if anything happened to her family, Debbie would be devastated. I promised her that I will never let her feel sad or afraid again, so I must help her family. Besides, I already feel part of the Clifton family. Listening to Alex's heartfelt words, Jessup was moved. He felt certain that his granddaughter had found herself a good man. Good, he replied slowly. Now that you're officially a member of the Clifton family, I'll call you Alex. Now, go and get something to eat. Then we can meet with the family to discuss how we're going to beat the Stedmans. Alex nodded. Speaking of families reminded him of how he had been forced out of his own family and how much he missed them. It made him feel quite melancholy. Jessup told him, Alex, over the next 2 days, we'll get as much information as we can about the fighters that the opposition are considering. On the day of the fight, we'll all be there to support you except Debbie. I don't want her to know anything about it. I understand, Alex nodded. He had already decided not to tell Debbie anything about the fight. If she knew that his life was in danger, she would be very worried, and he didn't want to cause her any distress. If he did die in the ring, he could imagine how devastated Debbie would be. He had to make sure that didn't happen. Chris was sitting in his Mercedes-Benz, feeling relaxed. He was pleased with how things had gone with Jessup Clifton. He raced the Mercedes back to his father's villa, pushed open the door and walked inside. Art was sitting on the sofa, smoking. The ashtray in front of him was already overflowing. He wasn't worried about Chris's negotiations with the Clifton family. He just felt that the day when he would take over running the entire Baltimore Underground was getting close. As he imagined the negotiations taking place between his son and Jessup Clifton, he couldn't help feeling excited. Chris walked up to Art and said excitedly, "Dad, our negotiations went well. As you predicted, Jessup agreed to a one-on-one fight." "Good," Art said. "Everything is under my control. No matter which way the Clifton family chooses, we will defeat them." "I think they'll send their best fighter, Paul Novak, to fight for them. Is there anyone in the Blood Brothers gang that can beat him?" Chris asked. Art replied calmly, "Don't worry. Since Tyson Slade has promised to help us take over the Baltimore Underground world, he'll definitely send us his best fighter. Otherwise, we won't help his gang expand on the East Coast." He sat on the sofa, pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone and called Tyson Slade. Tyson answered. "Hello, Mr. Stedman. How can I help you?" His voice was so deep and masculine that it sounded as hard as a rock. Episode 287, The Fighter. "Hello, Tyson. In 3 days' time, the Clifton family are to fight the Stedmans. Please send your best fighter to take part in the battle," Art told him. Art held his breath while he waited for the gang leader to answer. The war with the Stedman family was the most important thing to happen to his family in years, and a lot rested on the man's response. "Okay, no problem. I'll arrange for Damon Walker to travel to Baltimore tomorrow. Don't worry about a thing," Tyson replied. "That sounds good," Art thought. The gang leader was about to end the call when Art said, "Tyson, I believe that the Clifton family will send Paul Novak. He's a famous and much revered martial arts fighter. Are you sure that Damon will beat him?" Art knew that this was a fight that his side had to win if he wanted to increase his control of the underworld. He wanted to confirm that Tyson was sending his best man. "Are you questioning my judgment?" Tyson asked. He thought that Art asking him such a question was a criticism of his leadership. "No, of course not. You misunderstood me. I just wanted to confirm that he will win for us," Art said quickly. He was terrified of the gang leader. "Damon is the first apprentice of Lee Harshaw, the head of our gang sect in California. Although I haven't seen him fight for a long time, I am told that Damon is unbeatable by anyone except a handful of men. Do you believe me now?" Tyson asked. "Of course. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. I know you'll send the right man." Art quickly apologized again. "Don't blame yourself, I understand your concerns. And I must remind you that after the Blood Brothers have helped your family take control of the Baltimore Underground, you must keep your side of the deal and help us," Tyson said. Tyson had no other friends in Baltimore as powerful as Art, and he knew he needed their help. Their gang wanted to take over a large part of the East Coast. In recent years, the East Coast had developed rapidly and had become a prize being fought over by many of the top American gangs. "Yes, of course," Art agreed. And then Tyson ended the call. Besides a lush birch forest, just outside San Diego, there were several large villas. In the garden in one of them, a middle-aged man was slowly pacing, deep in thought. As he walked through the birch forest, yellow leaves crunched on the ground beneath his feet. Finally, he arrived at a blue pool. A man in his 20s was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the pool with his eyes closed. He was deep in meditation. The water in the pool appeared to ripple under his direction, and some pieces split off the stone that was between his legs. He sensed that someone had approached, and his eyes jittered beneath his eyelids. He stopped what he was doing and slowly opened his eyes. He was sitting on the ground. To stand up, he didn't use his hands to support him, but straightened his legs and gracefully stood up. Anyone watching would have struggled to believe what they saw. The young man looked at the middle-aged man in the black robe and walked toward him. His gait seemed leisurely, but he covered the distance very quickly. In moments, he reached the other man. "So, your skills have improved even further," the middle-aged man said. He was Lee Harshaw, the leader of the California sect of Blood Brothers, and the young man was his most promising apprentice, Damon Walker. Looking at Lee, Damon said, "If you still find it necessary to flatter me, that tells me my skill is not yet equal to yours. I will have to practice harder in order to live up to your expectations." He had lived with the older man since he was a child. To him, he was both a teacher and a father. "Very good." Lee patted his shoulder gently. "I have a word from the leader. He needs you to do something." Earlier, Lee had received a phone call from the gang leader, Tyson, who told him about the request from the Stedman family in Baltimore. "What does he need me to do?" Looking up to the sky, Damon felt a little excited. He regarded each mission as a practical test of his skills. Generally, the leader sent other people on straightforward missions. Since he was being sent on this one, he deduced that the opponent must be formidable. The thought made Damon happy, which was a rare emotion for him. "You are to go to the city of your birth, Baltimore, to help a family there to seize control of the city's underground world," Lee told him. He had found Damon as an orphan more than 20 years previously and raised him as a son and apprentice. "Baltimore?" His heart flipped when he heard the name of his hometown. On the one hand, it was the city of his birth, but he had grown up in California and had no memories of his homeland. The boys he grew up with had always laughed at him because he came from the East Coast and spoke so differently. On the other hand, he hated Baltimore because it was there that he was abandoned by his parents. If it had not been for Lee, who rescued him as a child, he would have died there. He had mixed feelings about going to his birth city to carry out his mission. "Do you have any concerns?" he asked. "No?" He shook his head and said, "Please rest assured, I will complete the task assigned by the leader." Good. Damon looked up to the sky and told himself, "So I'm going to Baltimore. Not only do I need to help that family gain control of the underground world, but also promote the prestige of the Blood Brothers gang." He told himself that he would ensure that everyone in the city saw how powerful and prosperous the gang now was. The Blood Brothers had been founded in Los Angeles 100 years previously by a Chinese immigrant and martial arts expert named Hu Julie. At that time, he was a member of a New York gang, The East Coast Dragons and the city was rife with turf wars between rival gangs in the cities. Rumors were deliberately spread by a rival gang that Hujuli had betrayed his gang to seek glory. As increasing numbers of gang members heard and believed the rumors, his gang launched a crusade against him and his family, vowing to find him and kill them all. On the night of the crusade, more than 120 members of his family, servants and workers, men and women, old and young, were massacred. Hujuli was also seriously injured. Just as he was about to be killed, a rival gang charged into his house to attack his enemies. They inadvertently saved his life. By the end, all of his attackers were subdued by the rival gang members, who were determined to kill or capture everyone from the East Coast Dragons. Hujuli managed to stay out of it, but he knew that people would say that he had betrayed his gang and cooperated with the enemy. Only then did he understand that he and the rest of the East Coast Dragons had been fooled by the rival gang. He realized that the rumors of his treason and collusion with the enemy had been spread by the rival gang. The purpose was to stir up chaos amongst the East Coast Dragons, with the end goal being to completely annihilate them. But by that time, Hujuli no longer cared who was responsible or what their motives were. His family had been killed, and he vowed that one day he would avenge them. He fled to the other side of the country and lived the rest of his life on the West Coast. He founded the Blood Brothers and always promised himself that one day he would return to the East Coast and settle his blood debts with the East Coast Dragons. Lee handed the information about the Stedman family to Damon. At 8 p.m., Damon took a cab to San Diego International Airport and caught a flight to Baltimore. The next morning at 9 o'clock, his plane landed in Baltimore. The passengers stepped down from the plane. The last passenger to step off the plane was a very tall man with blonde curls and a brown leather jacket. Although he was born on the East Coast, it felt like he had landed in a foreign country. It was much colder, and he noticed that everyone dressed differently from where he was from. Their accents were different, and the buildings looked cramped and gray. He slowly made his way down the gangway. Art and Chris were waiting for him at arrival. Chris stepped forward and said, "Hello, Damon. I'm Chris, and this is Art." The previous night, Tyson had sent Chris and Art a picture of Damon so that he could recognize him. To show his respect, Art personally came to the airport to meet him. "Hello," Damon said coldly. The only person he ever showed respect and humility for was Lee. He had no time for politeness with others. Art wasn't impressed with Damon's attitude, but he continued to smile. Damon had traveled all this way to help them defeat the Clifton family, and he couldn't afford to offend him. They left the airport terminal and climbed into Chris's car. Art told him, "You've been traveling for several hours, so you must be tired. I reserved a room for you in a very good hotel. You can have a good rest first, and then I'll have someone tell you everything you need to know about your opponent." "Who is the opponent?" Damon asked. "We think it will be Paul Novak, the best martial arts fighter that the Clifton family has. I'll give you his information later," Chris said. "No need," Damon replied with a chuckle. He felt no need to know more about his opponent. He was supremely confident in his fighting ability and knew he could beat almost anyone. He ordered, "Take me to see him, now." Now? Art was slightly surprised and explained, "But the fight will not start until the day after tomorrow." "Isn't it better to get everything resolved sooner? Take me to see him now," he demanded again. Damon believed that ignoring the agreement that had been made, taking your opponent by surprise, and finishing things early was the biggest insult possible to the other party. Of course, he wanted not only to insult the Clifton family, but also the other martial arts fighters on the East Coast. Because he had grown up in the Blood Brothers gang, he remembered that one of the most important missions of the gang was to seek revenge on the rival gangs on the East Coast. "How confident are you that you'll beat him if you don't take time to prepare?" Art asked sincerely. He could see that the young man was taking the mission very seriously, but didn't want him to underestimate the opposition. "There will only be one result from my mission," Damon said as he looked at Art. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and it was clear that he was ready for battle. With a trace of a smile, he said, "That's the death of my opponent." Episode 288, The Victor. Art pondered for a moment and finally decided that he would take Damon to meet Paul. "I'll take you to see him now," he told him. He knew that Damon was a notorious fighter from the Blood Brothers gang. He should easily beat Paul. As a result of his inquiries, Art had found out that Paul lived at the No Surrender martial arts camp, but he hadn't been able to find out whether he had agreed to fight for the Clifton family. "Go to the No Surrender martial arts camp," Art told the driver. They would go there first to look for Paul. The car changed direction and drove toward the training camp, which was on the outskirts of Baltimore. Along the way, Damon looked out of the window at the familiar landscape of Maryland. After being away from the East Coast for so many years, he was finally back. The view outside the window slowly rose from high-rise buildings to mountains, and the wind was so strong that the trees were swaying. Gradually, a building with green tiles and red walls came into view. They had reached the No Surrender martial arts camp. Art, Chris, and Damon climbed out of the car. There were 4 young men dressed entirely in black, standing at the gates of the camp. They were Chris's bodyguards. He had ordered them to meet them there to protect him and his father. The battle between Damon and Paul was going to be fierce, and he didn't want himself or his father to get hurt. Art knocked on the gate, and 2 men opened it. When they saw the 3 men, they were surprised and concerned. They could see that these strangers were not friendly. "Hello, we're looking for Paul Novak. Is he here?" Art asked politely. "Mr. Novak?" When they heard that the men were looking for Paul, they knew they were right to feel anxious, and they hesitated. The last time visitors had come for Paul, several people had been hurt. "Take us to see him, please," Art said patiently. He was determined to stay calm. "Of course," said one of the men. He gave a small bow and then turned and walked toward the back of the building. The men led Art, Chris, and Damon along a path that wound through the walled gardens and arrived at a small back door. They passed through the door and out toward the mountains to the edge of a cliff. Since he was defeated by Alex, Paul had returned to the martial arts camp to practice and improve his technique. He relived his fight with Alex repeatedly, trying to see where he had gone wrong. He practiced and perfected many new moves. Being defeated by Alex was a terrible blow to his ego, and he had felt very depressed since it happened. He felt that his 30 years of martial arts training had been in vain. After 10 minutes walking along the cliff, they finally saw Paul. He was sitting on a huge rock on the edge of the cliff.
"That's Mr. Novak,"
one of the men said in a trembling voice. Art looked at Paul, then back at the man. Now they had found Paul. They needed the two men to leave them alone with him. "Thank you. Now please leave us alone," he said. Damon stepped forward. Holding his fists up and with his head raised, he looked at Paul and called out to him, "Hey, you!" Paul opened his eyes and looked over at them. Slowly he stood up. No one ever dared to speak to him like that. His anger rose sharply. When he recognized that Art was standing behind Damon, Paul calmed down a little. He knew that in Baltimore, the Stedman and Clifton families were enemies. He asked himself, what do the Stedmans want with me? "Who are you?" he asked. From the fact that Art was with this man, he knew he was there to fight him. "Have you ever heard of Damon Walker from the Blood Brothers gang?" Damon asked. "I've heard of the Blood Brothers gang," Paul replied. He wasn't surprised. He had been heavily involved in martial arts for more than 10 years and knew a lot about the history of the martial arts movements in both China and America. He continued, 100 years ago, Hu Juli, the founder of the Blood Brothers, betrayed his original gang, causing the deaths of hundreds of fighters. Later, he fled to the West Coast and founded the Blood Brothers gang in Los Angeles. The Blood Brothers are now a powerful gang who use martial arts fighters to act as enforcers and protectors for America's underworld. "Ha!" Damon denounced angrily. He said, "The East Coast Dragons massacred more than 120 of our ancestors. The Blood Brothers have been waiting all this time to avenge their blood debt." He continued, "Today I'm here to take your life on behalf of the Stedman family. Let's begin." "You arrogant son of a bitch," Paul yelled. "Someone like you cannot distinguish between good and evil. I will happily kill you and any other Blood Brothers I can find." Paul sprang up and contorted his hand into a knife-like shape. He had been depressed since his defeat by Alex. Now he had a chance to recover his self-esteem and prove himself once again. He wanted to use Damon's blood to pay homage to the dead of the East Coast martial arts fighters before him. The move that Paul used was skillful, but well known. When they saw Paul's attack arc through the air and his body move as fast as lightning, Art and Chris quickly stepped back so that they didn't get hurt. In the blink of an eye, Paul was standing in front of Damon, but his opponent stood stock still. He looked at Paul dispassionately, as if he didn't care about him at all. Paul held his blade closer to Damon's neck. Art held his breath, thinking that at any moment he would hit the young man's neck and kill him. When Paul's hand was only a few inches from his skin, Damon finally made his move. He pulled in his legs and suddenly he was a few feet away.
It seemed impossible that he could have escaped, but he had. Paul's blow had cut through nothing but air. Paul gasped in shock. How could this man have avoided his attack? Suddenly he felt afraid of Damon. He had a terrible feeling that he could not beat this opponent. Damon looked at Paul with a cold smile and said, I heard that you're a master of martial arts, but is that all you've got? I've got more than enough skill to kill you, Paul yelled as he rushed at Damon again. His body twirled and his feet kicked out at his opponent. To the spectators, it seemed that Damon reacted very slowly. But in reality, his movements were lightning fast. He was quicker and more agile than Paul, and in less than a second, he'd blocked his opponent's attack and hit him in the chest. Paul tried to attack him, but only managed to graze his arm. Damon's movements were so agile, and his body was so light that he appeared to move like the wind. By the time Paul drew near him, he had already dodged out of the way. As each man paused to catch their breath, Paul looked up at the sky and thought desperately, how can this young man be so powerful? Damon shook his head and sighed. It seems that all true martial arts experts on the East Coast are dead. I find it pitiful that a fighter like you can be called an expert, he said. He was happy to discover that his enemies were so weak. His comment infuriated Paul. Shut your mouth, he yelled. He knew that he was being shown up in front of everyone. Paul took a deep breath and then straightened his body and launched himself in the air like a torpedo. It's my turn to show you what I can do, he cried. He thought, now let's see what you're really made of. At the same moment, Damon also rushed at his opponent. As before, his movements seemed slow, but his speed was actually extremely fast. When there were only a few yards separating him from Paul, he moved even faster. The whirlwind of his kicking legs gave the impression that he had 10 legs instead of just 2. Before Paul could reach him, he kicked him hard in the chest, and Paul fell to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of red liquid onto the ground and felt that all his internal organs had been kicked to pieces. If he moved his body a little, his stomach cramped in agony. Paul looked up at Damon and said in wonder, Shinshinbu? He was referring to the martial arts technique used by Damon. He had never seen it used before, but he had heard of it. He had never expected to experience it used on him. Shinshibu was an ancient martial arts style from 19th century China, at the time that Hu Juli had founded the Blood Brothers. It had gradually declined in popularity over the years. In recent years, it had almost disappeared altogether. After Hu Juli had arrived in California and founded the Blood Brothers gang, he wrote down everything he knew about martial arts into books for later generations to learn from. He also hoped that one day he could return to the East Coast to avenge the blood feud of the rival gangs against his family. Ah, so you're not as ignorant as you look, Damon said. He slowly walked over to Paul with a ruthless expression on his face. Every member of the sect had been drilled on the purpose and mission of the Blood Brothers gang. The tens and thousands of members all knew about the blood feud between the gang and the rivals on the East Coast. Damon had grown up in the Blood Brothers and had a deep understanding of their history. And now, in front of him, was a man who had been disrespectful to the Blood Brothers.
he walked up to Paul and kicked him in the head. Paul was almost unconscious as he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Damon showed no mercy as he kicked him again. Paul soared into the air, and his body landed right on the edge of the cliff. The sudden landing jolted him back to awareness, and still dazed, he grabbed the edge of the cliff with his hands as his body was suspended over the edge. "Help me! I'm going to fall!" he managed to cry. "Huh!" Damon sneered. In his opinion, Paul was a joke. When dealing with his enemies, Damon never showed mercy. He stepped on Paul's hands with his feet and ground down heavily. "Ah!" Paul cried out, as he was forced to release his trampled hands, and he fell over the cliff. There was a scream, and after a few seconds, there was a loud thud. Episode 289, Countdown to Battle. When they saw how easily Damon killed Paul, Art and Chris were stunned. They had never heard of anyone with so much skill and power. Damon slowly turned around and walked over to them. Art, Chris, and the two men who had led them to Paul were terrified of him. They took a step back and one of the men tripped over. Damon walked up to Art and said, "I want you to tell everyone that you saw me kill Paul. I want the news spread right through the world of martial arts and get back to all the East Coast gangs." He wanted all the martial arts gangs whose ancestors had participated in the massacre of Hujuli's people to be afraid of him. When the Blood Brothers gang returned to the East Coast for good, that day would be the day they finally settled their blood feud. "Yes, of course I will," Art said. Although he was a powerful man, he had just witnessed a display of strength beyond his wildest imagination from Damon. He looked at the fighter with fear and respect. Damon saw everyone looking at him with absolute awe. He smiled to himself and hummed. To him, these people and their opinions meant nothing. To him, wealth and social status were meaningless compared to the power that his martial arts abilities gave him. Now, he just wanted to go back to the camp to clear his head. To him, the fight had been a little boring. Paul had not caused him any difficulties at all. For him, the only pleasure was that, as a result of the fight, people in the East Coast martial arts gangs would hear of his prowess and fear him. Art and Chris walked with Damon out of the camp gate, climbed into the Mercedes-Benz, and returned to the city center. Along the way, Art's tension and fear gradually abated, and he became relaxed and even cheerful. That morning he had been consumed with worry that if they couldn't find a fighter who could compete with Paul Novak, they could easily lose the war with the Cliftons. But already Damon had killed Paul, the most powerful warrior on the side of the Clifton family. That meant that the Stedman family would certainly win the fight in 2 days. He felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He paid for the most luxurious room for Damon at the Capitol Hotel and sent 6 bodyguards with him to ensure his safety. As Art drove away from the hotel, he sang quietly to himself. His fingers gently tapped to the beat. He didn't realize that he was in such a good mood until Chris said, "Dad, I haven't seen you so happy for a long time." Chris smiled and continued. "Now that Paul is dead, it'll be obvious to the Cliftons that we will win the fight. I wonder if they'll try to bargain with us now." Art shook his head slowly and said, "No, based on what I know about Jessup Clifton, he would rather die in the fight than surrender to us. He's both stubborn and proud." "Now that Paul's dead, who will the Cliftons send to fight with us?" Chris asked curiously. "Whoever they send will lose. It makes difference to us who it is," Art said dismissively. Then he added, "Chris, when you get back to Baltimore, you must spread the news that Damon defeated Paul Novak just as he requested." Just as soon as he requested. As soon as that news is released, everyone in Baltimore will know that the Stedmans are the victors in this war, Art continued. That night, Chris spent many hours on the internet, telephone and social media spreading the news of Paul's death at the hands of Damon. He informed everyone that mattered in Baltimore, all of whom were interested to know the outcome of the war between the two families. Everyone who heard the news was surprised. The Cliftons had been the most powerful family in the city for many years, and their best warrior had been killed a few days before the battle by Stedman's fighter. Those who had previously been unsure about which side to support suddenly felt that the decision had been made for them. If Paul Novak, the most powerful fighter for the Clifton family, was dead, the victor was guaranteed to the Stedmans. The top business families and entrepreneurs in Baltimore were concerned about who would be running the city's underground world in the future. But for the East Coast martial arts gangs, the focus was different. Paul Novak, one of their most infamous fighters, had been killed by the West Coast Blood Brothers gang, which had a blood feud with the East Coast gangs. This news was explosive. Over the last 100 years, the Blood Brothers had almost completely disappeared from the East Coast. The news that their fighter had killed Paul Novak had put them back on the radar. People in East Coast martial arts gangs started speculating on how strong the Blood Brothers had become. In addition to being employed by the Stedman family, did the gang have any other plans to expand their strength on the East Coast? They were all worried and continued to quietly watch what was happening. Many of them wondered at what point would they have to get involved. In the Clifton family mansion, Jessup whispered the name Damon under his breath and looked at the information in his hand. The old man's eyes contained deep sorrow. An hour previously, the Clifton family had received the news that Paul had been killed. Jessup had been shocked to the core. According to people who ran the No Surrender martial arts camp, Paul had been unable to fight back and had not posed any threat to Damon. If Paul had been beaten so easily by Damon, would Alex stand any chance at all? Jessup's family had all become very flustered when they heard the news. They were like frightened animals in the living room, pestering him with their questions and doubts. "What can we do?" asked one. "Our trump card has been taken out before the battle even started. Are we really going to lose to that bullshit Stedman family?" said another angrily. "We knew that they would contact the Blood Brothers sect, but we didn't do anything about it. Why didn't we prepare sooner?" said another. "Get out of here," Jessup finally exclaimed. He looked at his family and thought, "My sons are useless. They're not helping. they're only annoying me with their presence." His sons were quiet when they saw how angry their father was with them, and they all left the room quickly. Only Rufus remained in the living room with Jessup. "When you speak with Alex, tell him what Damon has done and remind him to be careful," Jessup told him. "Yes," he replied. He felt saddened when he looked at his father's worried face. For the first time, he realized that his family might lose. Rufus dialed Alex's phone. At that moment, Alex was standing outside the residential building at the university. He was hungry and wanted to get something to eat in the canteen. Two beautiful girls approached him holding containers of carry-out food. It was Callisto and Luna. "Mr. Alex, we bought Chinese takeout for you. No need to go to the canteen. There are too many people queuing in there. We'll take it in turns to bring you food," Callisto said. They had been watching Alex standing guard every day and wanted to do something to help him. "You're so kind to me," he said as he smiled at them. The canteen had a special dining area for employees, so he wouldn't have had to queue, but he didn't tell the girls that. They'd been so kind to think about him. The smell of the food was making his mouth water. At that moment, his phone rang. Alex saw that it was Rufus calling and answered the call. "Alex, we found out who is fighting for the Stedman family. His name is Damon, and he's an apprentice of Lee Harshaw, the leader of the Blood Brothers sect in California. Just over an hour ago, he killed Paul without breaking sweat. Later, I'll give you all the information I have on him," Rufus said. "Okay." Alex was shocked when he heard that Paul had been killed. He realized that his opponent was even stronger than he thought, and he was worried. "I'll pick you up at Johns Hopkins the day after tomorrow. Try not to worry too much. We have faith in you. Just try your best," Rufus said. But Alex could hear the concern in his voice, and he guessed that although Rufus wouldn't admit it, he predicted that Alex was going to lose the fight. "I will," Alex replied. After a few more reassuring words, Rufus ended the call. Callisto and Luna could sense that something was bothering him, and Luna asked anxiously, "Mr. Alex, is something wrong?" "The day after tomorrow, I will fight for the Clifton family. Please take good care of Debbie for me that day. She mustn't know what's happening," Alex said. "Mr. Alex, who dares to challenge you in a fight? We should go and kill him first," Callisto said angrily. "I've promised the Clifton family that I'll fight for them, and I'm afraid that you can't go in my place. But I promise you that the person who can beat me has not yet been born. I'll end the fight as quickly as possible, and then I'll return," Alex said with fake confidence. He didn't want the girls to worry about him. When he said this, the girls laughed. "That's right. Of course that man won't beat you. If he dares to fight with Mr. Alex, he's a fool," said Callisto. Luna agreed. "My guess is that Mr. Alex can make that man kneel down and beg for mercy within 3 moves. They both felt absolute confidence that Alex would win. "Well, as you two said, I have no doubt that I will win," Alex assured them. Then he added, "But you can't let Debbie know about this. Do you understand?" When the two girls nodded, Alex felt relieved. He said, "Come on, follow me to the restroom. I'll eat my meal and you two can have a rest." The following 2 days passed quickly, and the day of the flight arrived. Everyone involved in business or the underworld in Baltimore had been obsessed with the battle between the two families and squabbling amongst themselves about who would win. When they learned that Paul, the most powerful warrior of the Clifton family, had already been killed by the Stedman family's fighter, they felt that the matter had already been resolved. In their hearts, they did not doubt that the Stedman family had won. On the day of the fight, people started arriving at the Underground Boxing Club, the venue of the fight. They all felt that they already knew who would win, so there was no sense of excitement in the crowd. They were only there to show their loyalty and to flatter the Stedman family, the future overlords of Baltimore. Episode 290, Preparing for the Fight. Jessup dressed in an elegant 3-piece suit and slowly walked out of his room. His family had been the domineering power of Baltimore for decades, and he wanted to look the part. His family members were waiting for him outside the door, but they were not as calm as he was. They still didn't know which warrior was going to fight for their family. By the end of the day, the Clifton family would probably have lost the leadership of the Baltimore underground world, and their name would disappear from the history of the city. From that moment on, their family would only decline. Jessup Clifton walked steadily out of the mansion, with his children and grandchildren following behind him, as if it were a grand ceremony before a war. Several luxury cars were parked at the gate of their mansion. "You go to the venue first," he said to the family behind him. Then he looked at Rufus and said, "Rufus, let's go collect Mr. Ambrose." "Sure," Rufus said. He followed Jessup to one of the cars. They climbed in and drove to John Hopkins. "Mr. Ambrose? Mr. Ambrose?" the rest of the family asked each other. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they agreed that Mr. Ambrose must be a warrior that Jessup had temporarily recruited. However, it had taken them years to find a fighter as good as Paul Novak. If he had been killed so easily by Damon, what chance did a last-minute replacement have? Reluctantly, the Clifton family climbed into the cars and drove to the underground boxing ring. It was a Sunday, and Debbie was finally taking a break from her studies and relaxing. She stepped out of the residential building with the 4 girls of the Moon Cult. The 5 of them had become good friends. Of course, the Moon Girls had not forgotten their identity, or that they were there to serve Alex. But this meant that they also served his wife. They accompanied Debbie to class every day, bought food for her, and gave her massages when she was stiff from studying all day. They were taking good care of her. Alex was still standing guard outside the residential building when Debbie and the girls walked out of the door. When he saw the 5 women walking out together, he felt very happy. "After work tonight, let's go to the lake together," Debbie said to Alex. She had been attending classes and studying so much recently that she was aware that they hadn't spent much time together. She didn't want him to feel neglected. "Tonight?" Alex said, and then paused. He didn't know what to say. That night he would be representing the Clifton family in the fight, and he was desperate to make sure that Debbie didn't find out about it. But looking at her beautiful, eager eyes, he couldn't bear to turn her down. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll call when I finish work.
Well, we'll leave you to work. We're going to the library,
Debbie said happily. Then she turned and walked toward the library with Callisto and Luna. Celeste and Celine stayed with Alex. When Debbie had gone, Alex went back to his dormitory and changed his clothes. It was time for him to go to the school gate to wait for the Clifton family to pick him up to go to the boxing ring. Celeste and Celine followed Alex. They were determined to go with him. When he reached the gate, he saw a luxury car waiting for him. Jessup and Rufus climbed out of the car and briefly exchanged greetings with him. Then, all three of them climbed back into the car and drove to the underground boxing ring. The Clifton Underground Boxing Ring was the most famous in the underground world of Baltimore. It was located centrally in the city, and directly above ground was the Baltimore Exhibition Hall. It was a very secret location and well hidden. At that moment, the exhibition hall looked calm, but below ground, it was already very busy. 200 yards in front of the exhibition hall, Jessup and Rufus, Alex, Celeste, and Luna stepped down from the car. They planned to walk there to the boxing ring. Alex felt a shiver up his spine. He turned around and saw a shady figure in a hoodie standing watching him nearby. The figure saw that Alex had seen them and immediately hid behind a tree. Celeste and Celine had also spotted the figure, and they rushed toward it. "Come out!" Celeste shouted, as the two girls rushed behind the tree and attacked the figure. The person was surprised. They hadn't expected two girls under 20 to have such advanced martial arts skills. The person quickly retaliated, but Celeste and Celine were too fast and ducked out of the way. Alex stepped over to defend the girls.
"Mr. Alex!"
Celine cried and stepped in front of Alex. The figure stepped into the light. She had black hair and eyes as black as sapphire. Her face was full of defiance and courage. It was Chelsea Wood, the police officer who had led the team the night Alex had dealt with Julian and Chris. "Why are you following me?" Alex asked when he realized who she was. "Is something going to happen here?" Chelsea asked. That day, when Chelsea had walked past the exhibition hall after work, she saw Chris and his father heading underground. Then, she witnessed many well-known entrepreneurs, influential families, and suspected gang members follow them in one after another. Only certain people had been informed about the fight. Other than the important people who had been invited, it was completely hush-hush. As Chelsea observed who was arriving, she became convinced that something important was happening that evening. She wanted to go underground to have a look, but there were several men at the door who wouldn't allow her in without an invitation. So she hid at the door to see what would happen. She was surprised when she saw Jessup and Rufus arrive, and even more so when she saw that Alex was with them. "Leave quickly. You shouldn't be here," Alex told her. "What's going on here? Something illegal? I'll call backup to stop whatever's about to happen," Chelsea said. She knew that the Clifton family was involved with the criminal underground, and when she saw them arrive, it confirmed her suspicions that something illegal was about to take place. "Leave before I shut you up forever," Jessup hissed angrily at her. "Dad, please calm down," Rufus said. He looked at Chelsea's face and asked, "Are you Chelsea Wood?" Yes, and I'll make sure that all of you villains end up in jail. After Chelsea had transferred to Baltimore, she learned from colleagues that the Clifton family ran the city's underground world. In her eyes, the family members were all criminals, and she vowed that one day she would wipe out the entire family. Little girl, you know you're no match for us. Leave now if you don't want to get hurt, Clifton said. Rufus sneered and told her, Okay, I'll tell you. There's going to be a fight here tonight, and the winner will become the king of the underground world in Baltimore. All the important businessmen and politicians know about the fight, and it will go ahead because we have the tacit consent from the city leaders. It's well accepted that our family is required, in addition to the police, to maintain peace and stability in Baltimore, and to prevent constant feuds between rival gangs. Do you understand? The tacit consent from the city leaders? Chelsea was shocked and didn't know how to respond. She suddenly felt like a fool, but still struggled to believe what Rufus had said. Jessup looked at her and said, Girl, why don't you just go in with us? When he saw that she was hesitant, Jessup ignored her and walked slowly toward the exhibition hall. After a moment, she followed them. After a thorough inspection on the first floor, Jessup led the others down toward the boxing ring. There were already a lot of people waiting at the entrance. Art and Chris had arrived half an hour ago, and a lot of people were gathered around them, talking with them excitedly. The other members of the Clifton family were very reserved. When Jessup arrived, a few people greeted him out of politeness. Mr. Clifton, hello, one man said. Mr. Clifton, you're here, said another. They all showed great restraint, because they all felt that the situation was very clear. The Stedman family would easily win the fight. Their allegiances were now with them, and they couldn't be seen being too friendly with the Cliftons. When the rest of the Clifton family saw that Jessup had arrived, they all started to complain. Dad, everyone is being so rude to us. They're all sucking up to the Stedmans now, said one of his sons. Another agreed. Yes, people are acting like they don't even know us. Some are blanking us completely, like they haven't seen us. It's all to flatter the Stedman family. It's disgusting. Dad, did you collect Mr. Ambrose? Someone asked. Yes, where's Mr. Ambrose? Asked someone else. Jessup didn't answer them immediately. He felt disgusted by their whining. Hello. Alex took the initiative to step forward and say hello. What? You're Mr. Ambrose? Asked one of Jessup's sons. Everyone was open-mouthed in surprise. They had all assumed that Mr. Ambrose, whom Jessup had recruited to fight for their family, would be an expert in martial arts. They never expected that it would be such a young and gentle-looking man as Alex. They were all thinking that Paul Novak was beaten so easily by the Stedman family's fighter Damon. Although this young man looks fit, he's not a well-known martial arts fighter. How can he stand up to Damon? When they saw him, their last hopes were dashed. Collectively, they groaned in despair. Art noticed that Jessup had arrived and walked over to Chris. They were surrounded by a large group of people. Chris's cousin's family also arrived with Julian, who was being pushed in a wheelchair. Lee Dempsey, a rich and influential businessman Debbie and Alex had encountered in the past, was amongst them. He happened to be in Baltimore on business, and with his family's influential status, he had naturally received an invitation He was looking forward to watching the fight. "Hello, Mr. Clifton. We meet again." Art politely greeted Jessup. He was determined to appear magnanimous in front of the crowds. After all, he would soon be the boss of the Baltimore underground world, and he needed everyone's respect. "Hello," Jessup said reluctantly as he shook hands with Art. When the Stedman family had first arrived in Baltimore, Art was just the head of a small company. At that time, he had brought a gift to the Clifton family to show his family's respect and allegiance. Jessup could never have foreseen that in only 30 years, Art would be seizing his position. But the underworld was never predictable. "Which warrior have you brought today?" Art asked. He was curious to know what the Cliftons would do now that their prize fighter, Paul, was out of the picture. "Mr. Ambrose, please come and meet Mr. Stedman," Jessup said. "Of course," Alex answered. He walked over to Art, nodded slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Stedman." When they saw Alex, no one could believe that he was their fighter. Had the Clifton family recruited a 20-year-old boy to fight for them? It seemed like a joke. "It's you." Chris recognized Alex, and his expression became cold and cruel. Julian saw Alex from his wheelchair and said, "Uncle, it's this bastard's fault that I'm in this wheelchair." Art raised his hand slightly, and Chris and Julian stopped talking. "Jessup, is this the best fighter you have? To send such a boy to fight, aren't you just giving victory to my family?" Art said to Jessup arrogantly. He had been courteous when they first met, but he also felt that it was important to demonstrate his dominance. He had already planned that once he was the underground boss of Baltimore, he would show kindness and authority to his subordinates. Episode 291, Reunion. When Art finished speaking, everyone around him laughed. Julian laughed loudest of all. "What have the Cliftons come to if they're getting such garbage to fight their battles for them?" he said. "It's pathetic. You might as well give up right now." His words caused an uproar among the Cliftons. "Shut your mouth," one of them shouted. "Maybe you should come to our turf and say that." Julian sneered. "Things have changed. If you ever see me coming, you'd better come out and greet me with respect." "Art, where's the man who killed Paul?" Jessup interjected. He still couldn't understand how anyone could have killed Paul Novak so easily. "You'll see Damon soon enough," Art answered. "But by then, your family will be working for mine." Art had been worried about the outcome of the fight, but when he saw that the Cliftons had chosen Alex to be their fighter, his worries had melted away. "I hear there's going to be a fight," a voice suddenly called out. "That sounds like fun." Alex recognized the voice. He looked towards the entrance, and he saw a young man and a young woman coming into the hall. The man was wearing an expensive jacket that shimmered in blue and gold, and he wore gold-colored shoes. He came strutting toward the fighting ring like a model on a runway. The young woman walked beside him with her head lowered. She was gazing straight into the floor and had her hands in her pockets. she looked completely uninterested in her surroundings. When they came closer, Alex realized that they were Justin and Nellie. Nellie was now officially a member of the Ambrose family. Although the entire Ambrose family had embraced her as one of their own, she had insisted that she didn't want to be a part of the family business. Lincoln had accepted her decision and told her that she could do as she liked. But she was still unhappy. She was like a completely different person. Where before she had been bold and unafraid to speak her mind, now she was quiet and sullen. Her father, Tristan, had asked Justin to spend time with her and try to cheer her up. Justin had grown fond of her, and he had taken her to as many places as he could think of, showing her all his favorite hangouts. He had treated her to the best food and amusements he could find, but nothing had worked. Finally, he had heard about the big fight between the Cliftons and the Stedmans. He thought it sounded like a lot of fun, so he had taken her to see it. As they walked further into the hall, Justin glanced at her to try to gauge her reaction. He hoped he had finally found something that pleased her. But when he looked beside him, she was gone. She had run off ahead of him into the arms of one of the men in the room. When they embraced, she started crying. Justin tilted his head curiously, wondering what was going on. But as he drew a little closer, he saw that the man she had run to was Alex. Justin smiled broadly. He was happy to see Alex too. But before he could speak to his brother, a voice called out for him. It sounded like Nathan's voice. "What are you doing in Baltimore, cousin?" he asked. Justin was surprised. How does Nathan know where I am? He thought. And how is he talking to me? Is he here? He looked around to try and find him. "Look to your right," Nathan said. "See that cell phone?" A man came walking up to Justin and held a phone up to his face. So that's what he's doing, Justin thought. He's watching the whole thing through his phone. "I heard there was going to be a big fight," Nathan explained. "I had to see it. And then I saw that poor little Alex would be one of the fighters. I guess that's what happens when you don't have a family. You have to leech off of others and do everything they tell you. It's pathetic." "He's better than you," Justin blurted out. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Alex and Nellie looking curiously between him and the cell phone from which Nathan was speaking. He realized they could hear the conversation. He was a little embarrassed that Alex had heard him speak about his abilities so confidently, but Justin did believe in him. "Oh, Justin," Nathan responded derisively. "Still living in a fantasy, are you?" There was a brief pause, and then Nathan continued. "Just remember that Alex isn't part of the family anymore. If you try to help him, you'll only get yourself into trouble." Justin paused, unsure of what to do. If he tried to help Alex, Nathan would use it to turn their grandfather against him. There could be serious consequences. "Alex doesn't need my help," he said finally, puffing out his chest. "He'll win anyway." Nathan laughed. "Like I said, you're living in a fantasy. Do you know who he's fighting? I'll tell you. His opponent is Damon Walker. He's a member of the Blood Brothers, and he's never been beaten. Just recently, he killed Paul Novak with ease. What do you think he'll do to poor little Alex?" Episode 292, Place Your Bets. Nathan's words made Justin and Nellie very nervous. Justin looked at Alex. He was starting to think that his brother might be in over his head. Then he remembered that Nathan was watching, and he pulled himself together. "Alex won't lose," he roared. Then he grabbed the phone and ended the call. Nellie looked pleadingly at Alex and grabbed him by the arm. She wanted to pull him out of the room and get as far away from there as they could. "I can't let him do this," she thought. "It's too dangerous." Justin stopped her. He was as worried about Alex's safety as she was, but she still believed that he had a chance. Besides, he knew better than to try to stop him. "Listen, Nellie," he said to her. "He's not going to leave. He's too stubborn. Let's just sit down and show him that we support him. I know he can do this." Nellie glared at him doubtfully. Justin forced himself to smile and added, "Listen to your older brother, huh?" "Don't worry, Nellie," Alex said. "I'll win." Nellie could see that Justin was right, and she calmed down. They found a couple of nearby seats and sat down. Nellie buried her face in her hands and started to cry. She believed in Alex, but the tension was unbearable. Chelsea sat behind them. She had listened to the entire exchange, and she was deeply moved. "There's more to this fight than I first thought," she realized. "The stability of the whole city could be at stake." Alex had already stepped into the ring. To his left stood the referee, a fat little middle-aged man who looked like a retired boxer. The other corner of the ring was empty. Damon hadn't come yet. The audience grew restless. Damon was resting in another room in the building. He had arrived with Art and Chris, but the crowd had been too noisy for him. So they had found him another place to prepare for the fight. He had taken a short nap and he had just woken up. He stood up and stretched. Then he walked over to the window. It looked out over the fighting ring. The ring itself was right below him, just a few meters down. He saw a young man standing in the ring, and that the entire audience was seated. They looked like they were ready for the fight to start. Damon smiled. He knew just how to make his entrance. With one focused punch, he broke the window glass, and then he jumped. He flew through the air down into the ring, and then he stood tall to face Alex. The entire room was shocked. Many didn't know what was happening, and some covered their heads in fear. When they looked up, they saw Damon standing there. He looked strong and fierce. To many people in the audience, there was no doubt who would win the fight. Damon stared at Alex and chuckled. Then he looked away and faced the audience. Alex was nothing to him. He had faced far worse, some very recently. "It appears that our two fighters have arrived," the referee announced. "The fight will begin in a few minutes. Before we start, I would like to remind you that bets may be placed on the outcome of this fight. If you're interested, you know where to go to place your bets." Information about the fight had been spread to all the relevant families on the East Coast, and a secure website had been set up on a secure network where bets could be placed. The bets were expected to range in the millions of dollars. Many in the audience took out their phones and logged into the network. The current state of the betting pool was displayed on a large screen above the ring. New bets came flowing in. Some people were betting on Alex, but many more were for Damon. It was obvious that he was the clear favorite. Everyone who sat close to Art and Chris muttered loudly about how much they had bet on Damon. Art looked pleased. It was clear that everyone expected his fighter to win, and they all wanted to be on his good side. Lee Dempsey sat quietly. Like everyone else, he had also placed a bet on Damon. He was still angry with Alex and Justin for the way they had humiliated him and thought this was a good opportunity to get revenge without having to do any real work himself. But he felt no need to advertise his bet. As long as Alex was beaten and Justin was there to see it, he would have what he wanted. "There's no contest," Julian exclaimed while looking straight at Chris. "Our family's betting $7 million on Damon. Easiest money I ever made." Then he noticed Chelsea. He looked at her and sneered. "Officer Wood, you're sitting with the Cliftons. I guess you think their little punk has a chance. What a joke. Why don't you put your money on it, if you have any?" Everyone around Chelsea looked at her, and she felt ashamed. She thought that she had degraded herself, sitting in such a rotten place and being insulted by people like Julian. Only half an hour ago, she thought, I would have called for backup and gotten this place shut down without a second thought. But things aren't so simple now. I'm not sure what to do. She looked up at Alex on the stage. She thought of their encounter in the interrogation room, and she thought about their kiss, her first kiss. Despite the danger he was in, she had hope that he might win. "Yes, I support the Cliftons," she blurted out. Her statement shocked her. She was a police officer, and now she was openly taking sides in an underground battle. All of it was unimaginable to her. But she had her reasons. Somehow the choice had been obvious. Alex supported the Cliftons, and it was clear to her that they were the lesser evil. "I'll bet $10,000, she said loudly. She said it for Alex's sake. She hoped that her support would help him to fight harder. She didn't want to think about what would happen if he lost. Julian looked at her. "Come on, officer. 10,000? Are you trying to be funny? I thought you were rich. Maybe I was wrong." Chelsea ignored him. Celeste and Celine were sitting close enough to hear the entire exchange. They knew that the room was against Alex, and they understood that Chelsea had bet on him to show support. They realized that they should do the same. They stood up. "We'll bet $3 million on Mr. Alex," Celeste shouted. Julian stared at them in disbelief. "Oh, hello there, beauties," he said derisively. All he saw was a couple of pretty girls, and he didn't take them seriously. "Do you really have that kind of money? You'll lose it anyway." Justin had had enough of Julian's attitude. "Watch yourself, pal. My brother's much better than you think he is. I bet $15 million on Alex. Any objections?" "Just wait and see," Julian retorted. As cocky as he was, he knew he had to watch himself around Justin. Suddenly, Jessup rose from his seat. "Our family believes in Alex," he said. "We bet $150 million. He looked at Rufus. Rufus hesitated, but he took out his phone and logged on to place the bet. The audience was shocked. $150 million? Art asked with a smile. "Mr. Clifton, That must be a fifth of everything you own. Maybe you should reconsider. After today, people will still want paychecks from you. I have complete confidence in Alex, Jessup answered. Worry about your own business and leave mine to me. Well, I don't know if it's confidence or stupidity, Bart said. But I'm not going to be outdone by you. We bet $150 million on Damon. Chris took out his phone and made the bet. These two giant bets were displayed on the giant screen. But suddenly, an even greater bet popped up above them. It was a bet for $300 million. And the location marker showed that it came from somewhere outside the country. When it appeared on the screen, the crowd erupted in an outburst of shock. Everyone started murmuring about who could have placed such an enormous bet. Even Jessup and Art were taken aback. It must be Nathan, Justin thought. The family keeps a lot of money in offshore accounts, and he's watching. He's trying to lower Alex's spirits. Nobody else could have made that bet. He looked up at Alex in the ring and cheered for him in his heart. Come on, Alex. You have to win. Episode 293, Getting a Leg Up. The fight was about to begin. Everyone in the room understood that Damon had the advantage. He had received the most bets by far, and his entrance had made all of them afraid of his strength and skill. The referee stepped forward and raised his hands to get the crowd's attention. Now we come to what we've all been waiting for. Here are the rules. The two sides have each picked a champion to represent them, and their contest decides who rules the city of Baltimore. There is no time limit and there are no points. The only way to end the fight is through surrender or death. Ladies and gentlemen, he continued, get ready. Tonight's contest starts. He paused, drawing out the suspense before finally crying, now! The referee stepped back and went out of the ring. The audience roared, and Alex and Damon stood looking at each other. You could just give up now, Damon said and looked at Alex with disdain. Just kneel and admit defeat and you won't get hurt. Damon lived for fighting, but he took no pleasure in fighting Alex. When he looked at him, he saw a rookie and a weakling. The mere thought of fighting him was insulting. I'd say the same to you, Alex responded. You could just stop boasting and back out. Have you ever heard the expression, the bigger you are, the harder you fall? Alex respected Damon as a fighter. He had heard plenty of stories about the other man's skills. But when he had opened his mouth and spoken to him the way he had, it had only increased his urge to fight. Damon was too arrogant, and Alex was determined not to grovel before him. I gave you a chance, you little fool, Damon said. Alex's response had angered him. I won't go easy on you. Suddenly, Damon made his first move. He leapt into the air and straightened his leg as he came down on Alex. He looked like a javelin, and his foot was like a steel weight coming to crush its target. Alex reacted quickly. He braced himself, held out his hands, and caught Damon's foot as it came down on him. He directed it straight downward in front of him, and Damon's foot cracked the wood as it went straight through the floor. Alex was shocked. It was no wonder that this man had defeated Paul.
If this first strike had come down on me, he thought, it would have crushed me.
While Damon yanked his foot out of the hole in the floor, Alex took the opportunity to step over to the other side of the ring. Damon was also surprised. If this kid can so easily defend against that move, he thought, then he's a more worthy opponent than I thought. He looked at Alex and smiled. I'm glad. I thought this fight would be boring. His face grew darker. But you should have stood still and accepted it. It would have been less painful. Instead, you decided to try to fight me. You're going to regret that. He threw himself at Alex once again. As he came flying through the air, his legs moved in a frenzied pattern. Alex thought it would be impossible to defend himself against his attack. So he chose not to do so. He decided to go on the offense. He leapt forward and met Damon in the air. As he passed over Damon, Alex parried his kicks and tried to jam his heel into his chest. But they were evenly matched. They passed safely each other and landed on opposite sides of the ring. Damon was growing more and more perplexed. He still thought of Alex as a child. But now this child had parried 2 of his attacks. It was unacceptable. Take this, he shouted as he struck at Alex with his left leg. Alex caught the leg with both hands and twisted to redirect the force of its momentum. Then he used his body weight to force Damon to swing much wider than he had anticipated, and it caused him to lose his balance. He fell to the floor. Art became nervous. The fight was not going as he thought it would. He gripped the edges of his armrests tightly and stared nervously at the combatants. Damon stood up. You little twerp, he shouted. You've just made me angry. Now I'm going to destroy you. He was deeply embarrassed. Alex had made him lose face in front of an entire group of people, and his honor was at stake. Not only his honor, but the honor of the Blood Brothers gang he represented. There was only one way to fix it. He stared at Alex with murder in his eyes. He readied himself to make another attack. But as he bent his legs to leap at Alex, the floor creaked loudly and gave way beneath him. He cried out as he fell into a hole, and he got stuck halfway down. As he pulled himself up, his trousers ripped, revealing his strong legs. Alex could immediately tell how Damon's kicks could carry such force. His legs were thick and twisted with muscles. They were more like tree trunks than human limbs. He must have been training kicks every day of his life. Damon readied himself for another attack. This time, he did not use his legs for kicking. Instead, he used the explosive power of his whole body to rain heavy punches down on Alex. His onslaught was like a tornado, and Alex could not help but go on the defensive. Damon had practiced this move often. It required immense skill and stamina, and he knew that it would drain his energy. But he had to finish Alex off quickly to regain his honor, and he could think of no other way. The audience was taken aback by the sheer force of Damon's attack. Celeste, Celine, and Nellie cried out in fear. They worried that this attack would be too much for Alex to handle. Alex concentrated all his strength on defending himself. He knew that if he made the slightest mistake, he would be seriously injured. When he was given a slim respite from Damon's barrage, he focused all his power on his legs and pushed himself off the ground. Damon matched his move. Their feet met in the air, and all their combined power collided in a single point. The impact rushed through Damon's leg. It felt as if he had been hit by a tidal wave. He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the floor. His leg had been broken in several places. Alex landed neatly on the floor beside him. He was not hurt at all. He could hardly believe it.
It felt as if my leg was being torn apart, he thought. But I think my internal force protected me. It's all thanks to Georgina and Zora's power. The audience was stunned. They stared in disbelief at what had happened, and then they broke out in an uproar over the unbelievable result. Art's face was gloomy and terrible. His neck was throbbing, and his heart was in his throat.
"Get back up and destroy him!" Chris shouted at Damon in desperation. He refused to believe what he was seeing. They could not afford to lose this fight. Julian joined in.
"Get up!"
he cried anxiously.
"You pathetic scum! We've bet the future of our families on you!"
"There's no point," Celeste told him.
"His leg bone is broken. It's over. I told you he was no match for Mr. Alex. It was stupid of him to try."
Damon thrashed around on the floor in the ring. He held onto his legs and groaned painfully. Alex walked up to him and watched him. He almost felt bad for him. "Do you surrender?" Alex asked. He hadn't forgotten the rules of the fight. It wouldn't end until one of them conceded or was killed. And he wanted to spare Damon's life. "Surrender?" Damon asked and looked up at Alex. He tried to smile, but the pain was too much for him. He muttered through the pain. "Should I surrender to someone like you? You're nothing. You don't even understand what you've done. I could never surrender to you." He forced himself to laugh, but it quickly turned into agonizing spasms. When they stopped, he started muttering to himself. "I'm nothing. Defeated by nobody. My leg's been destroyed. I'll never fight again. But fighting is my life. I can't live without it." He looked Alex in the eye, and Alex was struck with the terrible realization that he knew what was about to happen. Before he could react, Damon rested his head against one of the protruding floorboards. The look in his eye was a curious mix of emptiness and determination. He took a deep breath. Then he raised his arm and struck himself as hard as he could on the side of the head. Blood ran down from his neck and from his nostrils, and his body turned limp. His legs twitched slightly, and then he stopped moving. Episode 294, A Change of Circumstances. The audience was filled with nervous confusion. Nobody seemed to understand what was happening. The referee stepped into the ring and knelt beside Damon. He looked him over and put his fingers to the side of his neck. He closed his eyes and stood up. Then he walked over to Alex. The audience looked at him in stunned silence. "The winner is Alex. he exclaimed and raised Alex's arm. Nobody cheered. Nobody made any sound at all. Everyone was in shock. They couldn't believe what had happened, and they couldn't accept it. Most of them had thought that Alex didn't stand a chance. They had placed all their support and most of their money behind the Stedmans. After a few seconds of complete silence, someone started clapping over where the Cliftons were sitting. Others started cheering. Before long, the entire family erupted in a sea of jubilation. Most of those who supported the Cliftons had been just as surprised as anyone else. Many of them had doubted Jessup's decision to put Alex up against Damon. Some had expected the Cliftons to lose everything, and they had watched in disbelief as Jessup seemingly gambled away the family fortune. But Alex had won easily. Jessup knew what he was doing. The Cliftons had come out on top. Celeste and Celine immediately ran up into the ring and threw themselves around Alex.
"We were worried for you, Mr. Alex," said Celeste. "I'm sorry. We shouldn't have doubted you."
Justin and Nellie were ecstatic. Justin was so excited he couldn't stop waving his arms in the air. I knew he could do it, he thought. I knew it. Nellie was less animated, but she was shaking from intense relief. Once the tension had worn off, she also ran into the ring and hugged Alex as hard as she could.
"I'm so glad you're okay,"
she whispered in his ear. I said I would be, Alex said. He touched her nose and smiled. I wouldn't lie to you. The entire Clifton family gathered around them. They looked at Alex as if he was the savior of the family, and their eyes were filled with gratitude and joy. One by one, they all came up to shake his hand and thank him. Then they stood aside to make some room as Jessup and Rufus approached. Jessup shook Alex's hand. He looked more relaxed than Alex had ever seen him. Alex, thank you. You've done a great service to our family. How could we ever repay you? Alex was overcome with joy, but he knew he had to be careful. As tempting as it was to ask for something wild like a wedding with Debbie the next week, this wasn't the time to go asking for big favors. He remembered what Jessup had told him before. In front of all these people, he had to make sure not to mention Debbie. Don't mention it, Mr. Clifton. I'm glad to be of service, he responded. Jessup and Rufus both nodded knowingly. From the looks on their faces, Alex could tell how happy they were with his performance and his discretion. Alex was thrilled that this opportunity to please Debbie's family had gone so well. The people in the audience sat and watched as Jessup and Alex talked, frantically recalculating their business plans in their heads. Many of them had been considering abandoning the Cliftons in favor of the Stedmans. But now it was clear the Clifton family would now be the undisputed masters of the city, and anyone who went against them would be in trouble. Jessup would surely have noted who had bet against him. They had to get back on his good side. The Cliftons are the winners, someone shouted so that Jessup would hear. It was stupid to bet against them. I knew Jessup would find the better fighter. Others joined in the adulation, and the whole room was soon singing Jessup's praises. Before long, the outburst morphed into admonitions of the Stedmans. Someone questioned the value of being under their protection, while others called them upstarts who didn't belong in Baltimore. One person even dared to say that Art was past his prime. The Stedman family looked around them with contempt. Chris was teeming with anger. He wanted to scream at them to shut their mouths, but he stopped himself. Since they had just lost the fight, there was nothing he could say or do. Julian's family were sitting right next to him. One of them began to join in with the praise of Jessup, but Chris turned to him and stopped him with an angry look. Chelsea saw this and couldn't help but laugh. By now, Jessup had left the stage. He came down the aisle and walked straight up to Art. "Mr. Stedman, the fight is done. Tonight I'll instruct my people to begin the process of taking over your interests. Can I count on your assistance?" "It's all yours," Art answered indignantly. He looked around and saw only ridicule around him. There was no point in staying. "We're leaving," he exclaimed. The whole family rose from their seats and walked out. As they left, none of them so much as glanced at Jessup. They walked out of the fighting hall and went to their cars. Once Chris and Art had gotten into the car, Art exploded in anger. He started shaking violently and punched the seat in front of him repeatedly. Before long, his knuckles were stained with blood. He had worked for this day for over 30 years. He had planned and bided his time. It had seemed like the perfect time to make his move and seize control of the city. But the plan had failed, and all was lost. His influence in Baltimore was gone, and he had lost half his fortune. The driver and Chris were looking at him nervously. Chris hardly recognized the calm and collected public official his father had been. Nor could he see a trace of his shrewd and calculating side. In their place, there was a madman. A lunatic who looked like Art Stedman, but who was someone entirely different. Nathan had watched the entire fight from his luxurious villa in Chicago. He had been looking forward to seeing Damon kill Alex. He had expected it. Instead, Damon had lost, and Nathan had lost $300 million. The money doesn't matter, Nathan thought. It's nothing to an Ambrose. But my grandfather will notice. He hates gambling, and I'll have to explain it to him. He turned his attention back to his phone, which was still streaming live from the fighting ring. On the screen, he could see Alex. He was surrounded by people who were slapping his back and congratulating him. They were treating him like a hero. Enraged, Nathan threw his phone into the wall. Then he stood up, kicked the TV and sofa, and smashed the mirror on the wall to pieces. Suddenly, the telephone in the living room rang. Nathan composed himself. He had been expecting the call. He knew that it was Colin Patterson, and he knew what he wanted. Nathan owed Colin for his help at his grandfather's birthday party, and he was calling to collect. Colin wanted to topple the Drakes and rule Washington, D.C. Nathan was happy to oblige. He picked up the phone and heard Colin's respectful voice. "Hello, Nathan. I've done as you said. Several important people at the Drakes Fidelity Group are working for me now. When do we make our move?" Colin was impatient. He had been looking forward to taking down the Drakes since he returned from Lincoln's birthday party. He had spent his days fantasizing about being the top dog in Washington, D.C., and about propelling his family to national prominence. But he needed Nathan's help to do it. Nathan took a deep breath and quelled his frustrations. Good. We'll get started tomorrow. First, you'll ask the people you've bribed to resign from the company. The company will crumble, and then you can buy it on the cheap. I'll help you get the funds. Once you've gobbled up all their property, you'll be the richest man in town. Could it really be that easy? Colin asked with giddy anticipation. The Drakes have been a staple of Washington for a generation, he thought. Could they be wiped away so quickly? Are you doubting me? Nathan asked coldly. No, of course not, Colin quickly responded. He knew Nathan well enough to not second-guess him. If he felt slighted, he might withdraw his support on a whim. With your help, I know we'll succeed. Nathan laughed. Listen, Colin, you'll be the biggest fish in Washington soon. Just remember who put you there, and who could bring you down. Yes, Nathan, I'll remember. Good. Now, do as I said, and I'll call you back in 2 days. And cheer up. With that, Nathan hung up the phone. Episode 295, Tender Love. Back at the underground boxing ring, people were flocking around Jessup. Everyone was desperate to get on his good side. He raised his arms to calm them down. The frenzied murmur died down. I know that many of you bet against me this evening, he said. But I won't hold it against you. It's in the past. Anyone who wishes to work with me is welcome to do so. But if you go against me again, I won't forgive a second time. The people around him nodded and murmured deferentially. They looked very nervous. At that moment, Alex thought that they would agree to anything that Jessup said. Jessup and Alex walked together out of the room, and the entire Clifton family followed. Justin and Nellie followed, as did Celeste and Celine. Once they were outside, Jessup stopped and turned to Alex. Alex, please come back to the house with us. We'll have a dinner to celebrate your success. I'm grateful, Mr. Clifton, Alex responded. But I can't. I've promised to be somewhere else. I hope you understand. Jessup smiled knowingly and nodded. It seemed to Alex that he understood where he was going. He shook Alex's hand, said goodbye, and went over to his car. The entire family followed. Once they had all driven away, Justin and Nellie walked up to Alex. Now that they were alone, they felt more comfortable trying to talk to him. So, are you going to start being happy again? Alex asked Nellie. He looked at her with mock concern. I remember when I gave you some money and you were so happy. Tonight I saw that you bet on me and won much more than that. You should be laughing hysterically. Nellie chuckled. She grabbed Alex's ear and pulled gently at it. Alex, I guess you haven't been bullied in a while. Don't get cocky. They looked at each other. At that moment, it seemed to both of them that they were back selling pancakes on the streets of Washington, D.C. Now let's get out of here, she said to Justin as she let go of Alex's ear. She was content. Now that she knew where Alex was and that he was safe, she could go back home. All right, Justin answered. They hugged Alex goodbye and left for the parking lot. Alex, Celeste, and Celine were also ready to leave. But then, Alex suddenly noticed Chelsea. She was standing nearby, watching them. She had been severely rattled by the evening's event. The world had seemed simple to her before. Now everything was a blur. Are you taking me back to the police station? Alex asked as he walked over to her. I guess I must have committed some sort of crime based on what happened in there. No, Chelsea answered. She wasn't a fool. She knew that the fight had to happen, or there might have been gang warfare in the streets. What Alex had done had saved the city from disaster. Then what are you doing here? Alex asked curiously. Chelsea was speechless. She didn't know what to say, so she lied. I just wanted to thank you. You made me a lot of money tonight. Alex laughed. Then I guess we're leaving, he said. He turned to leave, and the Moon Girls followed him. Wait a minute, Chelsea blurted out. You should know something. The guy you fought, he's from a very powerful gang. When they hear what happened, they might want revenge. You should be careful. Alex was surprised at her outburst. Caring advice was the last thing he had expected from Chelsea. Thanks, I will be. But you don't need to worry about me. I don't think they'll come after me. They know that they could lose, and it would be too shameful for them to get shown up like that, especially when they've just lost an important member of their group. Chelsea steeled herself. I'm not worried about you. I just thought I'd mention it. Alex turned around and walked away. Chelsea watched as he and the girls got into a taxi and left. Then she walked over to her scooter and drove away, still thinking about what Alex had said. She knew why she'd followed him outside, but she didn't want to admit it. Only a few hours earlier, she had hated him. But then he had stepped into the ring, and her disgust at the memory of their kiss had turned into joy. When she arrived home and parked her scooter, she was still thinking about the extraordinary things she had witnessed that night. Alex and the girls went straight back to the residential building at the university. It must be past 10 o'clock, he thought. Debbie must be wondering where I am. I'll go back quickly, change my clothes, and call her. When they got out of the taxi and rushed toward the door, they saw Debbie waiting outside. Callisto and Luna were with her. I'd better call him, he heard Debbie saying. What if something's happened? No, Callisto protested. He won't answer. He's working. His boss sent him to a different area for tonight, so he must not be home until tomorrow. He can't answer the phone while he's working. It was a good cover story. Alex felt guilty that they had to lie to Debbie, but she couldn't find out that he was fighting on behalf of her family. Debbie put her phone away. She seemed to have believed the story. When he got close enough, Alex called out to her. Debbie! She turned around and saw him come toward her with a smile on his face. She ran to him and took his hands. Callisto and Luna sighed relief. Sorry, there was a big event today and Tony transferred me, Alex said. I just came from there. Debbie gave him a puzzled look. Can he just transfer you to other places like that? Alex played dumb.
Apparently. Anyway, I'm back now. Do you want to go for a walk in the park? Yes, let's go for a walk together, Celeste exclaimed. The Moon Girls all looked excited. They walked over to a little park nearby. In the center, there was a beautiful little pond with willow trees and rocks along the edges. A cool breeze played through the branches of the trees and made the surface of the pond glimmer in the moonlight. It was a beautiful evening. Debbie's body trembled slightly. Are you cold? Alex asked her. He took her hands and warmed them. The Moon Girls giggled. They enjoyed seeing Alex and Debbie so happy together. They stayed at the pond for a little while. When it got colder, Alex accompanied Debbie back to the residential building. He said goodnight to Debbie and the Moon Girls, and then he went back to his dormitory. He washed and lay on the bed. Now that Don wasn't there, he was all alone. I must go and see him soon, he thought. He hoped Don was settling down in the hospital. He needed to rest and recover from the beating he had taken. He could feel himself drifting off into sleep. He had managed to not get hurt, but he was sore and very tired. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door. Mr. Alex, it's us. He heard Celeste's voice calling from outside. He got out of bed and opened the door. All four of the Moon Girls were standing outside. It was cold. Alex quickly let them into the room. Mr. Alex, we know you're very tired, Celeste said. We came to help you relax. She paused as if she knew what he might be thinking. Don't worry. When we left, the light in Debbie's room was out. Alex sighed. He still wasn't completely comfortable with how the girls were serving him. He worried at times that Debbie would get the wrong idea. But he knew they meant well, and he couldn't help but be touched by their devotion. Listen, I'm really tired tonight, he said. If you really want to, you can give me a quick massage. But then you need to go and get some sleep. He lay back down on the bed. The Moon Girls came up beside him and put their hands on different parts of his body. He felt their hands rubbing his neck, his back, his thighs, and his feet. It felt incredible. It must be because of their martial arts training, Alex thought. That must be why their grips are so strong. Slowly, Alex fell asleep. The Moon Girls tried to talk to him and nudged him gently. When he started snoring softly, they realized that he was sleeping. Let's get him into bed, Celeste whispered. The other three nodded. They lifted his body, slowly turned him over, and tucked him in. When they were done, they stood over him with adoration in their eyes. They knew that they were bound to serve him. That was the only relation they had to him, and there could never be more. As they turned off the light and left the room, they looked at each other. In each of their eyes, there was the glimmer of a hopeless fantasy. But they all knew that it was impossible. Their mission was to care for him, and any other desires must be channeled solely into that pursuit. They went back to their room and went to sleep. Episode 296, Breaking the News. As Alex slept, the Cliftons ordered a takeover of all the hotels, restaurants, casinos, and bars in Baltimore.
In just over 2 hours, every Stedman business in the city was under the control of the Clifton family. The reports started dribbling in. "Sir, Leonard Hotel was taken over by the Clifton family, and the manager was severely beaten." "Mr. Stedman, the casino on the east side has been taken over." "I'm sorry, Mr. Stedman, but the Cliftons made me an offer I couldn't refuse. There's nothing I can do. I'll be forced to do business with them. Please understand." Many of Art Stedman's people had surrendered to the Clifton family, and Art felt like a king who had lost his country. He sat quietly, looking lonely, sad, and desperate. Chris watched his father, not daring to approach him. The phone rang again, and Art checked the caller ID. It was Tyson from the Blood Brothers gang. Art scowled. Tyson had sworn that he was sending people who were invincible within the martial arts world. What a joke. Art wanted to answer the phone and give Tyson a piece of his mind, but he knew he couldn't afford to make any more enemies. He had dealt with the Blood Brothers gang for many years, and he knew what would happen if he insulted them. If he dared to curse at Tyson, then men would be sent out to deal with Art permanently. The Blood Brothers were useless. An American congressman had been killed on his way to work after he submitted a proposal about demolishing the gang's headquarters. So far, the police hadn't found any evidence that the Blood Brothers had been responsible, but everyone knew they were. "Hello, Mr. Slade," Art said, suppressing his anger and keeping his tone respectful. "Mr. Stedman, I'm sure the fighting has been finished for a while now," Tyson said. "Have you been so busy controlling the Baltimore underworld that you forgot to call me?" He was annoyed that Art hadn't been in touch with an update. In California, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tyson had finished practicing his martial arts and wanted to check on the situation in Baltimore. Now that Damon had finished up there, he would be on his way home. Once he was back, he could focus on the gang's issues on their turf. "No," Art said. After a pause, he told Tyson what had happened. "I'm afraid things didn't go according to plan. In fact, not only did Damon lose, but he's now dead." "What?" Tyson bellowed. He couldn't believe Damon had lost the match, let alone died in the fight. He was one of their most promising young members. Tyson felt the loss keenly. "Who defeated him?" he asked. Only a few fighters were experienced enough to have defeated Damon, and he wouldn't have expected any of them to be fighting in Baltimore. "A 20-year-old man," Art said, "the security guard at Johns Hopkins University." "Someone that young?" Tyson asked, surprised. He hadn't heard of anyone that age who could match Damon's skill. "I never saw that coming. A 20-year-old man strong enough to have killed Damon. I really want to meet this guy." "He didn't kill Damon," Art said. "After his leg was broken, Damon felt he would never regain his martial arts skills, so he killed himself." "That sounds like Damon," Tyson said. "He knew there was no coming back, and if he couldn't work for the Blood Brothers, his life was over." Tyson sighed. "Mr. Stedman, when my men arrive, I'll bring them back to help you regain the Baltimore underworld. I give you my word. This is not the end.
When can I expect you? Art asked, feeling a glimmer of hope. I'm looking forward to meeting you. If the Blood Brothers came back quickly, Art could regain all his territory in no time.
I'll start making plans right away, Tyson assured him. Also, I need to find the man who defeated Damon and deal with him.
If you need any help, please let me know, Art said, and then he hung up the phone. Tyson walked into one of his private rooms, which had a large screen on the wall. He set up a video call with Lee Harshaw. Lee didn't usually live with the gang. Instead, he had a place in California with dense woods, which was close to the lake. There, he devoted himself to studying martial arts. Soon, Lee's face appeared on the screen. He was sitting by the lake, and he was shirtless, his muscles on display. "Tyson," Lee said, "can I help you with something?"
"Lee, I have bad news," Tyson said. "You should prepare yourself."
He stopped for a moment and then continued.
"Damon lost his fight in Baltimore, and he was too ashamed to face us. So he committed suicide."
Lee was stunned. Damon had been with him since he was a baby. Lee had practically raised him, and he regarded Damon as his flesh and blood. And now Damon was dead. Lee couldn't believe it.
"Lee, are you okay?"
Tyson asked. When Lee remained silent, Tyson felt he needed to say something.
"Damon didn't want to lose face, so he decided to go out on his own terms. You should be proud."
Lee closed his eyes, and 2 tears slid down his cheeks. He couldn't see the point of being proud when Damon was gone forever. He opened his eyes. "Who did he fight with?" he asked, his tone icy.
"A university security guard," Tyson said. "I'll have more information soon."
"Thank you," Lee said. "He killed my beloved apprentice, and I need him to pay for that." He was determined to avenge Damon.
"This security guard is now our enemy number 1, Tyson assured him. "He defeated Damon, so who knows what he'll do in the future. We can't allow him to grow any stronger, or he might get in our way."
Tyson was determined to deal with this threat. Otherwise, the security guard could disrupt all their plans. "I'll kill this guard with one stroke," Lee exclaimed. He hated this man who had killed Damon, and he wanted him gone, now.
"No," Tyson said.
At Lee's puzzled look, he went on to explain.
"We have to be smart about this. If we break the rules to take our revenge, we will be ostracized from the martial arts world. We'll be a joke."
"So I can't avenge my apprentice?" Lee asked in a choked voice.
"Of course you can," Tyson said. "The security guard must die to prevent him from causing us trouble. But first we need to deal with the problem in Baltimore, and then we can make a plan to deal with this guard."
"Yes," Lee agreed. "I'm sure we can find an excuse to fight him."
"Practice your own martial arts," Tyson told him. "In a few days, you can go and get your revenge. But you shouldn't underestimate this man. Damon was defeated because he was careless. So don't make the same mistake."
"I'll wait for your message," Lee said. He would bide his time for now, but then the security guard would die.
Episode 297, Corporate Disaster. The next day, in Washington, D.C., the sun rose over the peaceful Drake mansion. Reginald Drake had dealt with the impact of David's failed wedding, and everything returned to normal. They knew Alex was the eldest son of the Ambrose family, and Debbie was the granddaughter of Jessup Clifton. They were both from important families, so even though Alex had stolen his bride, David had to treat him with respect. Since David had returned from overseas, he had been busy arranging his doomed marriage, but now it was time to get back to work. Reginald had decided to allow David to get more involved with the family business, the Fidelity Group. Reginald was starting David off as an assistant manager, where he could gradually rise through the ranks. Once David had developed a thorough understanding of the business and had established his credentials, Reginald would hand over the Fidelity Group to him. Reginald had devoted much of his life to the business, but now he could retire. He planned to travel around the world, catch up on his reading, and do charity work in the most impoverished parts of the world. He was looking forward to it. But first, he had to ensure that his son's transition to leadership was as smooth as possible. "Remember, David," he said as they traveled in the car, "although you are my son, many of the others have been with me for over 30 years, helping me to build up the business. You should treat them with respect." David listened attentively. The Fidelity Group was enormous and highly influential. Running it would be a massive undertaking, and David was feeling the pressure. The car arrived at the company headquarters, and Reginald and David got out. On the way to the conference room, all the employees stopped to speak to them. Inside the room, all the department heads were already sitting around the table, waiting for them. As soon as Reginald and David came in, everyone greeted them. "Good morning," Reginald said, sitting down at the head of the table, leaving David still standing. "There's not a lot to discuss today," Reginald said. "I just wanted to inform you that my son, David, will be joining us as the new assistant manager of the marketing department. Mr. Rice, will you help him get settled?" "Yes, of course," Victor Rice said. "I'm sure it won't take David long to learn the job." "Good," Reginald said. He leaned back in his chair and looked around at everyone. "Let's start with the usual progress reports." Then he whispered to David, "Listen carefully." He wanted David to understand how the business operated. The Fidelity Group consisted of a number of different businesses, including construction, hospitality, and healthcare. Their private hospitals had been increasing their profits for the last 3 months. "Fidelity Construction has begun work on the freeway expansion and everything is running smoothly," said the person in charge of that project. "Fidelity Pharmaceuticals has just signed a contract worth $30 million to provide drugs and medical devices to 4 hospitals," reported another manager. "At present, we are still negotiating with 2 other hospitals, but we're confident of success." The managers continued to report on the department's progress. It took some time to get around everyone. The Fidelity Group seemed to have a hand in everything. The amounts of money being discussed were staggering, and they were only reporting on the last few months. How much more would they make over an entire year? David had always known his family had money, but he hadn't known how much. Now he knew the Drake family was far wealthier than he would have ever guessed. Once the managers had finished their reports, Reginald turned to David and whispered, "Do you understand now? Will you work hard to earn your place here?" "Yes, Dad," David said. "I get it. and I'll make sure I learn quickly." "Very good," Reginald said, nodding with satisfaction. He looked at the others, ready to end the meeting. The phone of the head of Fidelity Pharmaceuticals had vibrated 3 times during the meeting. His assistant had been calling him, but he hadn't answered. Now his phone buzzed with a message. He looked at it and gaped in shock, beginning to panic. "Mr. Drake," he said. "What's the matter?" Reginald asked. "Why are you so flustered?" "I've just been told that those 2 hospitals have suspended negotiations with us," he said. "And even worse, the 4 hospitals that had already reached an agreement with us have broken their contracts. They're refusing to accept any of our medical devices." "What?" Reginald yelled. Something strange was going on. "Talk to them. Use every means necessary to get them back on side." "Yes, sir." The person in charge of the pharmaceutical company called his assistant to find out what was going on. Several other phones vibrated, and the managers of the Fidelity Group's subsidiary companies received calls from their assistants. "Answer them," Reginald said, growing concerned. The managers answered their phones. As they spoke with their assistants, they grew extremely anxious. None of the calls was good news. Everyone reported their problems to Reginald. "Mr. Drake, the government has opened an investigation on the freeway project. There were claims we used bribery to win the contract. The project cannot continue until the investigation is complete, and the delay will cost us a lot of money." "One of our hospitals has failed a health inspection. The report says that the standard of hygiene was not acceptable, and several of the staff did not have the appropriate qualifications. Fidelity Healthcare has been given a large fine, and the hospital's been forced to close. Word has spread, and our clients have lost confidence in us. Fidelity Fitness has been accused of selling performance-enhancing drugs out of our gyms. Our fitness centers have had to close, and our members are asking for refunds. Our top movie star wants to terminate her contract with Fidelity Investment." Almost all the subsidiary companies were experiencing similar problems, and each disaster would cost them a lot of money. The managers were all confused and anxious. How could all their companies be in trouble at the same time? "Dad, what's going on?" David asked, confused. This was all too strange. "Is someone deliberately targeting us?" Reginald remained silent. He frowned as he thought it over. Who could have done this? He wondered. Who wants to hurt my family? But he couldn't think of a single person who held such a grudge. He had always thought he had treated people fairly. So how on earth had he managed to offend someone with the ability to damage all his companies at once? "Each of you go and deal with your own companies," he ordered the executives. "Do whatever you can to limit the damage and repair the company's reputation. And keep me updated." "Yes, sir," the managers filed out. As they left, one of them sneaked a look at Reginald and sneered. Noah Freeman had joined the company more than 30 years ago, but he was jealous of Reginald. They had both put in the same amount of time and effort, but Reginald was one of the richest men in Washington, D.C., while Noah was merely one of his employees. A few days ago, Colin Patterson had invited Noah out for a drink and had encouraged him to act against the Drake family. Now, Noah's allegiance was to the Patterson family, and he planned to help them destroy the Drakes when the time was right. Noah walked out of the Fidelity Group headquarters and made his way to the Pattersons' villa. When he got there, he walked inside and was taken to Colin's room. He could hear moaning and groaning, and when he pushed the door open, his eyes opened wide and his mouth dropped open. Episode 298. Can I borrow a few $1 billion? Colin was lying in bed with two attractive blonde women. All three of them were naked. Colin adored beautiful women, and he had always been partial to blondes. He had found these two at a local beauty pageant and had been with them for a month. Noah's eyes were bulging, and his mouth was hanging open as he stared at the women. "Hey, babes," Colin said. "Wait here and don't move. I need to speak with my friend, okay? I'll be back soon." He pulled on a pair of boxer shorts, got out of bed, and pulled the covers up over the women. "Noah, I assume you have some good news for me?" Colin asked, walking toward him. The previous day, Nathan Ambrose had told Colin that he would be attacking the Drake family. So, Colin guessed that was why Noah was here. "You know I do," Noah said with a smile. "I assume you're behind the chaos with the Fidelity Group?" "How is the Drake family?" Colin asked. "This morning, the company received numerous phone calls, each regarding an unprecedented crisis," Noah reported. "Reginald has sent everyone back to their respective companies to deal with the problems. He was just sitting there, completely miserable and unable to understand what's happening. It was a glorious sight." "How much do you think the Drake family lost today?" Colin asked. "They've already incurred losses of nearly $2 billion, Noah said, almost cackling with glee. "Contracts are being ripped up, and the people are demanding refunds, so they'll lose even more money. This is the biggest crisis in the Drake family's history. If they can't find a way out, they'll end up bankrupt." "Really?" Colin was both shocked and pleased. Nathan Ambrose was something. In just one morning, he had irreparably damaged the Drake family. Now, the Pattersons were one step closer to taking over the Drakes as the most powerful family in Washington, D.C. "Colin, whoever you have backing you is seriously connected," Noah said, his tone odd. "I can't think of any family in the country who could do all that so quickly." He knew Colin couldn't have achieved this on his own. There must be someone more powerful helping him. "What's next? Are you going to keep up the pressure on the Drake family?" "Of course," Colin said. "Soon the Pattersons will be the top family in Washington, D.C., and the Drake family will be nothing." He looked at Noah. "Go back and keep an eye on what's happening. I believe my backer intends to launch a final attack on the Drake family soon. When I find out more, I'll let you know." "Okay," Noah said. "I'll wait for your call." He left the villa. Over the day, the problems faced by the subsidiaries of the Fidelity Group showed no signs of improvement. On the contrary, the situation grew even more serious. Reginald talked to several companies that had broken off negotiations with the Fidelity Group. He tried to make concessions, but they wouldn't engage with him at all. He asked them for an explanation. It just didn't make sense. Neither side would benefit unless they could find a more powerful business partner. The companies refused to explain. They had all been warned by much more powerful companies to stop working with the Fidelity Group. They were told that they would receive compensation for losses incurred by the breach of contract. But if they continued to work with the Fidelity Group, they would become the next target. Faced with such heavy pressure, the companies chose to terminate their contracts. Reginald investigated the owners of several of the companies that had threatened their business partners, but he couldn't find connections between them. Somewhere behind these companies was an exceptionally powerful person who was controlling everything. Reginald sat in an office, brooding over everything that had happened. He was frustrated, and he didn't know how the Drake family could survive this catastrophe. "Dad, what's wrong?" David asked. He knew little about the business world, but he had confidence in his father. He didn't like seeing him so rattled. "We've lost a lot of money," Reginald said, his voice bleak. "All our projects have ground to a halt, and there's little hope of improvement in the near future. Employees will start to resign once word gets out, and that'll make things even more difficult." "Dad, the other companies broke their contracts, not us," David said. "They need to pay us compensation." "It doesn't matter," Reginald said, sighing. "It would take some time before we saw any of that money, and I'm not sure we have that long." "Dad, no," David protested. "The Fidelity Group cannot fail. You're one of the top businessmen in Washington, D.C., so I know you'll get through this." Reginald had lost his confidence, so David tried to encourage him. "Our family has billions of dollars. We've only lost $2 billion. So let's use some of our money to deal with this." Reginald had never told David how much money the family had, but David had seen online articles about them, and he knew his family's assets were at least $30 billion. So why couldn't they use some of that to fix this crisis? Reginald shook his head and smiled bitterly. David still had a lot to learn. "David, although we have tens of billions of dollars in assets, most of them are fixed assets, such as houses, cars, and shares in various companies," Reginald explained. "They can't be realized immediately. Do you understand?" David got a sinking feeling. "How much money do we need to get through this?" he asked. "Right now, we can get our hands on $500,000, Reginald said. "But we need at least $2.5 billion to fix this." $2.5 billion, David thought, collapsing into a chair. Even though he was used to wealth, that was a shocking amount of money. But no matter how difficult it was, he would have to try. Otherwise, the Fidelity Group, which his father had spent decades building, would collapse. "Dad, don't worry," he said. "We'll find a way to get the money, whatever it takes. We have to save the Fidelity Group." He stood up and looked at his father, eager to get started. Reginald shook his head and sighed. He knew there was no way to get that kind of money. "Dad, trust me," David said. "I won't let the company fall. I'll go and get the money now." With that, he hurried out of the office. David drove to see the manager of the local branch of the Horizons Bank and asked him for a loan. The Fidelity Group's problems had already impacted the city, and the bank manager was aware of what was happening. Lending money to the Drake family now would be risky, and the manager would be in a lot of trouble. He was far too experienced to make such a mistake. No matter how much David begged, the bank manager stayed strong and refused to lend any money to the Drake family. David spent more than an hour pleading with him, but to no avail. He also called his former classmates from when he had studied abroad. They were all rich, and David hoped to borrow money from them. But when they heard what was happening, they all pleaded for poverty. Everyone said they wanted to help, but were unable to do so. David called more than 20 people, and only 2 of them were willing to help, but they could only give him $500,000. It was a drop in the ocean compared to what they needed. David threw his mobile phone to the ground. "When we were students together, how many times did they say we'd be friends for life?" he muttered. "We promised we would always help each other when we could." He shook his head. "Liars, the lot of them." He was disgusted by their behavior. David was so angry he could barely breathe. He picked up his phone and discovered a couple of cracks on the screen. He opened up his social media page. This was his last hope. Perhaps here he could find some of his rich friends to help him. When he checked his notifications, he found a lot of unread messages, and many people had tagged him. "David, what happened?" "I heard that all the Drake businesses ran into problems at the same time, and the company is falling apart. What's going on?" "I tried calling David, but he didn't answer." "David, when you get this, message me back." "I'm sorry, David. We're here for you." Episode 299, Drumming Up Support. When he saw all the messages of support, David felt a little better. These were his oldest friends, and also the most trustworthy. His eyes shone with tears, and the display grew blurry. He typed out a message and posted it. "Thank you." His friends responded right away. "David, you've always been there for me, so I'm here for you now." "What happened? Let us know what we can do to help." David smiled and posted another message. "Come to the headquarters of the Fidelity Group tomorrow, and I'll tell you more about it then." He thought for a moment, and then he added some more. "We suspect that someone is deliberately targeting our family. So be as high profile as you can tomorrow. Let's show my enemy how many people support the Drakes." David hoped their support would make the mysterious attacker think twice about messing with the Drake family. His friends would help him through this difficult time. Everyone agreed with David's suggestion. "I can do that." "We'll be there tomorrow to support you." "I'll bring my flashiest car. That should get some attention." "We'll show this scumbag that he can't mess with the Drake family." David sighed with relief. He put his phone away and made his way to the Fidelity Group headquarters to support his father. Colin lay in his bed with 2 beautiful women, scowling as he read the online comments. In a few days, his family would be the most powerful in Washington, D.C., so everyone should be loyal to him. He was jealous of the kindness being shown to David. He scrolled through his phone, looking at every single message, and then he sneered. "You have no idea that I'm the one who harmed the Drake family," he muttered. "I can see everything you say, and I'll make you pay for every word." He read some more messages. "Poor David. Do you really think you can turn this around?" He laughed. "Purely wishful thinking. The Ambrose family is the strongest in the world. No matter what you do, it'll all be in vain, he snorted. I hope I get to see the expression on your face when you realize I did this to you. While Colin was talking to himself, his phone rang. It was Nathan Ambrose's number, so Colin answered straight away. Mr. Ambrose, Colin said, his tone respectful.
I assume you've seen what happened to the Drake family?
Nathan drawled. He had used his influence to lean on various companies, forcing them to abandon all ties with the Drake family. He had more than enough money to cover any fines for breaches of contract. When he hadn't been able to threaten or bribe a company, he had simply arranged for officials to make surprise inspections. And whenever they hadn't been able to find a problem, they had created one. Many people had considered it impossible to defeat the Drake family, but for Nathan Ambrose, it had been simple. Yes, I saw, Colin said. All the Fidelity Group companies are in crisis. Reginald is worried his family may not survive. He's still at the company headquarters, and David is begging his friends for help online. I expected all of that, Nathan said. No one can escape once I move against them. He chuckled, pleased with himself. Go to the Fidelity Group headquarters tomorrow and buy the company from the Drakes. I'll provide you with the $35 billion needed to purchase it. Once that's done, your family will be the most powerful family in Washington, D.C. But remember that you still answer to me. Yes, I know, Colin said. But, Mr. Ambrose, isn't tomorrow a bit too soon to act? Maybe we should wait for a few days. If we go in too early, Reginald might not agree to sell. This has to be dealt with quickly, Nathan said. My grandfather can't know anything about it. After all, the Drakes also serve the Ambrose family. The Drake family paid a large sum of money to the Ambrose family every year. So if Nathan's grandfather found out that Nathan had attacked the Drakes without permission, he would be furious, and Nathan would be severely punished. Lincoln Ambrose was currently at the family estate, undergoing various relaxation therapies. Nathan had arranged for the treatments to last for 3 days, and during this period, Lincoln would have little contact with the outside world. Nathan wanted to make the most of this time to hide his activities from his grandfather. I understand, Colin said. I'll go to the Fidelity Group tomorrow and buy the business. The next day, the Drake family was all over the news in Washington, D.C., and many reporters were cramped outside the Fidelity Group's headquarters. Security guards blocked the door, preventing the press from entering. The reporters were noisy, clamoring for an interview with Reginald Drake. David and his father had stayed in their offices the night before. David had finally fallen asleep, but Reginald had been awake all night. Dad, you should eat something, David said, handing him some food. If you don't, you could get sick. I'm not in the mood, but you go ahead, Reginald sighed. He had spent the night trying to think of a plan, but he hadn't been able to find a way out of their current predicament. David took out his damaged cell phone and posted a message to the group chat. Are you here yet? Hurry up, and thank you for your help. He hadn't managed to raise any money, but he still had the support of his friends. He needed the person responsible for coming after his family to know that they wouldn't go down without a fight. Soon his friends replied, On my way now. I'm coming, wait for me. Just give me half an hour and I'll be there. David smiled as he read the messages. He freshened himself up in the bathroom, and then he took the elevator down to the lobby to meet his friends.
"It's David Drake!" cried a reporter.
The others looked over and then rushed toward him. If the security guard hadn't stepped in, then David would have been overrun. The press all shouted out questions.
"Mr. Drake, what's going on with your family?"
"This is the biggest crisis in your family's history. Can the Drake family survive this? There are rumors you're facing bankruptcy. Is that true? What are your family's plans? Have they already applied for bankruptcy?" They jostled each other as they held out microphones, waiting for David to speak. They cared nothing about David's feelings as they asked their probing questions. "The Fidelity Group will survive," David said, suppressing his anger. "And my family will not be applying for bankruptcy. Someone has deliberately targeted us using underhanded methods, but they will not succeed. The Drake family has come through this stronger than ever." The reporters didn't believe him. They had already investigated the matter, and they knew that the Drake family had already lost more than $2 billion, and that loss would continue to grow. If the Drakes couldn't come up with enough money to cover their losses, then they would be forced to declare bankruptcy. They all knew that the Drakes only had access to $500,000, so it would be impossible for them to recover from this. Bankruptcy seemed inevitable. A fancy car drove up, and everyone turned to see who had arrived. When a man stepped out of the car, the press recognized him instantly. It was Jason Morley.
"David, I'm not late, am I?"
Jason asked, smiling as he walked over to David. "Not at all," David said, hugging his friend. Before the reporters could discover why Jason was there, more cars drove up. Each was a luxury model, and the people who got out of them were famously rich. Derek Jackson, Kevin Ashcroft, and Ralph Baldwin all had come to support David. Daryl had also come with Miriam. He hadn't wanted to get involved, but all their other friends had promised to be there, so if Daryl stayed away, it wouldn't have looked good. They all walked over to David and greeted him warmly. The journalists watched in awe, impressed with the level of support David had. But would it be enough to save the Drake family? Episode 300, Different Motives. The reporters weren't interested in why David's friends had shown up. They just wanted to watch the downfall of the Drake family. That was the story that would make them a lot of money. It didn't matter to them how long it had taken the Drakes to build the Fidelity Group into a successful business. And even though its collapse would damage the city's economy and put many people out of work, they simply didn't care. The only important thing was their ratings, and they had no empathy for anyone. "Listen," Jason called them. "I have something to say." The press turned their attention to him. "We've all come here today to send a message to the people responsible for this attack on the Fidelity Group," he said. "With our support, the Drakes will not be defeated so easily. The Drake family will always come out on top, and the Fidelity Group will be prosperous once more." The others joined in. "Yes, we support the Drake family. The top families are united in this. The Drakes will survive. Their attackers will not win." Daryl felt compelled to speak up. "The Drake family will soon get through the crisis, and they'll be more powerful than before." The reporters were paying attention now, impressed by this show of strength. The combined wealth of these men's families were considerable. The sound of camera shutters was loud as the reporters captured the moment. The Marvel family also supports the Drakes. Everyone turned around to see where the voice had come from, and they saw Charles Marvel approach his daughter, Lindsay. They walked over to David. "It's obvious that someone is trying to destroy the Drakes," Charles said to the reporters. "But as David's in-laws, we will stand by the Drake family throughout such difficulties." When Alex had taken Debbie back to Baltimore, the Drakes had agreed not to reveal the true identity of Leona and to conceal the fact that Debbie was related to the Cliftons. As far as the rest of the world was concerned, David and Leona were married. When enough time had passed, David would announce that he and Leona had gotten divorced. In the meantime, David had told everyone that Leona was traveling the world and would be gone for months. With David having married into the Marvel family, the reporters felt it was natural for the Marvels to support the Drakes. "Mr. Marvel," one reporter said, "with everything that has happened, will Leona be returning to support her husband?" "Leona is very concerned about the current situation," Charles said. "She has already talked to David on the phone. Unfortunately, she can't come back right now because of a visa problem, but she wholeheartedly supports the Drake family. For now, we must focus on helping the Drakes solve this crisis." "Thank you," David said, surprised that Charles and Lindsay had come. "Let's go and see my father." Charles nodded. "Join us," David said to his friends. "Come on," Jason said, leading the others into the building. The reporters at the door tried to rush inside, but the security guards stopped them. Another luxury car had also driven up to the building, but had stayed back, keeping a low profile. Colin and his father Joseph sat in the car, watching as the others spoke up in defense of David. "Sycophants," Colin said, sneering at them. "The Drake family is doomed and you're all wasting your time fawning over them. Well, just wait until the Pattersons take over this city. And then we'll see if you lick my boots." Colin took out his phone and called Noah. "Colin," Noah said, his tone respectful. "Are you ready?" Colin asked. "I'm about to take control of all of the Drake family's assets." Joseph looked at his son's ferocious expression and felt a little uneasy. "Yes, I'm ready," Noah said. "I've been working on the other executives, and I've already persuaded 11 of them to resign. Once they do, it'll cost the Fidelity Group another $1 billion. He paused. "But they do have quite costly demands. They want $100 million, and your guarantee that they'll keep their current positions once you take over." Colin smiled. "Whatever," he said. "Tell them I'll give them everything they ask for as long as they help me." Nathan Ambrose had promised to provide $35 billion for Colin to buy out the Drake family. Once Colin had done so, he would have plenty of money. "I'll tell them," Noah said. "Reginald has called all the senior executives in for a meeting, and then I'll complete my task." "I'll be waiting for your good news," Colin said, ending the call. "Are you really going to buy out the Drake family?" Joseph asked, concerned. "I thought you were joking." Last night, when Colin had told him he had a backer who would provide the money to buy the Fidelity Group, Joseph had thought his son had gone mad, and he hadn't taken him seriously. Then, on his way to work this morning, he had seen Colin preparing to go to the Fidelity Group headquarters. When Joseph had asked, Colin had said that this was the day he would buy the Drake's family business. Joseph was worried about Colin, so he had come with him to see what he was up to. But now that he had heard Colin talking to Noah, He suspected Colin had been telling the truth. "Dad, when did I ever lie to you or cause you trouble?" Colin asked. He smiled at his father. Even as a child, Colin had been a good boy, and Joseph had never had to worry about him. "Never," Joseph said. "But who gave you $35 billion, and why? Are you sure you can trust them? What if they let you down and offend the Drake family? You know how powerful the Drakes are." Joseph didn't like this at all. Why on earth would anyone give Colin that much money? "He won't let me down," Colin said. "He wants me to be his puppet in Washington, D.C., and the money is nothing to his family." $35 billion is nothing. Joseph's mouth hung open. "Are you crazy?" "No, I'm perfectly sane," Colin said, rolling his eyes. "My backer's family lives in the shadows, but they're seriously rich, wealthier than anyone you can think of, and they have influence all over the world." Joseph gave him a skeptical look. "My backer is the heir to this family, so you don't need to worry," Colin said. "Just relax and enjoy it. After today, the Pattersons will be the top family in Washington, D.C., and you'll be the father of the richest man in the city." "Really?" Joseph was stunned, but he decided to wait and see how things would develop. David and his friends walked into the office, and Reginald was surprised to see all these people. "Dad, my friends have come to support us," David said. "Thank you," Reginald said, standing up to greet them. One by one, they shook his hand. "You're welcome, sir. We're David's friends, so his problems are our problems. When I was a child, I often came for dinner in your home." "David's like a brother to me. Of course I want to help." "My family have always been friendly with yours, so let's deal with your problems together." The Drake family were involved in so many things in Washington, D.C. that many other businesses were connected to them. If the Drake's company collapsed, then their businesses would be affected too. But that wasn't the main reason they had come. These men had grown up with David, and as children, David had been their leader. Whenever anyone had dared to bully any of them, David had helped and protected them. He had never made a fuss about it, but the others had all looked up to him. Later, David had studied abroad, and they hadn't seen much of him, but they all still revered him as much as ever. In the past, David had fought and bled for them. So now that he was in trouble, how could they not help? They were all determined to support David through his difficulties.